What's going on, you degenerates of the lesser internet? Welcome back to my living room and gaming channel, where I hope you will follow me on a journey of debauchery and madness as we discover gaming together. This is a very, very special video. This is my end of the year send-off. Pretty much my entire channel and my entire off hours playing video games all year is a culmination of all of this coming together in this one final video. So I'm very excited to do that. Brief intro before we start. First of all, like and subscribe if you're already a subscriber. Don't forget to give that a like. That's always very appreciated. It lets me know who in my community is watching and paying attention. That's very good stuff. Also, if you're new here, then give me a subscribe. That would be very helpful. I would very much love that. I don't do content like this all the time. I don't heavily edit my videos, and my videos aren't the best of quality as is, but I'm very excited to do these videos. Very excited. So anyway, well, let's get to it. This is my end of the year personal game of the year, where I talk about every single video game I played and beat in this year of 2022. This year there's 53 games. I'm going to go through all 53 games, starting at the bottom of the barrel. At number 53, I've ranked them in order on how much I like them, working my way to the top to number 1 for my personal game of the year. And these games are not games that all came out this year. So it's not like 53. This ain't the Game Awards. You know, this is my personal game of the year. So with that said, let's go down the rules, starting with what is my personal game of the year. My personal game of the year is my favorite number 1 game I played and beat this year, out of all the games that I actually did play and beat. They are not games that all came out this year. I think I maybe played 5 or 6 games that came out in 2020. So, sorry, 2022. So a lot of these games are from, you know, years ago. I know for a fact Spider-Man is on this list. That came out in 2016. So I'm throwing all of them in there. Second, these are all games I played and beat. These are all games. Sorry for the weird look. The inside joke. You'll get it if you watch the full video. These are all games I played and beat. So I got through the end of all of them. The truly horrible games, which there were some truly horrible games that I hated so much I didn't even bother finishing them, I did not put those on this list. I'm trying to give everything a fair shake. And that's about it. With that out of the way, I got a lot of games to get through, I got a lot of things to talk about, so let's hurry up and do that. Time is of the essence. I have no idea how long this video actually is going to be, because I'm going to be cutting it up and splicing it and editing it in sections, so who knows. But I do know time is of the essence, so without further ado, roll that special intro. Starting off at number 53, at the bottom of the barrel, officially the worst game I played and beat in 2022, is Soul Calibur 6. I hate to say it, I really do. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. This game, I've been playing Soul Calibur ever since Soul Calibur 2. My first foray into the scene was the console version of Soul Calibur 2, specifically on the GameCube, that had Link as a playable character. That was a must-have for any Nintendo fan. Not only was it third-party support, but it was a pretty good fighting game in a somewhat newer franchise. It was a really well done port, and they spread the love around. You know, I remember Spawn being in the Xbox version, and what's his name, Hayachi from Tekken being in the PlayStation 2 version. That was really cool, but of course the best version was Link, because it was fucking Link. And it worked really well, and I fell in love with the series right then and there. It was a shame Soul Calibur 3 never came out on the GameCube, but that's all history. I played 3 for a little bit. Soul Calibur 4 was another big one that came out on the 360 PS3 era. I was never heavily into Soul Calibur like I was back with Soul Calibur 2, but really loved 4 as well. 5, I played a little bit of 5. I remember liking it. I think that was the one with Ezio in it. Number 4 was the Star Wars characters. But I had fun with the games. I really liked them. They always did a really good job with story, and that is where this one falls flat to me. This is where Soul Calibur 6 fell apart. The mechanics and the fighting were fun. I liked what they were doing. The games have always been highly customizable. It is literally like as deep as an ocean with the mechanics on this one. I'm not going heavily into it because it's the last one on my list, but where this game really falls short is the story. They have your classic arcade mode and stuff, but they have an actual story mode in this game, an actual canon, go through the game, beat it mode, which I'm sure they felt pressure to do with the likes of Injustice and Mortal Kombat, and the way some of these story modes are being told in fighting games. This one, this isn't even half-assed. This is like a quarter of a butt cheek. This is bare bones story. They splice together a lazy ass text read 'em, barely voiced, like PS1 JRPG bullshit together. It was just poorly done, and the game makes you pick, just, you don't get to play the characters you want to play as. It was just done really poorly. It was done very poorly, and I guess there's like a different variant depending on which person you pick. I don't know. It was just done very poorly. I didn't like it at all, and you played a series of battles that were honestly too easy, and just, it didn't represent the series whatsoever. This is the thing that honestly, I wish I never played the story mode in this game. It ruined it for me. I'm sure underneath it all there was really good mechanics, but after I was done with this thing, I didn't want to explore anything else. I think I played a game online. I won it, by the way, but this game is... Soul Calibur is a shadow of what it used to be, what it stood for, what it represented. I remember going through all the different modes and completing the index and unlocking all the weapons and the characters and the variants. I got none of that here. It's there, but it feels hidden. I didn't know what to click. The menu was a mess. And the story mode, like I said, and the story was just a retelling of the original game's events, which was very lazy. It's not, up to date in the mythos of it all. It just sucked. I did not like it at all, and that's why it's number 53 on this list. Number 52, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2. This game, I'm not gonna lie, this game is highly liked by a lot of people, especially a lot of people in my circles. Well, I mean, I played and beat it. I didn't just throw it in on a whim. I liked the first one. I loved the first one. This one... This one kind of broke my heart a little bit. There was a couple of games on this list. I'm going to talk about the other one here in a second, but I am really done with this shit. I hate lazy development. I really do. And this game was pieced together and thrown out there by Inti Creates. Just, I mean, they're good at what they do. If anyone could piece together a pixelated, high-quality platformer and just toss it out there in a 6-month turnover and have it be successful, these guys could do it. But they have gotten lazy. They really have. They've never been my absolute favorite in terms of their, games. They do the Shantae games. They did that side-scrolling Blood Rain game I like. They did the first one. Decent games. They've never been my favorite, but they've always been decent. This one, high quality, but they threw it together quickly, and it was lazy. Let me explain. I don't have a problem with the art style, or the story they were trying to tell, or the gameplay. All that was top-notch. Very formulaic. I actually liked a lot about this one, more so than I did the first one. They have a lot more characters to switch up, and it was nice. I really did dig it. Here's where the problem comes in. There's 5 fucking levels. There's 5 fucking levels, I think. Or there's like 8. A couple of them aren't real levels. They're just like a cutscene in a boss fight. But there's like 5 fucking levels in this game, right? I would have been fine if this game was one and done, and then you beat the game. But they try to elongate gameplay and keep you engaged by padding it. I am not a fan of padding. Everybody talks about these big open world games with endless side quests and content that isn't meaningful and doesn't respect the player's time. I totally get that. I'm a little bit more blind to that because I do all these side quests and tasks in these big open world games. I always put in like 100+ hours in any... I haven't played an open world game where I put in 50 hours into. I haven't done that in a really long time. I always put in I dump like 100+ hours into these games because I go out of my way to get all the side content, and it keeps me engaged and I like it. But at least I could recognize and understand that that's padding. They do the same thing in these smaller games. These smaller games should have no padding. None. But they do. And how they do it is they make you play through the fucking game again. Hades is a good example. I played that game last year. I ranked it really low because I could not abide by the padding in that game. That game had 4 levels, and it was a wild ride from beginning to end, but then after that, the game literally makes you do it 10 more times with difficulty modifiers. I am not a fan of that. I will always speak out against that. From the bottom of my heart, I hate that shit. I would rather play a mediocre game with no padding than this shit. I had a hell of a time playing this until I got to the end. I kept hearing that there's like a chapter 2. When I beat the game, and I'm putting this down as a beat, I beat the game. I didn't beat the story though. I got through the first part. And then when I got to the second part, the game literally was like, play through the levels again, just kind of remixed. And you don't have the best character in the game now. What? That shit is unforgivable, and it enrages me. This would be at the bottom of my list if it wasn't for Soul Calibur barely edging it out with its poor story and just an absolute letdown of the game. This is another letdown of the game. I'm not going to talk too great of detail of, all the things I did like about it. Gameplay was snappy. It was challenging. I actually bumped it down to... I was playing at the normal difficulty level, and then at level, a couple levels in, I was like, I gotta bump this down a little bit. It's too hardcore for me. I gotta be honest. But I do like the challenging difficulty. I love the pixel art. I love the Castlevania 3 NES vibe this thing was going for. I liked everything about it, and then I got to the end. I was like, really? Is that the end of this game? And then the story just shat in my face, and then it started me over at level 1. Just the only difference is that it gave you a different bullshit cutscene pretending like the story was going on longer, but it's the same fucking level. I went through and I beat the whole first level again. I think there was like a different path I took, but it was the same fucking level, same enemy variants and everything, just stronger versions. And then they had like a remixed boss. But my god, this is asset flip the game. They asset flipped the fucking first part of the game and made it awful. Awful fucking shit. I do not stand by and give this shit a pass. And you shouldn't either. Alright, I think we're done with our awful, hate experiences where I just massively dock games for being just disappointing bullshit. But we're still here at the bottom of the barrel with number 51, Death's Door. Death's Door was just an okay game. It was just an okay game. I'm not going to massively shit on it. I will say, though, it's highly overrated. I remember when this thing came out, everybody was saying, it's their low-key game of the year. It's a fantastic indie game, very artsy and blah, 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 blah. It looked cool. I thought it was cool. It was a timed exclusive on the Xbox, and then it came, I think, to PlayStation like 3 months later. I thought it was okay. I just thought it was okay. Like I said, I'm not going to massively shit on it, but I don't have massive praise for it either. It's a very paint-by-numbers game. It's got a pretty good indie art style, top-down, Zelda-like game. Got kind of roguelike elements to it, but it's not really. It's very straightforward and scripted. The things I did like about it is it wasn't just a mess of what am I doing here. It had a very distinctive beginning, middle, and end. You progress, you get power-ups and upgrades, you get stronger, you beat bosses, you get to the end, you win, credits roll. Thank you very much, thank God. My problem with this is it was just mediocre. It was just mediocre. I thought the concept was cool. You play as a... So, death in this game... I thought the story was actually pretty cool. I'm going to spoil it here. If you don't want it spoiled, just skip to the next game. But I'm going to spoil this shit. Fair warning. The concept of death in this game is... There isn't death. There is a collection of death dealers. Death, the Grim Reaper, is a job. And there's multiple people who do this job. And it's an actual organization. And it's ruled over by an omnipresence god figure. And this god figure has kind of cheated death and broken reality and just the concept of death and souls and how it's used for an energy source. A lot of Doom vibes. A lot of Doom vibes here. Very cool in this artsy setup. I dug the story a lot. I actually dug the story a lot. It hit all the right marks. It's a Zelda-style top-down game, snappy combat, but just it was so boring. It was so boring. There was a lot of meandering around, trying to figure out where to go. The maps weren't terribly huge. There wasn't tons of places to explore. You hit dead ends and stone walls all the time. That's really what hurt the game, is you're in this maze-like labyrinth with literally only one way you could go. And then you always circle back around to blocked off areas and unlock them so you could get through easier, but it's very pointless since you're not constantly backtracking back and forth through these areas anyway, because there's nothing left to explore and to collect. Aside from a couple of things. It was very slow-paced and boring, and it just wasn't built out very well. It was just a mediocre game. I was debating whether or not I would just drop this thing, because I just wasn't having that much fun. Like I said, it's not a bad game, but I literally played and enjoyed 50 other games this year, and this ain't it, Chief. Number 50 on my list is Gnome's Garden 2. I'm just gonna say it. This is a bad game that I didn't hate. I found these games years ago on an Xbox sale. Every once in a while they'll do like an achievement sale for like easy achievement games to bolster your gamer score and stuff like that. I am not a I mean, I played Avatar back on the 360 days. Guilty. Guilty. But I've kind of stepped away from that. Gamer score doesn't mean that much to me. It's just more of a snapshot of my history as a gamer, at least on the Xbox side of things. But I'm not a fan of, like, gathering these easy bullshit games to bolster your gamer score. But every once in a while there's a sale, and I always check them out because there's always a diamond in the rough hidden amongst all these. And yeah, there's shitty games for sure, but there's some cool little indie games, and not gonna lie, mobile trash games that are ported over to console. Some of them are done pretty well. Some of them are done actually pretty well. Actually, one of the top games on my list is a shitty browser game that was ported over to PC and console not too long ago. So you can find some good ones in here every once in a while. Anyway, Gnome's Garden, the franchise. I found this on one of these sales, and I was browsing through these shitty games, picking out one. I think I picked up Tiles, and I picked up another like puzzle one. These are good for your little puzzle games. I like puzzle games, so I saw this, and it looked like one of those pseudo strategy games where you're moving the character around and collecting resources, and you got to do it in a fast enough time. And they give you a bunch of levels, and you get the, what are they called? Like the 3 games, the 3-star games, where you do good and you get 3 stars. The girl games. Yeah, I thought it looked okay, and it was like $1.50, so I picked it up. And I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. So this one got on sale on the last sale. I think all of them went on sale, and I picked up all of them for like $1.50. So I finally got around to playing the second one, Gnome's Garden 2. Like I said, I enjoyed it enough. I'm not gonna rave about it, but it's one of those stupid resource games where you just click. They even have the shitty mouse controls for the thumbstick. It's not a very good port at all, but it's such a simplistic game. It works. Not a hard game at all. Maybe a little hard to go through and get 3 stars on every single fucking level to, actually complete the game, but I got through all 50 levels, beat it, got the achievement. I think they started, it could be in my imagination, but I could swear that they repeated some of the exact same levels from the first game. The exact same levels. I don't know. It all kind of became a blur, but I enjoyed my time with it. It's a very just zone-out game. You just sit there when you need a refresher or just something to take your mind off shit. You just sit back, relax, and play this stupid fucking thing. It did its job, and it did its job well. Was it done terribly well? Is it the best game? No, but I did enjoy it more than, that last boring game we talked about, and that slap in the face before then, and that shitty fucking story game before then. Like, there's bad games and games that just, insult you. And then there's games like this. It's not insulting at all. It's not the best game. It might not even be a good game, but it's a combination of just getting the job done and letting me waste my time in the way I do. And hell, I'm not gonna lie, I like these stupid little pseudo-strategy, tactical type of map-moving, resource-gathering games. I'm sorry, I like them. Guilty. So, number 50, Gnome's Garden 2. Number 49, this one made me mad. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Good game. Pains me to say so. Good game. The low scoring on this one comes from my disappointment more than anything else. Just like Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2, I alluded to another game that got lazy and didn't respect your time and flipped assets. This is it. This is the other game. Really good game, though. Really good game. I had an absolute blast playing it from beginning to end. It was just too damn short. I literally would have respected this game more if it just fucking ended on that final level and just gave me the ending and said, okay, thank you for playing. Although it would have to be priced a little bit cheaper as well, because, yeah. This game is another one of those games that doesn't respect the player's time. It's a little shorter than it should be. There's something like 5 levels in this game, right? And they do all these tricks and workarounds to pad it out and elongate it, and I hate that. I absolutely hate it. There's 2 levels. I think it's level 1. I think it's the first 2 levels, level 1 and level 2. Maybe the first 3. But like the first 2 levels, the game gives you an option to pick one of 2 levels. You could pick level A or level B. And then you move on to level 2, and then you could pick level C or level D. And that's kind of cool. I thought the whole game was going to go through like that, but it didn't. It's only like 2 or 3 levels it does that. My gripe there is, why not just make them levels and force you to play it, you know? If you really, you know what I mean? Like, you made the level. Instead of having it be this weird optional thing to, I guess, keep the campaign shorter, make it an actual level. Make this game a fucking 15-level thing. Make me go through all of the levels. Because the levels are really designed well. They're all remixes and remakes of classic Ghosts and Goblins level. We got classic remakes of the original Ghosts and Goblins, Super Ghosts and Goblins for the Super Nintendo, and Super Ghouls and Ghosts for, or I think it's Super... There's another one for the Sega, and it's not just the Sega Genesis port of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. It is its own separate entry with different levels in it and shit like that. They have ports of all the levels, not every level, but levels from all the games. And it's done really cool in an art style that represents the original NES game. This game has tons of art, tons of character, great music, and they added a lot of gameplay mechanics to it, and magic and stuff like that, and it's brutally hard. Brutally fucking hard. I think I went through and I played it on the 3-hit mode. You take 3 hits before dying. I had a lot of fun with this game until I got to the end. And when I did get to the end, I thought, is that it? You know? I would have liked to play more game. I would have liked to play those other optional levels. Why not just do that? So I played through and I beat it, and then it gave me the shitty ending, and the game literally goes, oh, play it again in inverted mode. And it's like, I think it's called night mode or something like that. You press a button and it turns it dark, and it's a difficulty modifier. It drastically increases the difficulty of any given level. They just put a bunch of bullshit in it to make your life a living hell. That's basically it. But that's dumb. That's fucking dumb. Give me a new level, one that's actually harder, not this bullshit. That would be dumb. But yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't respect that. I'm going a little bit easier on this game than I did Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2, because this game was done a lot better, in my opinion, and I'm not going to say this is a bad game. It was actually a very good game, and it doesn't seem like a lot of people are that upset over this thing, even though I think you should be. I think you should be, and you should shout this shit from the rooftops, because if more people did, the developers wouldn't pull this bullshit. Whatever. We'll keep getting Hades and Hades 2, which I'm not playing. But Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, I did have a fun time with it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm massively docking this game for not respecting my time and being lazy with the gameplay and just rehashing the same. Oh, hey, play the whole game again on modified difficulty. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fucking fan of that. Those 3 optional levels, they could have just made them actual levels. Made this game go from a 7-level game to a 10-level game without skipping. From beginning to end, tell the complete story and give you the final ending and everything within that for beating it, and just maybe lower the price $5 fucking bucks. Make it a $25 game on sale for like $12 bucks or something like that. Instead, it's like what, like a $40 game? I think I got it on sale for like 15 bucks or something like that. I don't remember. Just a little bit too rich for my blood for pulling all this bullshit. If you're gonna do that for this type of thing, I mean, thank God it's not a $70 game, but what do you want, a fucking pat on the back? You want a fucking pat on the back? Nah, man, you gotta call this shit out. It was a fun game, but it left a huge shit. Just a sour taste in my mouth. I was sucking on that fucking turd hardcore at the end of this fucking playthrough. And, it did not respect my time. Killzone Shadowfall number 48. I finally got through and played this. I think this was a PS4 launch title. Might be thinking, why the fuck did you play that? And how did it take you so long? Well, the answer to that is as follows. I'm doing a project right now, and I'm in the middle of it. I was planning on getting through this project by the end of this year. That didn't happen, but I'm almost there at the end. I'm planning on going through and playing and beating all of my physical backlog games that I have for the previous generation. So all my physical, all the dingleberries left over, all the physical games on my Xbox One and PlayStation 4, games that I bought physically that I never got through and played, because I'm almost all digital right now. That is the goal. I'll probably go all digital with PlayStation next generation, and with the Nintendo after that. But as of right now, I'm trying to go all digital, and part of that is going through and playing and beating all my physical games. Not absolutely all of them. There's some of them I looked at and I'm like, I'm never gonna get to you. Sorry, bro. But this was one of the holdovers. This is one of the early games I got for the PS4 physically, and I never got around to it. Of course, I saw all the reviews saying how bad it was and everything. It was never thoroughly explained. I've watched reviews and all they say it was just boring, or they didn't really explain why it was so bad. I'll tell you why it was bad. I'll tell you exactly why. But that's the reason why I didn't get to this thing until so much later. I will say this, though, the game is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It just wasn't. It wasn't this horrible, terrible game. I played through it and I beat it, and at the end I would say I had a decent enough time. Was I glad to be done with it? Yes. Yes, I was. The game I played after this was another PS4 holdover. I was actually going to skip this next one, but I decided, you know what, if I could play through a game like Shadowfall, I could play through a game like Infamous Second Son. Boy, am I glad I did that, because I actually loved Infamous Second Son. But that's later on the list. Spoiler alert! Killzone Shadowfall, it's a tech demo. It's one of those tech demo games that were designed to look pretty and showcase the hardware at the beginning of a generation. This is Ratchet and Clank, a Rift Apart or a Rift in Time or whatever the fuck it's called. It's a showcase console seller. It's not a great game. And the gripes with it are a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. And C and D and E and so forth and so on. It's a little bit of everything. Death by 1,000 cuts. First of all, there's a lot of shit going on with the graphics and the lighting. While very artistic, and I did like it, it worked against you in a lot of cases. It became annoying when you're aiming down the sights, trying to shoot people and fucking lens flare and flashlights are in your face, trying to figure out where to go, and it's just working against you. That didn't work out very well. Art style in general is kind of good, though. I liked it. These are the same fucking dudes who made the Horizon games, Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. I haven't played Forbidden West, though, but Horizon Zero Dawn I played last year. That was one of my games of the year, personally. I got to that one late, too. Fucking fantastic game. But this one, you could see some of the DNA in that game in Killzone Shadowfall. I didn't like the open world levels. I really wish this game was just linear. The levels I enjoyed the most were your more linear ones, where you're like up on the scaffolding and you're making your way through the level and you're stealthily picking people off here and there. There was definitely some levels where, you know, you got into the groove of it and it felt good. But overall, the art style and the graphics and the lens flare, it worked against you. They were confused just with game design. I didn't really know what the game wanted me to do. That first level where it's like open world, it really felt like you were going to be playing something special and amazing, but it didn't deliver. There was still a lot of like backtracking and going back and forth in what was supposed to be an open world. It wasn't realized all that well. And to be honest, the shooting was... I'm done with these janky, generations old first-person shooters that don't really control all that well. I recently replayed Turok 1 and 2, the ports, mind you, but I recently played through those with just slightly updated controls. That felt phenomenal compared to something like this. It's just in that weird, janky PlayStation shooter era of games that they seem to have stepped away from since then, but it just wasn't that great of a game. The story didn't make sense, the ending sucked, the characters weren't very likable at all, and just it was a showcase game made to showcase the hardware, and in the end it just wasn't that great of a game. But I still did have some enjoyment out of it, and there were still some good moments in the game that I liked. Like the grappling hook thing. They had a really good concept. They just needed to build it out a little bit more. And they did exactly that with Horizon Zero Dawn. They actually made a fully open world with traversal and gadgets and stuff. So this is like a precursor to that. And I'm so glad that they just kept going with that. I'm so glad that we have Horizon. But Killzone, this is the one and only game in the Killzone franchise I ever played, and sorry to say, it's Shadowfall. I didn't hate the game, I really didn't. I tempered my expectations a bit before playing, but I decided to go through and finish it up anyway. I didn't have a terrible time with it. That one fucking level, though, that fucking wingsuit level where you're falling down, oh my fucking god, I died like 50 fucking times in a row and had to restart. I literally died a couple of times as the game was fading in. Oh my god, it's fucking horrible. Jesus Christ. I'd like to take the time and congratulate everyone. We got through it. We got through, I think, what are officially the bad games. That is behind us now. Now we can move into the mediocre territory. Starting with number 47, XO1. This is not a bad game. It's a mediocre game, but I think we're done with the truly bad experiences. XO1 is a kind of a proof of concept. It looked really different. It looked really cool. I knew it wasn't going to be my game of the year, but I was hoping it could surprise me. In the end, it didn't surprise me. It was just kind of a fun, novel game I really enjoyed. I was glad when it was finally over, but this could have been better, but the physics were okay. XO1 is a game where you play as a UFO. You play as a UFO, you play as some sort of metallic craft, and the gimmick of this game is your momentum and your speed and the gravity of your craft is influenced by the others. Your speed is influenced by the shape and the form you take. The shape and the form you take dictates the physics of the thing, and your speed and whatnot, and it turns into this triangle game where you're trying to gain speed by increasing your gravity, and you're trying to roll across the ground at high speeds and shoot off little ledges, kind of like Sonic going over a ramp or something like that. And then you change your shape in midair to glide to get great height, and then as the peak of your height goes, you change your shape again and dive, and you hit the ground, preferably at a ramp, to go really fast, and rinse and repeat, and you're kind of kick flipping off of things and sliding around in this huge, and I mean huge, vast open world planets, and you're just trying to get from point A to point B. The goal is like you go into like this light tunnel, and it speeds you up, and you shoot off into outer space, and you go to the next level. It's level based. It was fun, very cool concept, but just doing that over and over again, it does get kind of boring. By the end of the game, I was like, okay, let's get through these last couple of levels and roll the credits and move on. But I don't have that much shit to talk about this game. This game would have been better without the story, though. This game, they felt the need to include this weird, stupid story that's trying to be ominous, a couple of lines of text, and something about a female astronaut and reaching out, and I don't care. I don't fucking care. It's stupid. And there's these weird collectibles you get that show like flashbacks of like children's doll or something. This game literally would be better. This game literally would be higher up on my list if they completely dropped the story and just had level 1, level 2, right? That's all they had to do. Because they had the gameplay mechanics, they had the physics, that was fun, it was very novel. More novel than fun, you know, after that. I got into a fight with my wife over this game. I got into a fight with her. She was on her period or something. But I was like, hey, try this game. It's kind of... It wasn't good enough for her for me to recommend her play through and beat the game. And she doesn't like to play on... she doesn't like to start a game because... and earn achievements and shit on it. If she doesn't like it, then she's like me in that sense. She doesn't want to play a game, earn an achievement or two, not like it, and then have that be on her fucking gamer tag for the rest of eternity. So she would rather like not play it at all. So I had her replay like level 1 on my profile, and she was just in a fucking mood. Usually she was like, okay, yeah, I'll play it, but she just was like, no, I don't want to touch it. Blah, blah. It's like, what the hell? Just fucking try it for a minute. Like, what the hell? And then she did, and she's like screaming at me and the game the whole time. I cracked a joke about how she was doing bad and she lost it. So ever since then, Stacy! I'm talking about your favorite game in the world right now. She's getting up off the couch. I'm talking about XO1, your favorite game in the world.
Fuck that game. Now you spoke the baby.
Yeah, so... not the best game in the world, even though it's her favorite game of all time. Yeah, the game would have been better without the stupid story stuff. It was pretty novel, and gameplay-wise, it was fun, but it's fun in short bursts. After you play a couple of levels, you kind of get it, and you don't really need the game to go on any longer. I will give the game kudos, though, because late in the game, they start throwing different things at you. You're on different planets that have different laws of physics, like the gravity is higher or lower in some cases. My favorite level was a set of asteroids. You weren't on an actual planet, you were on asteroids. So when you're close to the asteroids, you were around its gravity. You could literally launch off the asteroid, revolve around the asteroid, and then come back down again. And you needed enough velocity to escape the gravity of the asteroid, go into the gravity of another asteroid and land on there. That was pretty cool. It was actually pretty tough trying to get enough speed to launch yourself and escape velocity of the gravity of the asteroid to the other one, but that one was pretty fun. That was probably my favorite level. But yeah, I talked about this game enough. Not a bad game. Pretty fun in short doses. I do recommend you give it a try. Don't necessarily recommend that you stick around long enough to beat it, unless you're into beating all your games like I am. But this game, more than anything, was just novel. And that's okay. That's okay too. We need more games like this that are just games that you gotta try, even if it's just for 60 seconds. You know, it's fine. But what really prevents this thing from being higher up on the list is that it loses its charm very quickly. After you play a level or two, you get it. And the needless story was just fucking retarded. No one needs that shit. Number 46 is House of Ashes. Again, not a terrible game. This one's a little... God damn, I got like fucking hair in my eye. This is a weird one. This would have been lower on the list. And... okay, so it goes both ways. There's games I like, but I massively dock it by inserting bullshit into their own game. It's like, I'm not doing that. And then there's games that maybe aren't the best games, or even good games, but I'll bump it up if you do the shit I like. And this is one of them. I was really excited going into this game because I'm a fan of the Dark Pictures anthology. I've been playing through them. The last one just released in Season 1. I'm going to get that, and I'm going to be playing that probably in Shocktober next year, but this is the latest one I played through, and I just didn't like it as much as the others. I just didn't. And yeah, there's not tons to say about it. It goes on and on. It really doesn't respect the player's time. The worst part about this game is that there just wasn't anything going on. It was a combination of it being really boring, and the game just, you know that the game was just dicking around and trying too hard to establish a relationship between several characters, when I don't care. I want to know what the monsters are and what they're doing and why are they killing people and what's going on, like the mystery of it all. I wanted to get to it, and the game didn't spend enough time telling me what was going on. It just focused on just whether or not like a certain couple were going to be together or not. I don't care about that shit. I mean, that's cool on the side as something extra, like banter between characters as you're like, that's fine, but the game just dicked around the whole time while it tried to tell some sort of intimate story between characters. And it tried to tell this weird love triangle. Just the most predictable love triangle in modern era. Of course it's going to involve 2 white people and 1 black person. Of course the cuck is going to be the white guy. Of course the most horrible fucking bitch out of the 3 is gonna be the wife. Like, of course. So predictable. They always make these people so fucking shitty. So fucking shitty. Anyway, I really didn't like much of anything about this game. But the reason why I bumped it up a little bit is because in the last, I don't know, act of the game, I don't really know exactly how long this game is. It felt like it dragged on forever. But in the final, like, act of the game, I blazed through because I had a lot of fun. When you finally figure out what's going on, when you finally figure out the twist, and you come to that conclusion yourself before the game actually tells you what's going on, it's wild. I really dug that shit, and that is what pulled this game out of the bad into the okay for me. It's by far my... Actually, it's not. My least favorite Dark Pictures anthology game is The Man of Medan. I didn't like that one. But this one, it's... I feel like there's two teams making these games. I feel like this was done by the Man of Medan team. You know, the game just dicked around and focused way too much on the character relationships, which is the least important thing in one of these horror stories. I know it's a vital part of them, but it just wasn't as good as the previous year's game. It wasn't as good as Little Hope. But it did pull itself out of the muck and the mire in the final act. I don't want to spoil anything, but it was really good. I really loved that twist. And you just had a whole new perspective on everything after that twist. Suddenly, all the character relationships and shit didn't fucking matter anymore. After things were explained, you just completely flip mentally, both on the player side and the characters in the game. They're trying to survive and they're trying to do something, and they're all confused and they don't got their shit together, and the whole game plays out like that. And then the switch, then the flip, and I really loved it. I thought it was really cool. Suddenly, the things that you thought mattered don't anymore, and now your goals have changed, and everyone's working together, and it came together really cool. I really enjoyed that. I really fucking enjoyed that. I thought it was awesome. But was it enough to have this game higher up on my list? No. It still didn't respect my time and dicked around way too much, and it was not a very good game compared to some of the other games the developer makes. What were the name of the developers again? Who gives a fuck? Number 45, Tetris Effect. I don't know, man. My biggest thing I want to say about this game is that it is not the fucking second coming of Christ. I've heard people talk about how this is like a religious experience. Mostly people who don't have religion. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people talk about this game, just gushing over how amazing it is and blah 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 in their top 10 PS4 game lists and stuff like that. It's not. It's just Tetris. It's just Tetris. I'm sorry. It's just Tetris. Tetris is good. You want to know an amazing Tetris game? Tetris DS. Tetris DS with all the pixel art and a tribute to Nintendo and pixel art and the music. Oh, that game was so amazing. It had an added puzzle mode. They added other new modes to it. It had versus. That was an amazing game. That was an amazing Tetris game. Tetris Effect? It's just Tetris. It's just Tetris. Gotta be honest though, I was vibing to the shit. You know, they try to make it... This is a hard one to critique in 2022 because of social justice and identity politics. I try to stay away from that. That sort of shit turns me off, to be honest. But in this game, they really tried to represent different cultures and stuff, and, you know, have music and imagery that went along with that stuff. And like they did like a Norwegian windmill background. It was cool. It was cool. And, you know, they had some beats going on. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie, I was vibing with some of the fucking Tetris shit, working up my scores, and it was fun. It was fun. It was a cool new twist on the same old game. And I don't have any shit to talk about Tetris because Tetris is really good, but it is not the second coming of Christ. It's just Tetris with a lot of flashing lights. And really, that's all it was to me. Tetris is always a good romp. I played through like the story mode thing. That was kind of cool. I did appreciate that. I do appreciate an added story mode or any sort of like campaign mode on top of your traditional arcade score chaser in fighting games and puzzle games and what have you. Sometimes they're done really well, sometimes they're done really shitty, like in Soul Calibur 6. That was just tacked on, and honestly, the game would have been better if it wasn't there at all. But it was done okay in this one. It could have been done better, to be honest, but it wasn't terrible. I enjoyed the game, but in the end, it's just Tetris with a lot of flashing lights. Play this thing for sure, though, in a dark room, the best possible way, like I did. Play it in a dark room, at night, with your big OLED 4K TV, with headphones on. That is definitely the most optimal way to play it. You'll be on sensory overload, though. A lot of flashing lights, and the lights just illuminate the entire space you're in with the headphones on. It's really a thing, but it gets quick, fast, sensory overload. You can't play more than a couple levels. I think it only took me maybe 2, maybe 3 hours to go through the whole story mode on this thing and beat it. I did not do it in one sitting. I sat down and played maybe for like 20, 25 minutes at a time. Because after a couple matches, it's like, okay, I'm done. Because, again, sensory overload. Not a bad thing. It just drastically cuts down how long you could play in a single sitting. Granted, I did not play this thing on PSVR. This thing would have been great in the VR mode, but I just played it on console with a controller. Decent game. What was it, number 45? Yeah. Nothing really else much to say about it. Number 44, Team Sonic Racing. This is a weird area that I'm going to be going through with my games here, because they're either just mediocre games that weren't bad enough to rank lower, or they were truly mixed bag of good shit, but with enough bad shit mixed in that, I don't know, these are kind of tough, but Team Sonic Racing is one of those games. This one is a bad game with a good formula, and that's all I really have to say about it. Of course, I went through way more in depth with all of these games and talked about all the ins and outs on exactly why you should avoid it, what were the good things about it. This game, where it really fell short, was its story mode. They kind of stepped away from your more arcade delivery service of how they gave you the main game and the main way to play, the main way to go through and beat it. I think the first one is by far my favorite one. It's like a champion mode. You go through the shit on the different difficulties, and it was great. The second one, Sonic, I think it was called Sega and Sonic Racing Transformed. That was a fun one too. Not as good as the first, but these games have been declining with each iteration, and the decline was fast. The first one, Sega and Sonic All-Stars Racing, was arguably the best kart racer in the modern time. I think it was going up against Mario Kart Wii at the time. This was better than Mario Kart. For a small, brief window during the Wii era. Sonic and Sega Racing was the champions of the genre. And then there was a big decline with the second one, Sonic and Sega Racing Transformed. They had a cool little gimmick there, but it was nothing more than just a gimmick. What really shined was how they transformed the levels and how the levels themselves were able to do different things now that your vehicle could fly or whatnot. They were the king of racers during the Wii era, but they copied the Nintendo kart racers, Mario Kart, from that era with how you could like transform and fly. they copied that with this second one, and I think it was a bad choice, because they were already kings in my eyes. And so you saw a steady decline, and then finally we get here with, sorry for the history lesson, and finally we get here with, what was this called? Team Sonic Racing, the third one. And the racing itself was fine. The racing itself was fine, but this was another lazy, phoned-in game. They just didn't put forth the effort, and you could really see how they wanted to do their own thing in the kart racing genre and finally make like a Sonic kart racer. And it wasn't just based on Sonic, it was a celebration of Sega. They had Alex Kidd in there, and they had a bunch of weird, wacky characters from the Sega franchises that I've never heard of, and it really had its own identity. They had Samba de Amigo in there. Just a legendary game and real tight controls, just a really awesome kart racer. And then they just copied Mario Kart with gimmicks. And then finally we got to this one, and it was really phoned in. The races, the tracks themselves, there was a small set of them. There just wasn't enough. They started repeating the tracks in like the story mode, and the story mode itself sucked. At first it was kind of cool. They had like this open world map, kind of like a Mario Brothers 3 style map where you could pick where you want to go and stuff, but most of it was filler. Most of it was, you know, locked behind stars. You had to get a certain number of stars in order to go in that direction, so you couldn't go in there anyway. You had to like earn more later in the campaign and then go back and get them, which I had no interest in doing. And then there was a couple of like optional areas which I just skipped because I just wasn't having enough fun with the game to want to do extra stuff. And so there was a lot of filler in this game, just for no reason. I, for the most part, just beelined straight through the main campaign, and there was way too much there. The campaign was way too long. I much would have rather played a tight arcade-style single-player game. In my last one, like with Tetris Effect, I talked about how I really enjoy them adding like a story mode to these traditional arcade-style games. And I do, if they're done well. This one was not done well. I would have wished... You know the game isn't the greatest when you wish that they didn't try to do all the extra stuff, because they failed miserably at it. You only get credit. You only get points if you do it well. You don't get credit for trying and failing, because the fact of the matter here is they didn't try. They didn't try. They phoned it in. They got lazy. They copied. And it shows. It shows. The story mode sucked. They were repeating levels. Even the story itself was nonsensical. It was just literally text on a screen you could skip. There was no awesome cutscenes. And it was just needless and padding and needless and padding. I much would have appreciated it and respect if it was just a tighter, shorter arcade experience. Yes, you do get credit for trying to add like a cool story or something like that, but only if it's executed well. Team Sonic Racing, the gameplay was good. I liked the way it controlled and felt. I had genuine fun playing through it, but the story, the single player campaign, whatever it is you want to call it, it blew. It just fucking blew. I really wish we would have gone back to how it was before that. And on top of that, the whole tag team thing was poorly implemented. You had to find all these weird workarounds and ways to do it for it to make sense. And if you win in first, there's no guarantee that your team is going to win, because you're reliant on computer team players. It would have been really, really, really cool as a team-based multiplayer mode, like online, with a group of friends, where you're all pulling your own weight and stuff. That would be cool, but playing solo in a campaign, forced to play with other computer-controlled characters, not fun at all. In the end, it was... The racing, the driving was fine. I had fun just doing that, as long as I was able to push everything else out of my mind, but in the end, it just wasn't that great of a game. But they do have the racing down pretty good. That at least was fun, but thank God it was as short as it was. Number 43, Mega Man 11. Like I said earlier, we're getting to weird territory. All these games are either truly mixed, they got some good shit I really love in them, with a lot of bad shit mixed in, or they're just mediocre games. And this one is the latter. This is just a mediocre game. I was excited to play this one. Just the concept of a new classic Mega Man game. I'm a huge Mega Man fan. Huge. I played and beat now every single mainline Mega Man game. 1 through 11. Plus Mega Man and Base, which is the real Mega Man 10. And Mega Man 5, Roman numeral 5 for the Game Boy, which is a completely separate entry. I played them all, beat them all, and I love them, almost love them all. This was a terribly mediocre game with a lot of missteps. The level design was mediocre. A good example of a game that really pulled out the stops and did some crazy stuff. Mega Man has always been a series where they put a lot of emphasis on many different aspects. The music, not all of them hit hard. Not all of them hit hard. But the music has always been phenomenal for the most part. The level design has always been great. The character design, hit or miss, but, you know, overall general aesthetic of the character designs and the artists and the art style and the robot masters in general. You got some good ones and some bad ones. Good and bad games when it comes to that. But overall, the general aesthetic has always been really good. The series prides itself on all of these things, and this one, I gotta be honest, this one missed the mark. This has gotta be the worst Mega Man game that missed the mark on every occasion, on all 3 points of why I like Mega Man. Let's go through all 3. The music. The music was there was a couple of bangers in there. I can't hear them in my head right now, thinking back on anything. But the music was terribly mediocre. Didn't give a shit about the music. Mega Man has always been about those fucking NES chiptune techno beats, and you didn't really get it with this one. Gameplay wise, the dual gear system felt like a gimmick. It wasn't really utilized all that well. You became too heavily reliant on it as kind of like a cheat system, and it made a weird difficulty balance. The game was like way too easy with it and very impassable without it. The game, it wasn't a good system. And level design, it was very mediocre. Same old tricks. Every level there was some segment where like, oh, I remember playing this in Mega Man 2. Oh, I remember when they did this in Mega Man 3. Nothing was truly innovative, just bullshit. And it was just a mediocre game. A mediocre game. Oh, and then let's talk about the art style. Let's talk about the art style. It's okay if you want to do a more modern art style. Something that has actual art in it, not pixel graphics. Although I'm a big fan of the pixel stuff. You know me. I am not afraid of trying out a new art style that forgoes the pixel art. A good example would be Rogue Legacy. I really love the Rogue Legacy games. They're some of my favorite games. The first Rogue Legacy, I think that came out in 2011. One of my favorite games, one of my favorite roguelikes. It had horrible pixel art, even though I am generally a fan of pixel art. With the sequel, they had an actual artist, hand-drawn art. Fucking gorgeous. Mega Man 11 is not gorgeous. Mega Man 11 is kind of horrendous. Very cheap, and it is... I've even heard some people say that Mighty Number 9 did it better, both gameplay-wise and aesthetically. So, not a fan of this game. It was a huge letdown, and while I am talking and taking a massive dump on it right now, you would think it would be lower on my list. And the reason why it's not is, while massively disappointed, it's still Mega Man. And as we can now see, shitty Mega Man is still a somewhat decent game. I did have fun with it. I enjoyed the bridging of the gap in the storyline. It really seemed like they wanted this one to be the final entry in classic Mega Man. I'm sure they won't. I'm sure in future they'll make a future entry at some point just because they don't want the series to die. But in terms of story, this could be the last one. The thing that finally bridges the gap between Mega Man and Mega Man X, and that 50 to 100 year time period in between that, which I appreciated. That might just be me, kind of picking and choosing things and seeing things that don't exist, but as a longtime Mega Man fan, this one did not hit home for me at all. But like I said before, shitty Mega Man, still decent Mega Man. Number 42 on the list is Trine to Complete Story. Not the complete story, just complete story. Is this a Euro dev that does the Trine games? They must be. They must be. Trine, I've played this game before back on the 360 port, and I always thought, what is my cat going nuts about? I always thought it was weird because Trine 1 never came, that was never ported. Recently they ported all of these in a collection for the consoles and PC and stuff, and I picked up this collection. I thought, I like Trine 2, what I played of it back in the 360 days. I like these side-scroller puzzle shit. I'll give it a try, and plus it's co-op, so I could run through it with Stacy. Everything will be great. But she hates these games. She absolutely, utterly hates these games. She made my life a living hell playing through the first one last year. So we had a little talk. I said, look, don't flip me so much shit playing them. Just play with them, play through them with me, for me, please, and just don't make my life a living hell. Don't complain endlessly the whole time, because you're just going to make it a horrible experience. And while she did a lot better this year, she still hates the games. I have a sneaking suspicion she says she hates them more than she really does. She likes platformers. She is not the greatest at them, though. They're not her strong suit when it comes to gaming. And you'd think she would like puzzle games. She likes puzzly stuff. She likes actual puzzles, jigsaw puzzles. She likes quizzes and tongue twisters and mind benders, and she likes all that shit. But in video game form, she doesn't really like them. I don't know why. It's a mystery to me, but for whatever reason, this game does not jive with her. So I might disagree with it, it might confuse me, but I know for a fact she doesn't like puzzle games, and platformers in general aren't her strongest suit. So combine that together and you get a game that she hates. I definitely carried us through the Trine games. I'm hoping with experience she'll get better, and I'm hoping the series gets better as well. For the most part, I enjoyed Trine 2 more than Trine 1. They are decent games. I like them. I just wish I had a better co-op partner with these games in particular. I couldn't ask for a better co-op partner, both in real life and in gaming. She's great, but not every game is gonna be for everyone. So that's a big part of why Turbo, why are you talking about your wife's experience with this game so much? Because I played through it co-op with her, and part of my experience is her experience. It's a large part of having her complain all the time and dealing with that and trying to stay positive and then carrying us through every mission. Like, that's a large part of my experience. So that's why. That being said, I can recognize quality. They are decent games. They are good puzzle platformers. I genuinely do enjoy the weird, whimsical, nonsensical story that they try to tell, and the characters. There's some camaraderie there, and it's cool. There's some jokes in there too. It's just really cool, like popping a big giant frog and moving things around. It's the novelty of it all. When you play as many games, when you're as old as I am and you play as many games as I have, everything starts to be samey. Even if it's different or the aesthetic is everything just seems like a slightly different version of something you've already played before. Everything. So you play games like Gorogoa or XO1 or a game like Trine. You start to appreciate the novelty a little bit more. Because when you're younger, every game is new and exciting and different. Then everyone just starts copying everything else. And if you've been listening thus far, that has been a large complaint of mine. Everything being samey, everything being repeated, everything being filler. Development teams copying trends and copying what other games do. You feel like you've done it all and played it all. And so when you get something that's truly different, sometimes I just don't give a fuck if it's bad or not, or well executed. Could games be better? Yeah, the perfect 10 out of 10 game could still be better. But I really do appreciate the novelty of some of these games. And Trine, I haven't really played anything like it. I've played puzzle platformers before. I've played 2D puzzle platformers. I've played 3D puzzle platformers. Probably the greatest of puzzle platformers are Portal. Those are 3D puzzle platforms, so those aren't new to me, but this and how they execute this in particular feels very unique, feels very novel, and it feels good. I like it. There's a lot of flaws to these games. Probably the biggest flaw with Trine, the Trine games, specifically this one, Trine 2 Complete Story, is that the co-op is done so fucking shitty. So fucking shitty. It feels like remnants of the 360 era. You had to sync up both controllers in the separate menu, and you got to specifically pick local co-op, and then the achievements didn't pop for the other player. It's like, what is fucking going on? Get your goddamn shit together. And just the way the co-op itself worked, like as soon as one character died, the other character could it's just not, even though there was co-op implemented into the game, it still kind of played like a workaround title. Like if you're playing single player, a single player person playing with 3 different characters with the ability to swap between them instantly, that doesn't make a lot of sense when you're playing co-op. It would have been much better if just 2 characters wanting to play co-op could just go through the thing by themselves without all the weird switching. There's a lot of work to be done. But like I said, this game did a pretty good job at being novel, and it felt new and different. I haven't played anything like it since last year when I played Trine 1. So, that was cool. But it could just be improved a lot more, a lot better. I'm really hoping that Trine 3 and Trine 4 and the future of the series just gets its shit together and just makes it snappier, adds a little bit more, quality of life improvements, makes the matchmaking and everything a little bit better and not so janky. But while Trine 2 was nice and it was pretty and I genuinely enjoyed the story, there's a lot of Euro jank in this thing. I think it's European. If it's not, you should be ashamed of yourselves, because this is Euro jank the game. But overall, I enjoyed it. I did. I enjoyed it more than Mega Man 11, more than Team Sonic Racing, and while I do have a lot of complaints, it's still just a mediocre game, but I did, in fact, enjoy this one quite a bit. Trine 2, Complete Story, on to the next one. Alright. It is a new day. A new set of filming. Got a new shirt on. So, give me a couple of moments to let me collect myself. I just got up. This is my first new cup of joe. I don't know about that. Oh. Alright, let's just dive in. Gonna be a little creaky. Voice is gonna be a little weird for the next couple segments, but we'll do it. We'll dive in. Alright, where were we? Number fart. House of Ashes, Tetris, Team Sonic Racing, Mega Man 11. What mediocre games? Trying fucking to. Number 41. Borderlands 3. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands looked like it might be a fun romp. That was coming out before I played Borderlands 3. So they're like, a new Borderlands game. I was like, this is what kicked my ass into gear. I was like, ooh, I really need to play Borderlands 3. I really need to get to that. I bought it, like, on sale. There was complaints with it. Mostly the complaints were that, it's the same old, same old. It didn't really do anything new. And it didn't really do anything new in terms of gameplay and stuff. It was just more of the same. But at the time, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands came out, and everyone was saying it was a woke mess, and I'm willing to look the other way. Hell, one of the top games in my playlist that I played this year is a woke game, but I'm willing to look the other way if your shit is good. This was not that great. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, that was jam-packed with bullshit. I wasn't willing to touch that thing with a fucking 10.5-foot pole. Da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na. No. So I didn't know how bad Borderlands 3 was, because like I said, I hadn't even played that one yet. So I finally played it with Stacy, co-op the whole thing. It's definitely agenda-driven. And it seeps its way into, well, what makes the story so bad. They go on and on. They really try to, like, make you care about the characters and give everyone a backstory, and the story itself was just garbage. Oh, no. You ain't doing this. Not while I'm filming, boy. Did you just jump up on the back of the couch? That's a big no-no in this house. We have cats that mind. You don't be jumping up on shit. I'm gonna have to beat a couple of asses. Yeah, the story in Borderlands 3 was abysmal. It was way too character-driven on characters that I didn't care about. I don't give a shit about Tannis. I don't give a shit about Tannis and how gay she is. I didn't care about any of the characters. The one character I really liked was, I forget his name. The first Vault Hunter. You know, the midget guy. He's cold-blooded. I think I made this joke. When I was talking about it last time. It stuck with me. He was all like, well, what are you gonna do? Gotta kill your kids. He was a good character, though. Funny, weird. Was talking about fucking. Kind of like me, except I'm not a midget. I'd kill my fucking kids. That's why I don't have any. No, I didn't kill any kids. I'm sorry, guys. I just got up. I'm kind of halfway getting the weirds out. But yeah, the story really was not for me. It wasn't just the woke stuff. They just put weird political stuff there. Like, they had to, like, point out how gay everyone was. And all of that. They had to just point it out, and it had its own little story arc. If someone was gay or a person of color, it had its own story arc, or it was injected into their character's story. It was part of their identity, like, no doubt. No doubt. I don't care if that shit exists. I don't care if it's who a person is, but it doesn't need to be part of the identity. That's really what turns me off, is it's part of this... What are they doing? Oh, they're playing on the new scratch pad. We got him a new scratch pad for Christmas. Look at him going to town. Look at him going to town. I gotta do something. I gotta do something after this segment. Clean it up a little bit. But yeah, the story just sucked. And it wasn't just the woke stuff either. That was like the cherry on top. Like, ugh, you're gonna bore me to death and by talking about this? That wasn't the only thing they talked about. They just droned on and on about whatever. The villains... The villains weren't as bad as people made them out to be. Yeah, they were annoying, but they were supposed to be annoying. That's what made them villains. You know? But yeah, they were annoying. I didn't like them, which made me hate them more. But I hated how the other characters interacted with them. I hated how they interacted with them, which didn't make me hate the villains more, it made me hate the other characters more. The worst fucking person in the game was this 12-year-old girl. I forget her name. She was a siren or something like that. I don't really remember, but the game made her, like, super important for some reason. Y'all were on a ship, right? And there was, like, 4 crew decks on the upper floors by the bridge. People had their own rooms. There's like 4 people. Everyone had to share a room down in the slums, in the bowels of the ship, while everyone was escaping. But there's 4 rooms. 4 people got their own fucking room. This 12-year-old random-ass girl got her own fucking room. It was so weird. No one... Everyone should have said, shut the fuck up, you're 12. But no one did. Everyone, like, listened to her, and just... It was so bad. It was so bad. And who gives a fuck, right? Just play Borderlands, shoot people, collect the guns, looter shooter. Who cares about the short story? Well, they hit you over the head with it. They didn't give you the option to skip anything. It was annoying and insane. Annoying and insane. I would have liked the game a lot better without the story. Gameplay-wise, it really was just the same old shit. Borderlands was kind of revolutionary when it first came out. It was great and it was fun. Borderlands 2 was probably the best version of that we've ever seen, but we've seen many games kind of recreate Borderlands in a sense, whether it's on the RPG side of things or the looter-shooter side of things. Destiny and the service game Destiny 2 is, and just other nonsensical, comedic, open world, segmented hub area RPGs, something like Outer Worlds, and even, you know, like Fallout to an extent. We've seen these games. They're not new anymore. They're not novel anymore. And what we got left with Borderlands 3 is boring, old drivel with this... the most annoying, needless story almost ever in video games. It was so long and drawn out, never ending. It sucked so much. I did not like Borderlands 3. Well, it is pretty high up on this list compared to some of the others, so obviously I did like some of it, but I've been talking almost 10 minutes about this shit, going on and on. Gotta get the weirds out, I apologize, but it'll be a little bit shorter next time. Borderlands 3, I did enjoy some of it though, even though it was a fun game to play, and it was a fun game for co-op. When I played the Siren character with all the arms. That was a fun one to play. When you got all your synergies and you start upgrading your classes and stuff, it felt good. It really did. Especially when you're taking into account, you know, your partner and what they're playing. Me and Stacy were playing. I told her like what my class was and everything, and she should probably pick certain stuff, and so we were doing synergies. What was it, like electric damage and stuff? I was like grabbing people with my move, and She was doing extra. We were doing synergies, man. We were doing synergies, and it was really cool, and it felt really good. It was really fun, and we were on fire when the game wasn't talking you to death. But there was this. This is another mixed game. It had some really good moments, but the bad really, really knocked it down a few pegs. A few pegs, and that's why it lands so far down here. I know a lot of people hated it. We literally went through and played and beat the whole thing. We kind of wish we didn't, because it was so long. If it was like a 10-hour experience, I would have said sure, that would have been fine enough, but it took us like 25 hours going through the whole thing. It was just more of the same, rinse and repeat, with just suffering through this obnoxious story and characters the whole time. It wasn't worth it to me. So, there you have it, number 41, Borderlands 3. Very disappointed. I don't think I'm going to be returning to Borderlands anytime soon. I sure as shit ain't going to be playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and when and if 4 ever does come out, I don't know. I'm going to have to look at the reviews. If people are complaining about the story and the characters or the wokeness, I'm not going to touch this goddamn thing. With a 10.5-foot pole. Number 40 is Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. I enjoyed this thing more than Borderlands 3 and and Mega Man 11 and Tetris Effect. Yes, I did. This is a short, very short, stupid, it's a dumb game. It is a silly game. Achievement hunting bullshit. And all those fucking negative things I said to describe this game is what makes it so good. It was a breath of fresh air when I'm pounding out games, trying to fill a quota. I think at the time I was playing, it was a refresher game. I was gonna be playing something else, and this was leaving Game Pass. I was like, oh, I got a couple of games I gotta play. I'm doing one right now. What was the last one I played? It's higher up on the list, but I played, spoiler, I played Gorogoa. That was a game that I was meaning to get to, and I just never did, and then suddenly it's leaving Game Pass. I was like, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna play that. Scarlet Nexus is also leaving Game Pass as well. I was going to play that one, but I just didn't have enough time to fit it in. But this was one of those. It was leaving Game Pass. I was like, fuck it, I'll just play it real quick. I heard it's short, so I kind of just jumped in. I had a lot of fun with it. It doesn't pull any punches. It doesn't hold your hand. It just throws you into this mess of this text-based simulator game. There's 2 phases. There's the buying phase. The stock market opens up, and you're competing against other buyers to buy organs off of the black market in hopes to sell them, to flip them for a profit. The main goal is to take on contracts or quests. People want specific things, so you have to hunt and kind of find them. There's tons of, there's like 15 different types of organs. There's hearts and eyes and livers and lungs, and there's weird, funny, made-up ones like the Chromaxis and stuff, you know. Humans don't have those, obviously. There's the grade and there's the grade of the organ, there's the quality of the organ, there's the blood type, and a bunch of other parameters. So some people want certain parameters of one thing, certain grades of another, and so you're filling out, you're buying and trading, and then you're competing against other black market dealers. Sometimes they'll buy things that you're looking for, and then you got to sell them, and some of the quests are timed. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's really Twitch. You really just gotta buy as soon as it pops up, hope you get it before someone else, beat the timer, and you slowly make money. I gotta be honest, most of the second phase is when the stock market closes, and then you can buy and trade stocks and things. You just buy bulk, you buy stocks and things, and then you sell your stock later after the market goes up. So literally you just go through and you buy a bunch of cheap stock and then wait for it to climb, and then you sell them off. That's how I made most of my money, is by doing that. You gain enough money to buy the organs, to do the contracts. That's it. That's really all you got to do with the game. Sounds stupid and boring, but it's got this cool pixel art. It's got this crazy weird soundtrack, and the way you finish out the game, you like play through the game and beat a storyline, is you do special critical storyline related missions. Yeah, it's all text-based, and eventually if you do enough of them, you'll trigger an ending. I got 2 endings in this game, and then you can just revert back to when you were doing before you triggered the ending, if you want to keep playing. I played this on cloud gaming. I hit the cloud. I never downloaded this thing. I just hit the cloud gaming, and I just jumped right into it. I decided to do that to try it out because it was I knew it was text-based, turn-based, and it was pixel art. So my experience with that was amazing. Amazing. I noticed almost no like input lag or anything like that. There was no weird artifacting, or if there was, I didn't notice it because it was a pixel art game. I had a really amazing experience with this. I put in maybe like 2, maybe 3 hours it took me to complete the whole thing. Really, at the end, I was waiting on one final achievement. I had to like buy a bunch of small intestine, and I had to like level up in order for the stock market to give me that shit. That's what took the most time. I blasted through and got all the achievements in like an hour and a half, and I just had to keep playing in order to get this last one. The game was good enough. I was like, I don't mind putzing around in this game for another hour and a half or so in order to get this damn thing. But it was a cool game. It was a fun experience, and if it was like a real game, if it was this drawn-out 10-hour thing, I don't think I would have liked it as much. If it had like realistic graphics, I don't think I would have liked it as much. If it wasn't nonsensical the way it was, I wouldn't have liked it as much. And to be honest, if I didn't play this thing with cloud gaming, I probably wouldn't have liked it as much either, because all of these weird things kind of came together to paint this really cool picture for me. It was nonsensical. It came to me in a time where I needed a breath of fresh air. I just needed something different. It was quick. I enjoyed an old school achievement hunt. It was cool, you know, having a good experience with cloud gaming, and it all came together for me here. And, you know, I haven't mentioned this yet, but this list is really just my experience. This isn't a definitive best game list. You know, most of these games didn't even come out this year, so this is really my experience with games and what I've had. You know, Borderlands 3 and Tetris Effect. You know, I make fun of them and shit on them and stuff, but the truth is, you're going to play these games and they might be your game of the year. They might be your personal game of the year, and that's what it's all about. It's okay. Please don't be mad, but with this game in specific, this is my personal game of the year. This is my list, and this is number 40, beating all the others, but I did have a fun time with this thing. In the end, though, it is number 40 on my list because it was just the short, quick, throwaway experience. It was a good experience, but it was very quick, and it was very throwaway. Alright, some people are going to be mad I got this so low, but this by no means is a bad game. It's number 39, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. I'm done kind of shitting on games. I'm done kind of shitting on games now. We're getting into the games that really were truly enjoyable for me. Unfortunately, these games were just enjoyable. Games like Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator and Shredder's Revenge. First of all, let me just start off by saying I'm sorry to people who thought this was their game of the year. It got a lot of praise. It got a lot of love. And I did like it tons. I'm going to be real with you guys, though. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, while I like it, is not my jam. I was a Ghostbusters kid. There was 4 of us. There was me, Tristan, Jacob, and Albert. I was Ray. There was Peter. There was Egon. And no one wanted to be Winston. So the youngest one Tristan got to be with Winston. You're gonna be the black one. No, I don't wanna be a black. We were the Ghostbusters, okay? Right? Every once in a while, we decided we were gonna play some Ninja Turtles. I didn't want to play Ninja Turtles. I wanted to play Ghostbusters. But sometimes I had to play Ninja Turtles because everyone else outvoted me. Ninja Turtles ain't my jam, but it's okay. I like Ninja Turtles, I guess. A lot of people really love Ninja Turtles. They grew up with this shit. They love this shit. Kind of like I like Ghostbusters. I played enough of these games growing up. I played enough of them. I got that Cowabunga collection on my list. It's on my wish list. I'm waiting for it for a significant drop in price, and then I'll snatch it up. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I don't know how I'm gonna like play and review that thing. I'm not gonna go through and play and beat every game. Maybe just one or two of them on the collection. But this game was alright, so I played through and beat this thing in like an hour and a half. I had a co-op buddy of mine online, longtime friend of mine online. He loves Ninja Turtles, he loves retro stuff. He played through and he completed this game. He got all the achievements on it. And, you know, I hadn't played it yet. It came to Game Pass, and he was like, hey, want me to take you through it? We'll have a blast. And I was like, okay. So he kind of walked me through it, like literally held my hand through the whole fucking thing, and we played through and beat it. I saw the game, and he loves Ninja Turtles. More specifically, he's a comic book guy. He's not just a comic book geek. He makes comic books. He's a shout out to Ryan Crowbooth. He's an illustrator. He illustrates comics. I got some of his art. I don't have it with me right here in the vicinity, but I have some of his art he sent me and stuff. Cool guy. So shout out to Ryan Crowbooth. He, you know, hit me up, and he was really into this, and he was telling me about the comics, the origins of it, and, you know, how it's so different from what they portray on TV. And he was telling me all the love and the care the people that made this game put into it, and how lore-friendly and fan-servicey it is, and how it makes sense. And we're going through like these different time areas and everything. The game is basically a huge throwback to Turtles in Time. It's basically a Turtles in Time sequel. It respects the lore, and so I was just absorbing it, listening to it, and, you know, having it be a learning experience for me. And it really does seem like the artists and the developers care about the franchise and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in general. So no disrespect to this game at all. Just Turtles really ain't my thing. And not only that, but beat-em-ups really ain't my thing either. I suck at them. Maximum Carnage is probably my favorite beat-em-up of all time. I suck so much at that game. So everything was working against me here. Turtles wasn't my favorite. I'm bad at beat 'em ups. The only reason why I decided to play through this thing is because my friend hit me up and he walked me through it. But he gave me a history lesson on everything because he's a Turtles fan and he's a comic fan. And we went through the thing easy enough. The game wasn't all that hard either. We did it like, none of us game overed or anything like that. But I had a fun time with it. I had a fun time with it. I had a fun time shooting the shit with a friend. Great co-op game. And even though Turtles ain't my jam, I really, 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 really do appreciate and am thankful for a developer out there that loves and respects a franchise to do it right. We need more of this shit in the industry. Even though Turtles ain't my thing, I can see and recognize a great developer that loves and respects the source material and the fan base enough to do it right. If only we could get that sort of treatment with Mega Man. If only we could get that sort of treatment with Team Sonic Racing, you know? And Killzone Shadowfall, and Ghost and Goblins Resurrection, and just all these other games that respect the fan base and respect gamers and the gamers' time and the source material. It's not good enough to just do one. You can't just make an okay game. You have to respect the fan base. You have to do your due diligence. And we need more developers that are willing to put forth the extra effort and go the whole 9 yards with this thing. And I'll say again, Turtles really ain't my jam, but I could see the love and the respect and everything pouring out of it. There was weird characters in there I never seen or recognized before, like these frog guys. I was like, who the fuck are these frogs? And he's like, oh, let me tell you about them. So I was like, oh, okay, so they didn't just randomly put weird shit in here. It's all canon. It's all canon. And the more I learned, I was like, wow. We need these guys to make a Ghostbusters game. Why aren't these... You know what we get? We get that silly bitch of a fucking game, that fucking asymmetrical multiplayer bullshit. That's what we get. Why can't these guys make a Ghostbusters game? Why can't these guys be the ones that, you know, did Ghost and Goblins Resurrected? But every once in a while, we get a great team that does something like this and respects everyone's time, respects the gamer's time, respects the source material, and I am very, very thankful for that sort of thing. And to be honest, at the end of the day, it's games like these that make me more of a fan. So, I'm more of a Ninja Turtles fan today than I was at the beginning of the year, because of this game, because of these developers. And if Turtles is part of your childhood nostalgia, you better play this shit ASAP, because you'll enjoy it more than I did, and I enjoyed it pretty well. Alright folks, number 38 is Unpacking. I have fond memories of this game. I do. This is another, I'm going to give it this is an example of a game. I speak of this, I want to point it out every time it happens, because I want you guys to know, it's important to me. I'm a politico, I pay attention to politics and stuff, and the more I learn, the more I hate everything. I'm really not trying to, like, push politics on my channel and stuff. I know that probably pisses some people off, even people who agree with my politics. But it's just something that once you see it, you can't unsee it. So it's in everything, and I wish it wasn't, but it really is in everything. And when it is in something, what do? Do I not talk about it? That's what they want. They want to push their shit into their fucking games, force you to be exposed to it, force you to deal with it, force you to accept it. And you're not supposed to talk about it. If you talk bad about it, then we're gonna fucking beat you over the head with this really large stick. It happens all the time. I'll make a comment in the comment section on someone's YouTube video about the politics in this game, and then someone will literally reply to me, "Why you gotta bring politics into it?" I didn't bring politics into it. I'm commenting on existing politics. That's what they want to do. They want you to not talk about their shitty fucking politics, at least in the way that they don't like. If you praise them about it, then it's another story. But they don't want you to speak out against it. And for that reason, I will always speak out against it. And probably annoy some people. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. But I also want you to know that I'm not just going to trash a good game just because it has some politics in it I don't like. Life is Strange 2. That's an example of a game that I really hated, and it wasn't just because of the politics. It wasn't just because of the politics. The game had plot holes, and the game had bad characters, annoying characters. The whole thing was shitty, and on top of that, it had politics layered in on it. And that's part of what made it a bad game. But this game, Unpacking, this was a good game. I enjoyed this game. I really liked it. Yeah, they slipped in like this weird story about this girl who, like, cheated on her boyfriend because she found out she was gay or something like that. It was completely needless. Completely and utterly needless and pointless. But I need you guys to know that when I play a good game and I actually enjoy it, I'm not going to say it's a bad game because it has some politics in it I don't like. I just need you guys to know that. It's important to me. It's important I give everything a fair shake. And if I don't like something, I'm going to tell you I don't like it. But if I do like it, I'm not going to lie and say I didn't. This game is a good game, Unpacking. I really enjoyed it. This would probably be a great cloud gaming game. If you got it on Game Pass. I don't know if it's still on there. Actually, I think it just left Game Pass or it's leaving Game Pass. But I played this one before. And I had a really good time with it. Played it on Game Pass. Try this thing out with cloud gaming if you want. It's kind of a chill puzzle game where you can't fail, if that makes sense. That's really the basis of it. It's got pixel graphics. It's a puzzle game, but you can't fail. You just unpack. You're moving into a new place. This bitch moves like fucking 9 times. You move into a new place and there's boxes everywhere in the different rooms of the house. And you can move around the different rooms and you take things out of the box. You can't control what comes out of the box. You click it and the box opens up, and you click it again and shit comes out, and you get to place it on the shelves or on the bed or in the closet or wherever it is you want to put it. You get to put it wherever you want and do that. And it was really fun. It was really fun. Everything was boxed and compact and aligned, pixelated-y, because it was a pixel art game. Tons of nostalgia, because you're going through the ages. You go through, like, the NES age, and it was always fun taking out the consoles, and do I want to put this in the bedroom, or do I want to put this in the living room? It was fun. Like, you have a TV, and we're going to hook this up to the TV in your bedroom, and then when you get older, and you get your first place, you get to put the console in the living room. Very nostalgic for me. Like, the first time I got to hook up my console up to the TV in my living room as an adult, as opposed to hooking it up to the little TV I got in my bedroom, you know, growing up as a kid. So this game hit home nostalgically. Pixel art was cool. A lot of references to stuff. There's, like, put books on the bookshelf. Some of them are obviously like Game of Thrones or Harry Potter or something like that. A lot of cool throwbacks. A lot of cool little... Obviously, they don't have the licenses to any of these things, but there's a lot of toys and shit that I grew up with that's obviously what that is. It was a great, fun little game, but like I said, weird politics thrown in there, but I'm gonna give that a pass since this game was so fucking cool. I really did like it. I really did love it. The main thing that's holding this game back from being higher up on my list isn't that it was a bad game. It's just that it was a short game. You sit down. I think I played through it in like 2 sittings. Like 2, maybe 3 hours. By the time I got to the end of it, I saw what everything the game has to offer. I was over it. I was done. You can't really make it longer, but I don't even know if I'd want to make it longer. But this game was really fun for what it is. Number 37 is Gorogoa. I think I'm pronouncing that right. This was the most recent game I played and beat. This wasn't even squeezed in on any what have you been playing segment, because it's fresh off the presses. This is another one that was leaving Game Pass. This came in the batch after what was it? Space Warlord. This came in the batch after that. It was leaving. I was like, I'll give it a play. So I played through it, and it was really cool. It was really cool. This is one of those games that I was talking about where the novelty of it really carries it. It is a mediocre puzzle game where you have to match up imagery and colors and pictures, but they made it into this really mind-bending concept of a puzzle. The graphics, the art style is not particularly great. It's actually kind of cheap. Kind of shitty, but whatever, it is what it is. It's really a mediocre game. It's really just like a proof of concept, and it's very short. It took me longer because I had a tough time with some of the puzzles. Some of them didn't really make any sense. That's not true. That's not fair. All the puzzles made sense. All the puzzles made sense. The pictures and everything, you gotta line it up with. They give you too many hints. I was just being dumb. Just not, terribly great at these type of games. But again, what really I enjoyed about this game was the novelty of it all. It's more than just matching up pictures and aligning the shapes up. You get a grid of 4, and there's different pictures there, and you gotta align them up and stuff. But they tell a story. They tell a story. If you align, sometimes you'll get 2 pictures that line up, and they'll make a giant landscape, and a character will jump from one picture to the other one, and then you could take that picture and move it around and align it with something else. There's puzzles and shit too. Like if you could, and then it'll get crazy. You could like zoom in, right? Maybe there's a little something in the background, like a painting in the room or something like that. You zoom in, and now the painting is the picture, and you're in an entirely different place. And maybe some scaffolding on a building that's being constructed in this, beautiful painting in the background. Maybe that aligns with a shelf inside someone's house in another painting, and you align it together, and then you could fuck with the things on the shelf. It was really cool. It was really cool. Don't really know what was going on with the story. There's like a boy carrying around a bowl of fruit, and it had to do with a dragon or something like that, and now he's old and falling. I don't know. I don't give a fuck, really. But, just the way you interact with everything, the way you align it together, the way you move these things around. You could pull out and zoom out, and you could take the border of this house and rip it off the painting and put it on this, a hole in the wall, and it makes a new like door you could go into. Like, that was really novel. The game was really novel. I have not played a game like this. I have not played a puzzle game like this at all. It was almost felt like a one of those old school computer adventure games, where the point and click adventures, where you're moving a character through a space and stuff like that. It almost felt like that, but it was more of a puzzle game. And like I said, it was really novel. I don't have anything else to say about this. The gameplay wasn't stupendous. The controls were obviously this computer mouse and keyboard point and click thing ported to controls. The art kind of sucked, but the novelty of it all was really amazing. I have not played a game like this before, and I suspect I probably won't again ever. It was really cool. This is a game I think everyone should try. It's not going to be for everyone, but in the very least, you could play this thing for a half an hour, and I go, huh, that was pretty fucking cool. We got another Mega Man game here, folks. And this one I like more than Mega Man 11, obviously. Number 36, Mega Man 0. Mega Man 0, okay. When I downloaded the picture... When I downloaded the picture art for this game, I had a tough time. So I played this on the Mega Man 0 collection. The Mega Man 0/ZX collection. But I wanted to specifically grab the art for the game I played, because I didn't play through the whole collection. This isn't a critique of the whole collection as a whole. If it was, I'd probably rank this higher, but this is the specific single game, the single entry, the first one, Mega Man 0. So I'm using the original Game Boy Advance cover art, so you know which one I'm talking about. I was thinking about that this whole time, and then it finally come up. I'm making way too big of a deal out of it. But there you go. There you go. Mega Man 0. I did not play this on the Game Boy Advance. As I said before, I played it on the Mega Man 0/ZX collection, which was pretty cool. I've never played these Mega Man 0 games before. I had no idea that they were canon in the overarching Mega Man timeline. If you saw one of my previous videos, I think I titled it Light's Hubris. I did a whole section where I talked about the complete timeline of Mega Man, starting with classic Mega Man, going into 100 years later with Mega Man X and the fall of mankind and pretty much the apocalypse, and then Mega Man ZX like 1,000 years later, post-apocalypse, shit gets crazy. I had no idea this is what was going on. So that was a treat. As a huge Mega Man fan, I really enjoyed that they're keeping the story up. I love the dark storyline in Mega Man Zero. Mega Man X has always been a little bit darker than classic Mega Man. Mega Man Zero is orders of magnitude darker than Mega Man X. I really enjoyed that. Other than that, they mix in some light RPG elements. You get to equip different weapons and stuff. To Zero, you play as Zero. You're not always using the sword, but you got like the sword and, Buster combo. You still, when you defeat enemies, you get like cards. You get like infusions of their power, and you could apply them to whatever weapon you're using. So it just adds just a different. It's the same take on Mega Man, but just with a different spin on it, and it was different enough where I liked it. What I didn't like about Mega Man Zero was that it was constricted to this tiny square screen. Because, like I said, it's originally Game Boy Advance game. I would have loved to have played these on the Game Boy Advance. I would have loved to have played these on there. I just never did. So it was blown up on the big screen. It was a little bit different. It was a little bit harder to do, harder to play like that. But it worked. It worked. The controls were responsive, even though I did experience some input lag just because of the porting or what have you. It wasn't perfect, but it was doable. Overall, I really liked the game. At first, I was like, I don't know about this. It was just kind of too weird, but after I adjusted and just accepted what the game was, I had a lot better time. Man, I forget his name. He was like the white, Mr. White or something like that. He was a white robot, a white ninja robot in this game. He had to have been one of the hardest robot masters in any Mega Man game I ever played. Period. The hardest robot master. I forget his name. He was so fucking tough. You gotta be pitch perfect with every move. You gotta gracefully dodge all of his many attacks while counterattacking him. Like, he does this one move where he like speeds at you. You gotta jump over him, and then while you're jumping over him, he shoots out this fucking shit that you gotta dodge as you're dodging him. And then you gotta like turn around and fucking hit him as you're dodging him in two different ways. And then he like quickly jumps to dodge your shit like into you while you're doing this shit, and you got to make sure you're aligned. You got to dodge his counterattack and make sure you're in a certain part of the screen because he's going to gear up for his next fucking attack, and you got to make sure you're over here but not too close because you got to get your counterattack. And it was nuts. It was fucking nuts. It took me like literally like 50 tries over and over again, but I did it. I got that shit. I got good, and I fucked him up. But yeah, one of the hardest robot masters. He's not the last boss either. He's just one of the dudes. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. It was my first foray into Mega Man Zero, and expect a couple more of these things to be on my What Have You Been Playing list for next year, because I really did enjoy these games. Number, what was that, 36? Yeah, good game. Play them. Get this shit, play this shit. It was good. Number 35 is Lego Harry Potter Years 1 through 4. This is another game I played on a collection disc. But I'm not rating the entire collection disc. I'm just talking about the one game on it. And I didn't play the other one yet. I'm going to be playing it soon. But for this segment, just Years 1 through 4 specifically. There's a couple of things to go over with this game. First of all, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it way more than I did. I've played many Lego games before. I played the older ones, and I played the newer ones. Recently, I'm jumping back into the Lego games. I swore them off for a long time. I think it was with Lego Marvel Superheroes, the first one. I thought I'd really enjoy it, and it was just mediocre to me. And I was just kind of tired of the monotony of the Lego franchise at that point. I was like, I think I'm kind of done with the games until something new, really, you know? So I skipped out on tons of Lego games over the years, and recently for like $10, I got like a Lego collection. It had like 4 Lego games on it. I was like, fuck it, I'll just get this thing for the fuck of it, and I threw in, I think it was last year, I threw in Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham, and I had a blast with it. So I was like, I think I'm going to give these games some more attention. So when this one came up, I bought it, recently played it. I had a blast with it. Not the best games in the world, but I really did have a good time with it. It blew away a lot of my expectations. First of all, well, I already said first of all. Second of all, the Harry Potter franchise goes really, really well with the Lego franchise. Just the way the spells work and how you can put things together, you know, build things out with the Legos using spells. Just the whole world goes together really well. And in all the Lego games, you have some sort of like hub world where you like transition to the next area or unlock the characters, or maybe you have some sort of training ground or something like that. In this one, the hub area was Hogwarts itself. And Hogwarts is huge, and so it doubled up as not only the hub world, but also part of the main story. Like a lot of the story in the Harry Potter movies takes place in the Hogwarts castle. And so just going from point A to point B, transitioning to the next level, there's only maybe like 5 levels in each of the, I don't want to say games, the years, 1 through 4. There's maybe 5 levels in each year that you go through, like off campus, and you go like out in the woods and shit like that. There's not very many of them, but most of the game takes place there in this giant hub world, transitioning from point A to point B. You go to classes and you learn spells. There's little markers that lead you to the next objective so you don't get lost. And you solve little puzzles along the way. They're like hidden levels in levels. I don't know, it was kind of cool. I dug that it was doing something different. Like I said, Harry Potter really goes well with the Lego franchise. I'm excited to play the next one, years 5 through 7. I'm excited to play through that one. So the other thing I want to talk about is apparently this collection is actually a remake collection. Like these are 360 games from the 360 and PS3 era. This collection was actually like up-resed, and so it looks beautiful, 60 frames per second. It looks beautiful. I just had a really good time with it. And at the end of the day, it is just a Halo game. Lego Halo would be fucking cool. They made that Blocks Halo game. It's still a proof of concept, but we saw a video of that shit. It looked really cool. That would have been fucking cool. I'm still waiting for Lego to do a video game spin-off. Kind of like with what Omega Force does with their Warriors franchise. They do like Dragon Quest, and they do Zelda and Fire Emblem. They do spin-offs with actual other games. I'd love to see a Lego Zelda, or a Lego Mario, or a Lego Halo, or a Lego Gears of War. That would be fucking cool. But we just keep getting like pop culture like franchises and stuff, which I don't know. But I did enjoy this game a lot. I am kind of a low-key like Harry Potter fan. I didn't used to be, but I am now, kind of getting into that now. Watched all the movies for the first time not too long ago. Really enjoyed them. I'm excited for that new game, the Hogwarts Legacy, to come out. So yeah, the last thing I wanted to mention is I'm currently on a project. I'm trying to play and finish all of my physical backlog for the Xbox One and PS4. I'm almost done with it, and this was on the list, so I threw this thing in here. Kind of dreading it. I was like, I don't really want to play this. So I popped it in, and I was like, I was really enjoying my time with it. Pleasant surprise. One of the more pleasant surprises of the year. I didn't think I'd hate the game. I just kind of wasn't. I thought it would just be a mediocre Lego game. And I knew it was an older title, but I didn't know how good it was, and I really enjoyed my time with this. So one of the better surprises of the year. I am going to need to refill my coffee. Number 34 is Record of Lotus War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth. What a name. We're starting to really get into the good games here. We're out of the mediocre territory, and we're really getting into the good shit. Not the best shit, but the good shit. I'm starting to feel some stuff. I'm starting to feel like, oh, I'm starting to feel the good shit with these games. I don't have as many gripes with them. My overall experience is better. Gameplay is snappier, or it's, you know, more novel than, you know, the other shit I fucking play, or it's just done really well, or the fan base is really respected, the art style is badass. Like, we're really getting into the good games, and Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth is definitely one of these games. So I watched that miniseries, the 90s anime one, back in the day. I think I watched it, I got to it a little bit later. It was when Comcast was first doing their little Xfinity thing, their streaming box. It was like the first of its kind. We had that new remote. I remember when it was all real novel, and that was, you know, the thing. Xfinity Online, when you'd go on there and you could like preview, and it took forever. Just now that shit's just built into your smart TVs and everyone's on their phones and stuff, but at the time of it was really cool, really novel. You would just stream free episodes of stuff through the cable box. It would take a really long time just digging through the menus and loading things up and stuff, but it was fun. It was like in the free section there in the anime, and I was going through some of the stuff, and I watched that there for the first time. The whole miniseries, I thought it was really cool. So it was cool seeing the game based off of that. I totally forgot who Deedlit was and what the story was, but apparently this takes place after everything. After, you know, everyone's dead and shit. I don't know. But it was a cool game. It was a Metroidvania game. More Castlevania, less Metroid, but it was done really well. It was done really well. It was short, on the shorter side. You had to use the map to figure out where to go. Tons of bosses. That last boss gauntlet was kind of challenging. I died once, made it through the second time, but definitely a great game. I don't really know what else to say. I don't know how to sell this thing. It's a pixel art game, Castlevania clone. It was done really well. Really good pixel art, okay music. I like, you know, equipping, getting the new weapons, going through, beating the bosses. It was right up my alley. I don't really... Usually I have tons to say about games I really like, but this one was pretty, it filled a gap. It filled a gap. It really wasn't that amazing. But it had passing grades on every aspect. It had decent pixel art. It had decent performance. It had a decent IP, you know. I much rather would have enjoyed a different IP, but, you know, at least it wasn't Ninja Turtles, you know. It had a passing grade for everything. Graphics were okay, sound design, gameplay. It was a passing grade with everything. And to be honest, we don't really get many Castlevania games. Every time a Metroidvania comes out, it's more so Metroid. And I do enjoy my Metroids more than I enjoy my Castlevanias. I'm not gonna lie. But we don't get very many Castlevanias. This was very... what was it called? The PS1 everyone loves. Symphony of the Night. This was very Symphony of the Night. And it ticked off all the boxes, and it was very good overall. And I had a great time with it. My only complaint about the game is, well, I don't have a complaint about the game. I really don't. It was good all around the board. Not great, but it was good all around the board. It was just a great, good game with no flaws. If this game's for you, if you enjoy Castlevania or Metroidvania style games, or side-scrollers, or pixel art games, or anything like that, I'm sure you will find this game very pleasing on every front the way I did. Not a bad game at all, although I'm sure there's some people that it won't be their type of game, but good game. I enjoyed it. Number 34. It's starting to get a little hot in here. Drinking all this coffee. Let's talk about Fall Guys, number 33. Fall Guys, man. I finally played it. It's taken a while, but whoa. Look at that flake. Let's put this back on. Let's put this back on. Whoa. Number 33, Fall Guys. Difficult game to talk about. Difficult game. Right? There's a lot of things about this that I could shit on. At the end of the day, it's a fantastic, fabulous game that fits a model while essential to what makes the game great, is also part of its downfall, pardon the pun, which is it being a service game. It's something I think everyone can enjoy. Every gamer of all age types, every gamer could sit down and have some fun with this game. This game really does speak to, I think, everyone. I don't know anyone who would play this and go, I didn't like it. Even casual people. I had some friends over who don't play video games at all, and I made them try this. They were having fun. They were taking turns, passing the controller back and forth to each other, and I was watching them play. It was an older couple that don't play video games, and she was just... Have you ever seen non-gamers play video games every once in a while? They get mean. They get fucking mean. She was being so mean to him. He'd fucking fall off and die, right? Oh, you fucking suck. You fucking suck. You don't know how to do anything. It's just like the fucking blah, 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 blah. It's why you can't do this and shit and blah, blah, blah. You should just fucking give up and give someone else a try. You can't do shit. God damn. God damn, Corinne. He just fell. There's 50 other fucking guys. We're all gonna fall. Only one of them can win. What the fuck? And then she didn't want to try it. Like, no, 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 no. Of course not. Of course not. She was smart enough to know that she would fall and fail. But no, they were playing it, and even they were having a blast. As mean as they were. God damn, you guys are fucking mean. There was another couple I know. They used to... We don't hang out with them anymore because they're not a couple anymore, but they used to come over, and they would get really... One of them was kind of a gamer, and the other one wasn't really, but they would do the same thing. They would get so mean with each other. That was weird. Why is that? Why are non-gamers, when they get the controller in their hand to play around, the worst comes out of them? I think that's the reason why there's so many toxic people on Call of Duty. So many of them. They're really just a bunch of non-gamers that play Call of Duty and Madden, and that's it. And they get on there and just fucking... They go nuts. I don't know what it is, but... Anyway, enough about that bullshit. Fall Guys was really great. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm not a PlayStation Plus subscriber. This came out on the PlayStation. I was gonna, get it and download it and stuff. But I knew it was a timed exclusive. I knew it was timed. And I hate these timed exclusive things. I really want to just play it on Xbox. I don't know what else to say. I could have got a PS Plus subscription. I could have downloaded this thing for free, $99, but I just didn't. I was like, I'm just going to wait for it to come to Game Pass. I'll just buy it then or whatever. A year later, we had to wait a year for this shit. Over a year. It finally comes to Xbox. I don't know, man. It just left a bad taste in my mouth. Having to wait a year for this shit for some sort of bullshit exclusivity deal. And then, it really is just a service game at the end of the day. so many things working against it. I wanted to play more of it, but you know, it is what it is. I'm glad that they're updating it and they roll out new seasons with new things, and it's cool. But I did have a lot of fun with it. It really is a great game. It was a breath of fresh air. I just wish I could have played it in the zeitgeist. I wish that it didn't have this timed exclusivity bullshit attached to it. I wish that... I don't know. I wish that it didn't have so many like service stuff and microtransactions and daily points and shit like attached to it all. There were so many things working against it, but at the end of the day, I had a lot of fun. I played this co-op. Well, not really co-op. Me and Stacy played together. We didn't really play alone. She was in her room with her Xbox, and I was out here in the living room on mine. And we were playing together. We'd queue up together. Sometimes it would put us, we were like on teams. Sometimes we were like against each other, and we would just root for each other while competing against each other. So many crazy moments where I like sacrificed myself so she could keep going, or I jumped on someone's head and pushed them under while I saved myself and that person happened to be her. Just so many like crazy moments, so many fun moments, so many rage-inducing moments. The more you play, the more you get good, and it was just a crazy game. You've probably played Fall Guys. It's free on everything now. If you didn't play it during the zeitgeist on PlayStation, you probably played it on your phone or on PC or on Xbox when it came to Xbox. You know what I'm talking about. But this game was never going to be in my top 10. This game was never going to be in my top 10, and there was a lot of things holding it back, but other than that, I don't have to tell you how fun it was. I played this thing for a solid week. Couple of hours a day, I just played through this thing, got good, and I say I played and I beat this one because I finally got a crown. I was trying for like a whole week, and I got my first crown. And after that, I was like, I think I could put this one down as a win. So, I mean, even if you're in the group of people who are like, you can't beat it, how did you beat it? Well, that's my metric I'm using. So, you agree or disagree with that, that's fine, but I did have a good time with this game, and I don't know. I don't know what I would change about it, because it kind of works as a service game, and without that, I don't think it would work. I guess it should have just came to all platforms simultaneously. That would have been awesome. That would have propelled this game into... A lot of people say it got popular because it was given away free on PlayStation Plus. Yeah, if it just released on PlayStation, but if it didn't, if it came out simultaneously on all platforms, I think it would have been bigger than what it is now. Because the zeitgeist is over. I don't know, I didn't really hear... I heard some rumblings in the communities when it finally came over to the Switch and Xbox, but it wasn't like it was before. If this thing came out on all platforms, crossplay turned on, day one, this thing would have been bigger than fucking... I don't know, what are some of the big ones? This thing would have been bigger than fucking everything. It would have been bigger than what it was. And it's just unfortunate, because, we gotta have them third-party deals that sabotage our own fucking game. It's fucking stupid. But I did have a good time with it when I finally got around to playing this thing. I just wish it didn't take a year. There should have been... If I would have played this the year before, it would have been higher up on the list then. But I played it a year later, and knowing all the bullshit that happened, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. But I don't want it to be all about that. I did obviously enjoy it since it's higher up on the list. It's really an experience you can't ever take back. I can't ever trade that experience in and try to say it was worse than it really was, or I didn't have as much fun, because the truth is I had a fucking blast with Fall Guys. Number 32 is Destroy All Humans, specifically the 2020 remake. Never played this game, never played the original. Heard good things. Honestly, the remake cycle and just the general era of video games is always changing. There's always a time and a place for certain types of games. And some of them stand the test of time, some of them don't really. This is definitely a game that in the generation after didn't hold up, and I'm sure a lot of people would have drifted off as games like Skyrim and other bigger, more prominent 3D open world games kind of set the stage of what's to come. But then as time continues to move on, people get fatigued of just the bigger and better style stuff. Too much bloat, too many things to do. We yearn for a more relaxed, simplistic way of doing things. And in this PlayStation 2, OG Xbox, GameCube era of games, you know, Destroy All Humans, like I said, I never played it at the time of, but it was definitely a time and a place for these janky 3D games. I think Pandemic did the original. I was never a huge Pandemic fan. There's a lot of Pandemic, the developer, there's a lot of Pandemic fans who say all their games are amazing, and I played a couple of them. They're okay. They're okay. I'm not a huge Pandemic mega fan, but this is one of the few I've played. Again, not when it was out, but I heard good things about this. There's a few of these like 3D games back during this era, which I was never a huge fan of. I wasn't a fan of the jank. I just wasn't. I was very selective, we'll say, with the 3D jank back in the PS2 era of games. But this one was always one of the titles that got a good reputation. Finally played it for the first time with this remake, and they just touched everything up and made everything prettier. They didn't really change any of the gameplay, which I really appreciate, because I never got to experience the original. With this remake, let's be honest, there's a whole bunch of different types of remakes. There's reimaginings, and there's made-up words that blah blah blah, and you know, I really don't know these days. I really don't know. I guess it just comes down to the amount of quality you put into the remaster or remake or reimagining. There's the shitty ones. They just touch it up barely, but it's the same fucking game. There's games that really need an overhaul in mechanics because the game on a fundamental level is just broken and people don't enjoy that or want that anymore. And then there's games like this, which you don't have to touch the gameplay. The gameplay is fine. Just make it look prettier. And prettier it does. I wouldn't call this thing like a AAA modern game by any stretch, but it is pretty enough. It's a combination of a good art style that fits with the original. That's really all it needed. I guess it has some frame rate issues and stuff, but I really enjoyed this. I really did. I'm glad this thing exists. Random Eurojank PS2 game with a decent enough reputation, some random ass shit it's got a cult following. I never played it back in the day. This thing gets a remake. Gameplay still intact, so I get to experience the original in all of its glory, plus with modern visuals, so it looks nice, looks crisp. We need more of this. We need more of this. It's only 32 on my list. I'm not even halfway through my list. I played a little over 50 games. I'm not even down to the halfway mark. So, I did play some good stuff, but this isn't a bad game by any stretch. It's not even a mediocre game. This is a good game. It's a good game. And with this, I would say we move into, I don't know, I always feel like we hit a new milestone with each couple of games I talk about. And this one, I think, is another milestone game where we go into, well, another milestone game. It feels like we're hitting a milestone with Destroy All Humans. It feels like we're hitting a stride now with these games where you have to just give it up to the developers. And in this case, the original developers and the guys who did the remake. They remake the second one, which I think I own. or it's on my wish list. I'm gonna buy it next time it goes on sale. I don't remember, but I'm gonna play Destroy All Humans 2, the remake. And we all knew the third one was coming. They announced the third one. They were just, getting everything under their belt, making sure they know how everything works. I respect that greatly. Here, random studio, do this remake. Oh, you did really well. Okay, remake the second one. Oh, okay, now you know. Now you guys are the authority on how these games roll. Now, make a brand new game. Make the third one. Okay, Chief, we got it. I think that's a great approach. The first one was a proof of concept. Will this thing even sell? Do people even want this thing? Can these guys even handle it? They've proven that they can, and they've proven people are interested. They greenlit the second one. Second one's out. I'm sure the sales numbers aren't, Call of Duty numbers, but I'm sure it sold well enough for them to be pleased. They got the experience under their belt. They know what they're doing. We know that they could deliver us a good product. No one's better for the job for a part 3 than these guys. I'm going to play that fucking second one. I'm going to play the shit out of it. I'm going to enjoy it. And I'm going to buy that fucking third one. I'm going to buy that fucking third one. You have made a Destroy All Humans fan out of me. As for the game itself, like I said, it is a snapshot in gaming history. It is in a very specific time and place where you could make inappropriate jokes. It's goofy. There's some jank, but it has a lot of charm. The gameplay was fun. Third-person shooting, mayhem. You got the third-person shooting part where you're shooting butt plugs at people and probes and... butt plugs. I meant probes. A little bit of slippage there. The strap-on slips. The mask slips. You're doing all this crazy stuff, right? Good boss fights, too. Good boss fights in that game. Not the best, but good ones. Good ones. They're challenging. They're long. They got phase. It was so refreshing. I almost wish I don't think I would have enjoyed this game if I would have played it back in its day. I don't think I would have enjoyed it. The weird voice acting would have turned me off. Voice acting wasn't a thing back then. I really needed this high caliber Metal Gear Solid style delivery in order to appreciate that sort of thing. I wouldn't have appreciated this. The janky gameplay would have turned me off because at the time the only 3D games really I was associated with at the time were like Nintendo 3D games, Zelda and Mario and Banjo-Kazooie. These were high quality games. These really were, and I'm not trying to shit on anything, but they're a step or two above, a tier or two above Destroy All Humans when it comes to controlling the camera and 3D character controlling. I really don't think I would have enjoyed this game when it first came out. I really don't. But knowing how things progressed, knowing the technology and the technology tree on how games and console games and 3D games have gone, this is a snapshot in time, and I'm able to appreciate everything about it and what it is, warts and all. And it's done very pretty and very art style-y. Something that more digestible in these times. And I'm just so glad this game exists. I'm glad I got to experience it. I'm so happy that the right developers remade it, and they're going to be, delivering us a brand new game in this series. This is really a joyous time, something to celebrate, and it's the culmination of all of this together is more than the sum of its parts. As just a game, I enjoyed it. I thought it was okay. I thought it was great. But it's more than the sum of all of its parts, and I'm really glad this game exists. And what the fuck are the cats doing? Number 31, Hitman 2. I played this after, I think, Hitman 3. Yeah, I played this after Hitman 3 came out. Hitman 3 came out. I played Hitman, the reboot. I think it was 2016. I played that, really enjoyed that. Was meaning to get to the later series. Hitman 3 came out, and I was like, okay, I really need to play this. And then Hitman Trilogy came out. I was like, okay, I really need to get on the ball with this. And so I finally threw in Hitman 2. Still haven't played Hitman 3 yet. I'm gonna, of course. But I forgot how much fun I had with the first one the first time. And the second one was really fun. It works. Not a huge fan of the level layout and how it tells a story. You know, you got... Like, it's these weird Microsoft squares that you select. You pick one and it's a cutscene, and then you pick the next one and it's a level. It's just kind of weird how that works. And I don't really like how they're telling the story in that fashion. I don't mind these big, elongated cutscenes that, you know, tell the story. Just, I don't know, it felt weird. It felt really weird. Not a huge fan of it, but it's doable. It works, I guess. There's a lot of holdovers from the model. I think when the first one came out, it was this weird episodic thing. Like, they came out with episode 1 and then later episode 2. It was stupid. It was fucking stupid. Square Enix made them do that, and then the game didn't do too well because Square Enix ruined the game, and then they got mad at them and sold them when they fucked it up. And then they did the same thing with all of their Western studios. Oh, this service game that's shitty that no one likes, it didn't do too well. We're going to sell you off. You fucked it up. What are you talking about? Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but underneath all that is a really good game, and I did enjoy Hitman 1. There's still some holdovers left over from that, though, like the way the mission structure and works. At least the whole goddamn thing came out day 1, though. We didn't have to wait for the next episode or whatever. But Hitman 2 was really fun. I enjoyed it. The gameplay is... I haven't played... No, that's not true. I was going to say I haven't played any of the older Hitman games. I didn't play any of the original Hitman games. The first one I played was Hitman, I think it's called Absolution, for the 360 and PS3. I thought it was good enough, but I gotta be honest, I never finished it. And this was after I was like finishing my games. It's like, oh, I tried to push. I couldn't get into it. It was a little too goofy for me. A little too goofy. And a lot of people said it's not Hitman. It feels different. Whatever. Same thing with the Splinter Cell games. When they kind of remade Splinter Cell with Conviction and Blacklist, a lot of people are like, this isn't Splinter Cell like I remember. But those new ones are really good. Absolution wasn't all that good. I never finished it, but I never played the originals. That was the only one I played. So I decided I was going to get back into it again with this. Give it a fair shake, and I really liked it. I liked the original. I liked the second one. A lot of people are saying this is very reminiscent of the original Hitman games, which is cool. Did IO Interactive do the originals? Did they do that Absolution reboot or whatever? I don't know. I really don't. But I enjoyed the games. Hitman 1 and 2 specifically. These new ones, not the originals. So I plan on playing 3. I'm not that invested, to be honest, with the story and the characters. I'm just not. And I already know the ending of part 3. We were on the train, and you got the fucking forget serum or whatever. I'm not that invested with this shit, but gameplay is fantastic. Gameplay is really fun. You really can spend hours just figuring out what to do and how to go about it. Just being really slow, making sure you're in everyone's peripheral vision with the disguise, trying to figure out where everyone's going, watching their fucking movements, and then, you know, examining everything, lining up your shit for 15 fucking minutes, and then finally you make your move. You thought you memorized everyone's patterns, and then finally you make your move and you go, and then, you know, you fuck something up and you gotta reload the save. It's fun. There's a bit of save scumming with this. I tried not to do that. If I got caught or something fucked up happens, I try to not re-roll the dice every fucking time and just revert to a previous save state that I saved the game beforehand. If there's too much at stake, if there's too much on the line and I fuck up too much, then I will. But I really tried not to just save scum with this game. This ain't XCOM. I tried to just play casually. Wasn't that invested in the story. This is a game where I really just wanted to let the gameplay speak for itself. It's different from other things I play, even other stealth games and other, assassinations shooty games that I play. I'm a Metal Gear fan, I'm a Splinter Cell fan, and now I'm a Hitman fan, and they all bring something new and different to the table. Hitman, for me, it's not very, its story is not its strong point compared to Metal Gear. The actual stealth is not its strong point compared to Splinter Cell. Where this game shines is the sandbox. Just being able to do what you want, the challenge of killing someone a certain way, getting away with it, and the way that they insert the secrets. Like, discover this costume that you gotta wear this person's skin suit and go through this door and figure out a way through this area, and it's crazy. It's really crazy, especially when you dig through all the tons of challenges and then you get the unlocks. Then you unlock like the midway point. You could start here in this shack halfway through the level so you could do these other challenges faster. It's layer upon layer upon layer, and you're like, oh my god, there's so much here. And I was like, that's not really how I play games, but there's so much here. Let me just try. And then I use a fast travel unlock that I did, and I'm trying to do this challenge, and then that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Now you're in. Gotcha, bitch! They get you, and now you're roped in, and you're trying to do all these endless challenges. You're supposed to be playing the next level. Nope, I'm back here doing this, and trying to get better, and just learning new things, and that was fun. And it's an endless rabbit hole of awesome gameplay, and it was quite good. It's quite good. Thinking back on it, thinking back on my experience with the first game, I really enjoyed that. But, thinking ahead and playing part 3, I kind of dread playing that, because it's really something you gotta be ready for. You gotta be ready for this stuff. You gotta just accept what the game is. You gotta accept when you sit down to play a level, you're gonna be sitting there for a couple hours, figuring shit out. It's slow, and sometimes it's boring, but it's so rewarding. And then once you get the grasp of things, going back and doing the challenges, it's so satisfying. The Hitman games are great. I would say overall I enjoyed Hitman 2 more than Hitman 1. And I heard Hitman 3's even better, that it is top tier game design, top tier level design. I had tons of fun. My favorite level in Hitman 2 is probably the one where you're in, I think you're in India, I'm not sure, where they're doing the movie set, and you had to pretend you were one of the, there's so many ways you could kill this guy. You could pretend you're one of the actors and in the movie set and do it yourself, or you could get a prop to kill him. I think the way I did it is I was an engineer fucking with the fans, and I overclocked it, and the fan literally blew him off the fucking building. There's just so many ways you could do this shit. It's not just, do you want to shoot him in the head, or knife him in the back of the neck, or break his back. That's not what this game does with the different ways you could kill people. They really go in depth, like with what I just said with the fan. Crazy fucking shit. I had tons of fun with it. Again, not the best game in the world, but we're really getting into these really good games. All of these games I had a great experience with. Hitman 2, fantastic game. I'm very excited to play Hitman 3 whenever I do that. Moving right along here with new Super Mario Brothers Wii U Deluxe. That is a mouthful. I don't know where the colons and semicolons and dashes and asterisks are and that thing. I just one run-on sense. As a game, its placement, this was a hard one to place because this is a second playthrough. Now, my rules are none of these games are second playthroughs or repeat games. They're all brand new standalone titles. And while this is the second time I'm playing through Super Mario's Wii U, this is the deluxe version for the Nintendo Switch that I played. This is New Super Mario's Wii U Deluxe. So, the main differences with this game are... well, it's a port. I don't think they did anything special on the port side. On the hardware side, I think it runs about the same. Maybe even worse. I don't know. I don't really know all that. Those waters are a little muddied when it comes to Nintendo because they don't really prioritize graphics or performance over there. So it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But I played the original back on the Wii U. And man, the Wii U really had some of the best exclusive Nintendo library games. They got like a handful of like 15 games. They were just so good. This was one of them. This was one of them. I really, really, really enjoyed it. I got the deluxe version. Well, Stacy got the deluxe version for me. I think she got this for me for Christmas a year or two ago. Whatever year it was that came out, she got it for me. Didn't play it until 2022. And so this is my second playthrough of here, but I got it here on the list because it is the new version of it. So I have... the deluxe version has the Luigi game. Okay, so they made DLC for this game that was like a Luigi expansion. It was basically you just run through the courses as fast as possible. It was DLC. They made like a standalone version of it that you could just buy standalone. And I think there is the disc version of the standalone Luigi expansion that's like super rare or something like that. Then they made just like, it was like Super Mario's Wii U plus Luigi expansion. And they started doing that. So this one has the Luigi expansion in it. I think I played a couple of levels of that, but that's it. I didn't really dabble all that much. There was tons of things that I don't remember from the original. There was like challenge modes and stuff. I kind of did that a little bit. That was fun. But way too much time on that first challenge trying to get like the gold stars and stuff like that. But for the most part, I just went through the main game. I just went through and played it again. I kind of wish I would have completed this thing. Kind of wish I would have went through the whole thing and completed it, because I went back and I was trying to get all of the coins. There's like 3 coins in each level. I was just having a blast with it. I really wanted to complete it, but I don't know. So my experience with this game, it's hard to talk about it because I already played it, and I had a better time playing it the first time. Maybe. I don't remember. Sometimes certain games are a blur. Like I'm getting this playthrough mixed up with my original playthrough on the Wii U, and then I'm mixing up, you know, the shit I'm saying now with my What Have You Been Playing little mini review I did in that video however long ago that was. Like, I'm a confused motherfucker. I don't know what's going on. What year is it? Also, I know you've noticed my little segments on these games are getting a little bit longer than they were. Usually I would wrap them up about 4 or 5 minutes a piece. I could see the timer right there. Now they're getting up to 6, 7, 9 minutes long. It's because the better games, I have more to say about them. This one, I don't really have tons to rant about. I'm just very confused. Seriously, though, I did enjoy my time with it. There's a lot of new Super Mario Brothers games. There's the original New Super Mario Brothers for the DS, which was fantastic. There's New Super Mario Brothers 2, which I own. I gotta get to that one at some point. I played a couple of levels of it, but I gotta get to that one. Then there's New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which I thought was just a port of New Super Mario Bros., but for the Nintendo Wii. I didn't play it for the longest time because I thought I already played it. But no, it is a brand new standalone entry. It's essentially New Super Mario Bros. 3. I had no idea that it was its own thing. I literally thought it was the same game ported over, just with better graphics and waggle controls. Nope, it's a completely new game. New Super Mario Bros. Wii U is, again, a brand new standalone game, and I think as it stands, it is the most recent and current and newest New Super Mario Bros. Game in the sub-franchise. This is my personal favorite. This is my personal favorite game out of, I think, the 4 standalone New Super Mario Bros. Games. It's excellent. They got the controls down pat. The custom levels are great. I'm a big Mario Maker guy. I've made tons of levels, played tons of them, sunk in probably about 1,000 hours between Mario Maker 1 and 2. And you don't get an experience like this with Mario Maker. You just don't. That's like endless experiences, endless fun, endless bullshit. But with this, you get custom shit that you just can't get from a Mario Maker experience. For instance, if there's some random foliage on a wall that just seems out of place and you jump at it just for shits and giggles, maybe do a wall kick off it, and you fall through the wall, and the game zooms in and has a little circle around you that highlights your position. You're in the wall, and you're in this area, and just shit that just, you're running along, and then just like platforms fly out of nowhere. There's a lot of physics and a lot of things in this game that just isn't in Mario Maker. It really adds a custom touch to the levels. The levels are expertly crafted. Not a terribly hard Mario game. Not a terribly hard one. Some games are harder than others. Some games ramp the difficulty up in certain parts. Sometimes going through and beating the Mario game is easy, but like mastering it and getting all the collectibles and beating the special levels, that's the real challenge. This one is definitely on the easier end of the spectrum. It's not hard at all. But the level design and the gimmicks in here, it was all just top-notch. Very good, very good. I thoroughly enjoyed playing through this thing a second time. It really holds up. It really does. And I really wish I would have 100%ed this game. I really do. Early on, I was getting all the... What I mean by 100% is there's like 3 gold coins in each level hidden. And you gotta collect them all, and then after you collect them all, you unlock the final like area in the game, and you could like beat that. I really wish I would have gone out of my way to do it. I went back to do some of that. I missed maybe 20 of them, 20 coins in a few different levels, and I just didn't want to go back and replay the levels. I was hitting my stride. I was doing really good. I got most of the coins as is, but it was just something I wanted to do and go out of my way to get at the end. I really wish I probably should have taken a stance and said I'm just going to keep playing this level until I get all the coins before I move on. If I would have systematically done that, just had a better game plan, I would have been able to do that. I wish I would have gone back and done that, because after beating the game, going back and getting all the coins, it wasn't really worth it to me. I didn't want to go back and replay some of the old levels. I didn't want to do that. But I did. I think it's World 3 and 4 are optional. You go to either or before moving on to World 5. I think I went to World 4 and then I went back and I beat World 3 before moving on because I wanted to do everything. The levels were such a joy to play. This is one of the best Mario games, period. Just the level design is amazing. The physics are great. The music is great. All the little touches and the little details in this game were fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed it on the Wii U when I played it that first time. And I thoroughly enjoyed it again playing it a second time. But since it is a second playthrough and I already essentially played through it again on a different console, it gets a little bit lower on the list. You know, you can't have the same game be number 1 on the list every single time you play it. That's just unfair and it's unrealistic. But as it stands as a game, regardless of what version you're playing on or what console or handheld you try this thing on, it is New Super Mario's Wii U is probably one of the best standalone Mario entries, period, and it is my personal favorite new Super Mario Brothers game. If you haven't played this thing yet, get this shit on the get the Wii U Deluxe version. It has all the DLC and shit. You won't regret it. Fantastic game. I really enjoyed it. Guys, we finally made it into the 20s, officially. At number 29 is Power Wash Simulator. This game kind of hit a zeitgeist stride a little bit when this came out. People were making fun of it. There's people that played it for sheer curiosity reasons, and there was a lot of people who were shitting on this game and laughing about it. And we're like, bro, this is a fun and addictive game. Now, for me, personally, when I heard about this game, when I saw it was coming to Game Pass, I was immediately interested. I had played a couple of these, I've dubbed these weird simulators. So there's a lot of simulation games that you go out there and you play, right? City builders and other games, strategy games with simulation elements. I've dubbed these the weird simulators. They're really trying to simulate whatever the fuck it is. Power washing, lawn mowing, building a PC, cross-country fucking hauling, like weird simulators. They're fucking weird, and I tried the first one last year, and it's still my favorite. It's still my favorite out of all of these weird simulators. I don't have too many under my belt, but I'm getting there. I got 3 or 4 of them under my belt now. They're very fun. They're very addictive. They're very time-consuming, and I love them. They're not for everyone. I got a few of them under my belt, and so when I saw this one, I was like, ooh, that looks weird and bizarre enough for me to get its hooks into me. And get its hooks in me, it did. Great game. This one really seemed to break through the casual barrier. A lot of people were playing this. A lot of people were talking about it. And to be honest, that's kind of where it falls a little short. I played another one of these weird simulators this year. I played a couple of them, actually. They're ranked pretty high on my list here. I really enjoyed them. I really loved them. This one doesn't rank as high, even though I really enjoyed it. But a lot of casual people, a lot of people new to these weird simulator games, they haven't played some of the others. And that's why I didn't enjoy this one enough, is because this one really was trying to speak to casual people. The gameplay is very satisfying. It's satisfying gameplay, the game. Like literally, you're just power washing, just washing waves over some sort of black object and washing away the dirt, and it's very satisfying. The way when you completely wash a gutter on this filthy house and the whole thing, bing, shines. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. You do that over and over again. Spending an hour on the side of a pyramid, that last fucking level, oh my god, and you finally get the last bit of grime off on one of its 4 corners and the whole thing shines. Oh, so good. So good. It really is. You don't have to go through and play and complete the whole goddamn thing. Just play a couple of levels, unlock some new nozzles. It's good fun. I, of course, playing and beating all my games, I went through and I beat the whole thing, beat the final level. There's some weird story there too that's comical. This game's great, it really is. I have no shit to fucking talk. But where it falls short is the fact that it is a little casual. It's that conversation with Monster Hunter World versus the other mainstream Monster Hunter game. I shouldn't say mainstream. The more traditional Monster Hunter games, the ones that have their niche audience, a lot of that niche audience were turned off by the mainstream aspects of Monster Hunter World. I'm not a Monster Hunter fan at all. I don't like the games. I didn't like Monster Hunter World. But a lot of people's arguments with Monster Hunter World is that it was too mainstream, too casual, and the overall quality took a step down. That's kind of how I feel here with these weird simulators. I played Shipbreaker. I played. I own the PC one where you like build your own PC. I haven't played that one yet, but I played Lawn Mowing Simulator. I played House Flipper. These are all very weird, very niche games, right? This one was obviously designed to be more casual, more of an arcade experience, and less of an actual simulation game. And with that, I think I enjoyed the more niche, in-depth, in the ant's butthole, just climbing all up in there, zoomed in, weird, bizarre experience with these weird simulator games. So that's the reason why I like those better, and this one ranks a little bit lower on the list. I would prefer this to be literally more of a simulation game, but I'm okay with what it is. That's just a small gripe, but I'm okay with this being just a colorful, casual arcade experience. I really enjoyed it. Again, very satisfying, very fucking satisfying. Even if you're not into this sort of thing, give it a fucking try before it leaves Game Pass. Just fucking try it. That's it. Just try it. Try it and just play that first level, which is like the demo level, right? Get your first unlock after you beat the level. Then play that second level. That second level is really where the game really starts. The first level, I think, is you're hosing off a van. You literally just have to spray the van. You could beat it in like 2 minutes. Then the second level, you're literally doing a yard. So like, play that first level, come to terms with things, play that second level, see how you feel. See how you feel. Great fucking game. I'm glad a lot of people enjoyed it. I'm glad it reached, a kind of a wide audience. But in the end, it's not... It didn't reach that level of weirdness that I really appreciate with some of these other weird simulation games. But nonetheless, fun game. It's just pure fun. I had a blast with it. No pun intended. Alright, this is going to be another awkward segment. New day. It's in the morning again. It's morning time again, so... You know how it goes. So let's just power through it. I'll try to get back to normal. I'll try to get the weirds out where I can. But, let's dive in. Number 28. Number 28. Mortal Kombat X. I played this during Shocktober. Because of the themes. It wasn't really scary. It's a fucking Mortal Kombat game. I had fun. I had fun with this game. I didn't think I would. I was really weary. I was really weary of this game because of the previous one. So, this isn't the newest Mortal Kombat. This isn't Mortal Kombat 11. Do you guys remember the whole... It's not Mortal Kombat 10, it's pronounced Mortal Kombat X. It's Mortal Kombat 10. The previous game was Mortal Kombat 9. This one's Mortal Kombat 10. The X is a Roman numeral. The game that came after it is Mortal Kombat 11. This is Mortal Kombat fucking 10. I got something in my teeth. I gotta floss after this segment or something. Holy shit. Got a new beanie. Got a new beanie for Christmas. Just trying to think of my story I'm gonna tell. I like to tell like my little stories of how I discovered the game and whatnot. So let's start with Mortal Kombat 9. This was... It feels like they've been pumping out these Mortal Kombat games for a really long time. NetherRealm. It wasn't that long ago that they rebooted the franchise with this new team. And it was met with critical acclaim. But it wasn't that long ago. It was just well, 2 generations ago. It was the generation before... 2 generations ago during the 360 PS3 era. Great game, great fucking game. The main story... The main story was fantastic. And I watched half of it on YouTube. Alright, so, like, the main story was fantastic. Gameplay was good. It got way too fucking hard, though. Way too hard. I literally couldn't beat the campaign. They were just throwing bullshit at you. Like, peak level bullshit in fighting games. They brought the arcade shit to your home, beat your ass. It wasn't just, oh, it was hard. It was unfair. Unfair. You had to fight a tag team match. The one that got me is I had to fight a tag team match by myself. And you have to defeat both opponents. Not just once, but twice. So you had to literally fight 4 fights. And you have to beat them in a row. You gotta, like, win, because it sucks so much. It sucked so much. I kept trying and trying and dying and dying. I had blisters. I had fucking Mortal Kombat thumb. Oh, it sucks so much. This was on the 360, by the way, that I played this. With that horrible D-pad. It was awful. It was fucking awful. I really loved the story and everything it was about, but that main campaign was just brutal. Couldn't do it, so I had to just watch the rest of it online on YouTube. A little embarrassing, but it was absolutely brutal. So after that, I was afraid to jump into Mortal Kombat X. I'm invested. I like Mortal Kombat. I love Mortal Kombat. I grew up with Mortal Kombat. I played halfway through 9. I'm invested in the story, watched the rest of it on YouTube, right? I wanted to, and I knew Mortal Kombat was continuing the reboot story. Like, everything about it sounded amazing, and I like me some Mortal Kombat, right? So I was apprehensive to finally get into this thing. That's why it took me so damn long. But I finally did it. I was like, I'm going to play this thing, and I know they had, like, the Halloween DLC characters and stuff in this one, so I decided to make it a Shocktober game. Didn't really play online all that much or use these special characters. They weren't in the main campaign. Pretty much just went through the main campaign and beat it and called it good. But I had a really fun time with it. I really did. I mean, it's high enough on the list. I had a really fun time with this game. Everything was fluid. Everything felt great. I played, Mortal Kombat before that, and I played Injustice 1 and 2. I'm a NetherRealm fan. I like how the games feel. I like how they portray the story. They are the kings, in my opinion, of the story mode in fighting games. Other companies are trying to adopt it, some with more success than others. I heard Tekken's done pretty well, but others aren't. Like, I played Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That was a shit show. I did not like that game. But these guys do it great, and playing I played Injustice 1 and 2, but I hadn't played the next Mortal Kombat yet, so I finally got to do that. Again, apprehensive after Mortal Kombat 9, but things went well. In fact, I think they heard the criticism because it was almost overly easy. I almost never failed a match. Almost never. I had somewhat trouble fighting Kotal Khan as Kano, but that's just because I suck as Kano. And I'm a sucker for these grapple. The computer, they're the worst to me. They're really hard to master, fighting another player. I suck at them, but these grapple characters in fighting games that don't have any ranged attacks and shit, I'm a sucker for these guys. They just block and dodge all my shit, and if they get close to me, they just fucking fuck me up. So I had a little trouble with him. I died maybe 3 or 4 times, but that was it. They let you skip the cutscenes. I didn't really care for the new characters, like Cassie Cage, and like everyone's SJW son or daughter. I didn't really care for them. I liked a couple of them. I liked a couple of them, to be honest. Like fighting wise, like playing with them and fighting with them felt good. Specifically, I liked I forget his name. Kenshi, I think it is, the one with the blindfold, the blind guy, his son. He had that fucking sword. That was cool. But as characters, I didn't really care for the new guys. Everyone's old. It's literally like 20 years later after Mortal Kombat, the events in Mortal Kombat 9, so everyone's 20 years older. They didn't say, nah, we're not playing any games, and, you know, everyone's the same age, even though it's 20... No, everyone's old. Fucking Johnny Cage is gray. Sonya Blade is fucking looking horrible. I think they chose Ronda Rousey's face to make her Sonya Blade. She looks about 50. No, it was great. I really loved it. I don't really have tons to say about the gameplay. It's just a fighting game to me. I do play other fighters. My jam is probably Street Fighter. I like the feel of Street Fighter probably the most, but I'm most invested in the story and the characters of Mortal Kombat. I just went through the main campaign, and it was a lot easier. They have a skip mode. You could just skip fights, but I think it's limited. There's a little like counter on the corner. I never found out what that was, because I never skipped a fight. But having that option there, if there was just something that was just brutally fucked up and you just wanted to skip the fight, you could do that. But I think you could only do it like 3 times. So that was cool. So I think they heard the reception there after Mortal Kombat 9. This one was almost too easy, but fighting games aren't really my bread and butter, so I didn't complain too much that it was too easy. I just had a good time with it, and I just love the concept of a sequel to a beloved franchise that was rebooted like 20 years later. You know, think of I don't know, what if they make they wait a really long time for an Uncharted sequel, and then they just make it 20 years later, and literally Nathan Drake is fucking in his 50s, and Claudia Black is she's pretty fucking old now, but you get what I'm saying. Everyone's fucking old, alright? Sully's dead. That would be... Actually, that would sound kind of horrible, to be honest. But you get what I'm trying to say. I enjoyed this game. It was a pleasant surprise to me, because I thought I would like begrudgingly just kind of muscle through it, but I didn't. I had a really good time. When I sat down to play, I felt the more bug. Like, one more time. Let me just do one more time. Let me just get through this next section. Okay, I think I'm done. And then we get a new character, and they play really well, and I'm doing good, and I just keep going. It was really fun, really fun. I think I played an online match. I don't remember. I went in, I did some of the fatalities. I just messed around in the menus and stuff like that a little bit. Not very much, a little bit. But for the most part, I just went through the main story with that whole thing. Oh, I always knew of some of these. Another thing I really love that they did, like, I know all about Mortal Kombat and its characters, Mortal Kombat's 1 through 3. I didn't really play, you know, anything that after that. Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance and Mortal Kombat Deception and like all the later ones that were off the Super Nintendo. Like, I didn't play a lot of those, so there was a lot of characters like Shinnok and Quan Chi and other characters that I didn't really know anything about. I'm not really invested in them. They were all in the reboots and Mortal Kombat 10 and stuff like that as main canon characters, not some weird thing that they added later. So I thought that was really cool that they just took the whole universe and remixed it and re-injected it, and I just really love this game. I don't know what else to say. I really loved it. I'm excited for it, and knowing that it's not brutally fucking hard on a genre that I'm admittedly not all that good on. I think I'll be jumping into Mortal Kombat 11 here. I heard the story is amazing there. I already bought the Ultimate Edition. I got it. dirt cheap too, for like $9 or something like that. Mortal Kombat 11 with the Aftermath expansion and all the DLC and bells. I got all that. I got all of that when it's time to do that. So, whenever that is. But Mortal Kombat 10, fantastic game. I really loved it. And I'm not huge on fighting games. If you like fighting games, you're definitely going to like this more than I did. So try this goddamn thing. Everyone should be playing Mortal Kombat. Got most of the weirds out. Number 27, Cyber Shadow. I played this thing towards the beginning of the year, so gotta be honest, my memory on the entire thing is a little hazy, but really good game. It was better than I thought it was. I was planning on playing this. It looked good. I believe it was published by Yacht Club Games, which is the developer and publisher behind Shovel Knight. So I was pretty excited to play this thing. And then right before I played it, I learned that Yacht Club Games didn't actually develop this. They just published it. And so I was like, I kind of went through that with Children of Morta. I was excited to play Children of Morta because I thought it was the same guys who did one of my favorite games of last generation, which was Moonlighter. Really loved Moonlighter. I got to be playing that, and right before I started it, I learned it wasn't actually made by them. It was kind of advertised as such. And so I was playing, I was like, well, it was published by the same guys, I guess. Pixel art graphics, RPG, kinda. So I was playing it, and I was like, nah, not for me, not for me. So I was afraid that I was going to have one of those situations with Cyber Shadow. Not the case. Not the case. Yacht Club Games picked a good one. A lot of publishers do this, like really good developers and publishers. Well, they're self-published developers, and they're kind of getting into the publishing game a little bit. So, you see this primarily with fuck are their names? They do the fake E3 every year that's comical with all the blood and the craziness. With that one bitch who comes out on stage. She's kind of hot. She's always swearing and shit. What is the publisher's name? Devolver Digital. They handpick and choose pixel art and platformers and stuff like that, and they do a really good job of fitting the mold of what they want to be known for. Other publishers not so much, but Yacht Club Games did a good job picking these guys. I don't know the name of the developer, oh well, but Cyber Shadow was really great. Cyber Shadow was... I'd never played Tenchu. I heard it was, kind of more Tenchu. It wasn't really... Maybe I'm thinking of something like... Maybe I'm thinking of another ninja game. There was tons of them back in the NES and SNES era. On the Sega, there was tons of these ninja games. Ninja Gaiden was just the most popular of them. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but a lot of people said this isn't true Ninja Gaiden. It's more something else. But I only played Ninja Gaiden. I really liked this. It felt like Ninja Gaiden. Like I said, I played this towards the beginning of the year. I don't have... My memory is a little hazy on it, to be honest. But what I do remember is that it was fun. And it was challenging. They had good boss fights. I bitch a lot about Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2 and Ghost and Goblins Resurrection. One of them is an old, beloved, classic franchise. The other one is kind of a spiritual successor of sorts of Castlevania, since we don't actually see any new 2D Castlevania games anymore. So it's kind of a spiritual successor, but it's a newer franchise, which has been established. There's 3 games in the franchise now. I reference both of these. They both kind of come from different walks of life, publishing-wise. But they both are 2D retro style games. One of them's literally pixel art, the other one is hand drawn art, but they're retro style 2D games that are supposed to be a little bit on the harder side. Same with Cyber Shadow, right? Those games I scored really low. Those games are way back on the list for a reason. It's because the developer doesn't respect your time, and they're out of touch, and maybe they're trying to chase, maybe they got the numbers that I don't have, but maybe they're trying to chase this casual gamer, this casual gamer full of nostalgia who wants to play a level or two and have fun, but then bounce out before it gets too hard, and then they could tell their friends, oh, it was a really good game. I don't know, maybe that works out better for them, I don't fucking know. But I played my games to the end and I beat them, unless we're talking about Mortal Kombat 9. That I'm too much of a bitch. But I did not like those games because they only gave you a limited amount of levels, and they relied on rehashing and remixing and New Game Plus and all that bullshit in order to pad out the gameplay. Cyber Shadow doesn't do any of that. Cyber Shadow doesn't do any of that. Cyber Shadow is one level after the other after the other. I want to say there's like 8 or so levels, not tons of levels. It's not terribly long, but they are their own levels. The levels are long. The levels respect your time. They always give you something new to do. The games do not waste your time and make you run through the same level again with difficulty modifiers and pad shit out. The game does not do that. I'm sure there's a New Game Plus. Like I said, I don't remember. I remember going through some areas again. Just there's like intermission areas, like you'll beat a boss and then you'll backtrack down a portion of the level you already went through with like a new power-up, and you're able to like cut through a wall you weren't able to do. You go through there, then there's the transition scene, and then the new level opens up. So kind of a mix there, but it's not rehash or anything like that. This game really respects your time. Controls were snappy. The controls were great. I actually decided to try this thing with cloud gaming. I didn't play through the whole thing with cloud gaming, but after it was all said and done, I just wanted to point out, I did play this on Game Pass, by the way, but I wanted to point out that after it was all said and done, I went back and I tried it through the cloud because it's a very fast-paced Twitch gameplay type of a game. All your inputs matter, and it was doable. I beat the first level and the first boss, and it was doable. The input lag was negligible, and this was a year ago, about a year ago. I played this thing in January. So, I wish there was tons more I could say, a lot more nuance about the gameplay and its style. But the art style was great. I do remember that the story was just the way I like it. It was nonsensical. It was over the top. It was very cyberpunky. A lot of ninja assassination. Oh, I kind of remember. Wait, no, I don't. Or do I? There's some sort of like I said, it's over the top. It's like your master's soul is being... They're kidnapped her and killed her, and she's actually the daughter of the main villain, and they got like this whole city on COVID lockdown or something like that. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. Art was great. Gameplay was great. There's nothing bad I have to say about this game. The difficulty was just right. Just right. I like harder games. Not brutally hard games that are going to make me rage quit, but, you know, it does happen. It does happen like we saw with Mortal Kombat 9, but the difficulty was just right. It was hard enough for me to want to go, okay, I could have done better, let me go again. It was fair enough to allow me to recognize that the fault was my own, and I could indeed overcome this, not just beat my head up against the wall forever. It was long enough to where I got my fill, I felt satisfied, but not too long that I felt like it was droning on and on. The developer respect your time. I love the art style. I think I like the music. I didn't hate the music, but, you know, if the soundtrack was that memorable, I would have been I still would have been, shouting from the rooftops now. But it was a good game. It was more than a good game. It was a great game. I was doing my list. I'm looking at some of the games that I have left to talk about on the rest of the list. All great games here I'm looking at. All great games here I'm looking at. It's very unfortunate that this game doesn't rank higher. It should. It should. I didn't dock this thing for anything, but that just really is a testament to the great games that we have left to talk about and everything. But Cyber Shadow doesn't sit too well with me, to be honest, down here at number 27. It should be higher up. It should, but I don't know where I would place it. Great game. Great game. Everyone should try it. Number 26 is Guardians of the Galaxy. I gotta lean in over here more so I'm not... My head is always in danger of being cut off by the fucking thing. Guardians of the Galaxy. I heard what everyone else was saying about this. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I saw the gameplay. I thought the gameplay looked alright. I thought the story and the characters were alright. Guardians of the Galaxy ain't my favorite. I saw the movies. I really liked the second one. The first one was kind of meh. Yeah, I like Christopher Pratt. I like that world. I like the movies and stuff. Gotta be honest, I'm not a huge comic book guy. I didn't even know who these people were until the first movie, like everyone else. But they're good characters. They're good. They're good comics. They're good story. I like them. Yeah, I own Telltale. Do you remember Telltale's Guardians of the Galaxy? I'm not talking about that one. Could you imagine if that was the one I played and beat, and I'm talking about that? Everyone was like, wait, what? No, I got that one. I haven't played it yet. Plan to. It's in the backlog. The never-ending motherfucking backlog. We're never going to get through it, are we? There's going to come a time we're going to die. And we're going to have 1,000 games in our backlog. We will never have gotten to that game. We always meant to. This is the year we're going to get to that game. We're never going to do it. Holy shit. Yeah, I heard what everyone was saying about this game. I just didn't believe it. I thought it looked good. I thought it looked decent. I wouldn't have played it if it didn't come to Game Pass, though. And then it finally did. I was like, well. It's one of those games... I don't know. It fit itself into my cycle in a strange way. I hardly ever buy games brand new. $70 now. Holy fucking shit. I hardly buy new games at the premium price. Hardly ever. If there's a game I'm interested in, if there's a game I want, if there's a game that, it's on my watch list, I will add it to my wish list on, one of the storefronts. And I will wait until that goes on sale. And it depends on how deep the sale is. Is it 20% off and we're saving $10? Or is it like 35% off and we're saving $20? Or is it half off? It depends on how deep the sale is, what the game is, what the original price we're talking about. Is this like a digital only game that was priced at $40, or is it like a $70 motherfucker? I don't buy games new. I always wait for a sale. And so if there's a game that I'm kind of on the fence about, or I'm like, that looks cool, a lot of times, it's just a little too rich for my blood. Like, I would like to play you, I want to play you, but I'm not spending $40 for you. I'm just not. I'm not. You gotta do better. You gotta, give me 30. Give me 30, meet me halfway, and I'll play you. Right? Just waiting for this game to go on sale. I think it did. I think it literally did drop down to like 30, 35. And I was like, That's still a lot of dough for a maybe. Then it came to Game Pass. I was like, well, sure. So I played it. And the game was exactly what I thought it would be at first. At first it was. At first I thought it would be okay. Graphics are going to be okay. Performance is going to be okay. No one bitched about those, so that's a good sign, but no one's exactly praising it. All the influencers and everyone I saw talking about it, they all played it on PC, which is what everyone does these days. I thought the story and the characters were okay. I thought this world's version of those characters were... Some of them were a little rough getting around. Some of them... Rocket was awesome as usual. Groot was funny. Quill has a pompadour now. The girl, I forget her name, the green girl, she's just a fucking mean bitch. You know, nothing new there. It took me a while to get used to the characters and everything, and the style of the game. The characters wouldn't shut up. That's a good thing, though. Like, they really added contextual banter to everything. Narrative. It's a word. It's a term used for storytelling and story building. The word narrative comes from the word narrator, or narration, which is a word that does not mean story. Nowadays, especially in the review cycle, journos and influencers alike, they all love to use the term narrative for good storytelling. Narrative does not mean story. Stop using that word in place of story. Stop it. They mean two different fucking things. You got games like God of War and Uncharted and a lot of these high-budget, cinematic, Sony-style games that always get praise for fantastic story when they tell the story through narration. They tell the story through banter between characters, between missions A and B. Oh, we gotta go up to that hill and go to that castle and see what's going on and probably fight a bad guy. Okay, let's go. And instead of cutting it there and then loading up the castle when they finally get there, the game makes you walk there. And then all along, while you're dicking around, the characters are bantering back and forth. That's narrative. If you're using that as your primary means of storytelling, that's not only bad narrative, but that's a bad story. God of War does it. Uncharted does it. I'm fucking sick of these games and these people and journalists telling you that these games have great stories. Some of them do. Some of them have pretty decent stories hidden away in there, but their method of explaining it, the way of going about it, is not great storytelling. And the reason why I say this, the reason why I'm getting this out now, is because this game doesn't have that big or deep of a story. It just doesn't, and I'm fine with that. Nobody's playing Guardians of the Galaxy for its riveting story. They're playing it for the shenanigans and the antics and the banter, aka the narrative. And I wanted to point that out because this game is almost all narrative and no story, and I'm fine with that. Bad story, I guess. Non-existent story, kinda. But great narrative. This game has great narrative. I wanted to highlight this. The difference between story and narrative, and how one means one thing, the other means another, because, you know, they're different words. And how, if you substitute one in place of the other, that's not a good thing. This game doesn't really have a huge, fantastical story. It's just a string of events stacked on one of another, and you're frantically jumping from one thing to the other. And that's kind of how the game goes, and I'm okay with that. It fits the theme, it fits the character. And they even joke about that. They're like, well, what are we doing? What were we doing last week? Weren't we killing some sort of monster on an ice planet? And you were, like the 2 missions ago, you were doing something there. And now it's completely forgotten about, because the story doesn't matter. The story doesn't fucking matter. The game has a bad story. I'm sorry, it does. But who gives a fuck? The game has great narrative. The characters are bantering all the time, filling in the gaps, giving you all this awesome, like, lore dump all the time, making references to itself in that universe. It's amazing. It's amazing. This game has great narrative. Great narrative. And it was really fucking cool. And that's what I mean by the characters don't shut up. They're always talking about something. And it's so fun and so cool. It was a little bit of a, I don't know about you, but it was a little bit of a hard sell to me at first, because I was waiting for some big hook, some sort of major story event to happen. But the game just kind of strung itself along, and you're jumping, dicking around from one thing to another, and the characters are always talking and stuff. And it was a little overwhelming, like you felt like you were cataloging the conversations in some way at like some sort of hidden like challenge or something like that. I don't know. It was kind of a rough sell for me. And then I was debating on whether or not I wanted to keep playing it. But the gameplay was fun. The gameplay was good. Not the best in the world, but it was fun. A good mix of exploration and collecting, collectathons. And then there was then there's the story, trying to figure out what's going on, all the narrative banter. The fighting was fun, even though it's basically everything's just like bullet spongy, but it felt good. It kind of felt like a different take on Borderlands gameplay, like playing like a big Borderlands boss, like co-op or something like that. Except this ain't a co-op game. I really liked it. It grew on me the more I played. The more it grew. And by like 3/4 of the way through the game, I was loving it. I was like, wow, this is so good. I played like one level the first day, another level the second day. I guess I should play this again. I was playing it again. I was thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this thing. I don't really want to, like, bust out, one level a day for the next, week and a half. And then something just kind of changed. After I beat the 3rd level, I just jumped right into the 4th one. And then I was like, I kind of had fun there. I was having a lot of fun. I was getting into everything. And then towards the end, I just whipped through the end. I was having tons of fun. I loved the characters. This is my favorite iteration of the Guardians of the Galaxy characters. This version of Quill, this version of Drax. I loved all of it. It was really done really well. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're turned off slightly, if you try this game at first, just stick with it a little bit more, because it does grow on you. And in the end, it was a fantastic game. How awesome would it have been if Avengers was like this? That would have been cool. These were the guys that should have done Avengers. Eidos Montreal, they're the ones that do the Deus Ex franchise. Great fucking shit. I really love this game. What was that, number 26? Didn't expect this thing to be that high up on the list. Even after I beat it, I was like, that was a fun game, and then I forgot about it. And then when I was doing my list, and this came up, I was like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna. Then I'm going through it and stacking it up against the others. I was like, I like this game a lot. Number 25 is Final Fantasy III. As you know, I'm getting into the Final Fantasy franchise. Let me just say my spiel really quickly. I'm doing a Final Fantasy project. I've played almost all of them, but I hadn't actually beaten any of them. Almost none of them. The only one I did beat, and it was the first game I ever beat in the Final Fantasy franchise, it was just a few years ago, was the original Final Fantasy. And so last year I decided I'm going to play, that wasn't that bad, so I'm going to go through and I'm going to play and I'm going to beat all of them in chronological order. And this year I should say, 2022 was the first year I put this practice into motion. I was going to play one game every 6 months or so, didn't want to burn myself out, you know how I get. But in January I played and I beat Final Fantasy II. And then later in July, I played and I beat Final Fantasy III. I haven't talked about Final Fantasy II yet, so obviously that game I liked more. That game rates higher up. Obviously, where exactly on this list, you'll have to wait and see. But number 25 is Final Fantasy III. I did enjoy this game. I did enjoy this quite a bit. It's just a little odd talking about it because, well, I just played and beat Final Fantasy II 6 months before this, and I enjoyed that a lot more. But Final Fantasy III is still a really good game. So talking about this, you know, I'm going to talk about it more as a game compared to the other games. Games like, you know, Guardian of the Galaxy and Cyber Shadow and Mortal Kombat and whatnot. It's a game. It's a game. Just those 4 games I talked about. We have a fighting game, which is a sequel to a reboot. We have a 2D pixel art Ninja Gaiden clone made by a hand-picked developer by Yacht Club Games, who does Shovel Knight. We got Guardians of the Galaxy, which is all sorts of different types of games, all sorts of shit. Things that simulate and emulate old school games, and then games that are actually old school, like Final Fantasy III. This isn't a reboot and a reimagining. Actually, Final Fantasy III was rebooted and reimagined. I think the first time it came to North America was on the 3DS, and they made a 3D remake of it. I didn't play that version. The version I played was the Pixel Remaster on Steam, which I hear they're coming to consoles. I don't know, but this was really great. So compared to like just other games in general, Final Fantasy, specifically the old school Final Fantasy games, they hold up really well. It just depends what you like. They're my jam, totally. It might be a little rough, you know, actually like playing a ROM, getting a ROM and an emulator together to play the original NES one with the translation and shit, or even the 3DS remake. You know, it might be a little rough playing the original versions, but with just some modern save system and some quality of life improvements, these games hold up really, really well. And Final Fantasy III was great. I'm just amazed that these games hold up really well. I don't go back and play these old games that often. I really don't. I'm gonna need something like a Destroy All Humans remake or something like that. I got a lot of remakes here in my list. A lot of them are I've never played the originals before, and so I'm waiting for these remakes because I need that modern infusion in my games for them to be passable. While this is a more modern game, graphics-wise, it looked beautiful. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. It's essentially the same game, the same old-ass fucking game, with nothing really changed. I'm sure there were some translation issues and a bug or two that they took out, but pretty much the same goddamn old-ass fucking game. And I never go back to play these, least of all NES titles, and this one's special. This one's special. I never play these, and I'm doing it, and it feels good, and the old games still feel great. Even compared to modern games and modern marvels of technology, the old shit holds up well. In terms of it being a Final Fantasy game and how it compares to others, I'm not really the one to comment on that, because I literally just have 3 games that I could compare it to. I will say this though, I will say of the 3 Final Fantasy games I played and beat so far, this was my least enjoyable one. It doesn't mean it's a bad one. I have not played and beat a bad Final Fantasy game. I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure I'll be in the PlayStation or the PS2 era, and I'll play one and be like, don't really like this one. I think it's a bad RPG. I don't know, but that has not happened yet. As of right now, I only have the 3. And compared to the other 2, what this game doesn't do as well is it doesn't do story as well. It does narrative a little bit better. I'm not gonna... It doesn't do story as well. You don't seem that invested. I was reading a little bit up about it. It's very apparent what they were trying to do, and after reading up a little bit about the situation, I know for a fact that they were trying to do this. They were trying to make this RPG, this band of heroes, a little bit more relatable. They were trying to get you more invested in the characters. They did little things like they let you name... The characters don't have traditional names. They let you name them so you could be more attached to them. They didn't get proper names until the 3DS remake. But they did little things like that, and there was like a little love story in here, and I don't know, some weird stuff. A bunch of shit I honestly didn't really care for. In terms of the actual story, it's pretty bare bones, pretty predictable. You know, there's ultimate evil, and you're trying to... where the game really does shine, though, is the music. The music. Final Fantasy has always been known for its great music. There was some memorable and iconic riffs going all the way back from Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2. There's Matoya's Cave in Final Fantasy 1. There, of course, is the battle theme. I think Final Fantasy 2 has just the quintessential NES Medi battle theme that you hear on the cell phones and stuff like that. There's some bangers there from 1 and 2, but Final Fantasy 3 is the one where it has the game really outshines itself with the soundtrack. The airship theme, oh my god, the Crystal Tower at the end is probably low-key like the best Final Fantasy theme on any of the sound chips. So good. I dug what they were doing with the combat system, with the job system. I think this is the one that introduced the job system. I preferred the system that they had in place with Final Fantasy II more than this. Final Fantasy II's, I'll talk a little bit more about that when I'm doing that, but I preferred that one more. Overall, it was a solid game, and I did want to talk about the Pixel Remaster in general. I didn't have a lot of options when deciding to replay these games, and I finally decided to go with the Pixel Remasters on Steam. So glad I did. I'm so glad I did. These games have remastered soundtracks. Remastered soundtracks. I didn't know that until after I bought them. You have the option to play the originals as well, but they have remastered soundtracks that are just enhanced. And they have remastered visuals. Still pictures do not do this game's justice. Still pictures. You could I've seen the comparisons between the original Final Fantasy and the Pixel Remaster Final Fantasy. They added more pixels and more colors, and they lost, charm and blah blah blah. I remember seeing a video of how in Final Fantasy VI they had the pixel characters side by side, and one had more colors and more shit going on, but that didn't mean it was better, because the original model still looked better. And admittedly, the original did, but still images do not do these pixel remasters justice. You have to see it in motion. Just the way the pixels, disappear and reappear to appear animated, how the animation works in a smooth, buttery 60. In, this pixel perfect world, where it's not fuzzy anymore, it's literally perfect pixels with the animations, and then you have effects like fog and rain and god rays and shit like that in the game. And they redid the water and stuff on top of the pixel. It's done really well. A still image does not do these games justice. If you're going to play these games, play the pixel remaster ones, for Christ's sake. Anyway, Final Fantasy III, really good game. I didn't enjoy it as much as 1 and 2, but still a really good game, and I am very, very excited to playing Final Fantasy IV, which I think is going to be the first Super Nintendo game in the Final Fantasy series. Number 24 is Steampunk Tower 2. What? Steampunk Tower 2 is, from what I gather, a mobile game that was ported to Steam and consoles. And I saw this thing on sale. I was browsing through the sales. I saw this thing on sale. I played it on Xbox, by the way. They had one of their sales going on. Let me just take a moment and say that console sales, specifically on Xbox and PlayStation 4, I don't know too much about the Switch, but specifically on the PlayStation and Xbox, console sales, they're still not as good and robust as the ones on Steam. But these console sales are amazing. I've picked up games for single-digit dollar dues, big name titles for... Hell, I got the Ultimate Edition of Mortal Kombat 11 with all the added shit for like... It was like $8.99 or something like that. Like, these things are great. These things are fucking great. I'm so tired of people saying that you could only get the good sales on PC. Not true. Not true at all. Anyway, Steampunk Tower 2. It was on sale. I think it was like $2. And yeah, I was looking at it, and it's right up my alley. I didn't know how shitty it was gonna be. I didn't know how fucking shit this budget-ass title was gonna be. I figured if I buy it for $2 and I have an hour or two good time with it, then it's money well spent. It was more of a gamble than anything. I'm not really a gambling man, but if I was, I'd spend $2 on something in hopes that it would be great. That's about it. And it was. I really enjoyed it. I really did. It's right up my alley. It is this... It's not very pretty, and it has frame rate issues, but it's this, It is a tower defense game. It's a unique tower defense game that has an XCOM style second phase. Like, when you're not fighting battles, you're on this resource management world map, and it's really fun. You could see that there's remnants of whatever the fuck they do with mobile. Like, you have to wait a certain amount of time in order to, you know, tap the screen again, and that's how they get you. And there's gems and stuff you gotta buy for premium currency. You could totally see that shit in this game, the leftovers from that. But there was none of that in here. They just had everything unlocked. You could just buy whatever it is you want from the gems. All you had to do was just earn the gems in the game, which wasn't a problem at all. The resources were fine. At a certain point, the resources were just coming in like butter. So everything was fine. They took all that garbage out of the game, but the skeleton was still there, you could tell. None of that mattered, because I got the game for $2. And I love these tower defense games. Shout out to Bloons Tower Defense 6. It is the most current Bloons game in the mainstream series, and the best tower defense game that ever graced us. It's my favorite. I love it. I love it. So shout out to that game. But I love these tower defense games. I'm always good for a good romp. I'm always up for one. And this I got insanely cheap, and I had a really good time with it. I put in maybe, I don't know, I'm just gonna throw I think maybe about 10 hours. I put in a few more hours than I should have. It has like a main campaign mode where you have to actually get to the end. It was very satisfying. You build railways, and you're pushing into enemy territory, and you take back parts of the land one by one, and every once in a while the enemy will counterattack and you have to defend your land, and you do missions and stuff, and you earn gems and resources, and you put into research to build more and better towers. It's XCOM but tower defense. I had tons of fun with it. The way the game works is you have this mobile platform, like this big zeppelin, and you drop a spire down anywhere, and it opens up and it has all these guns on it, and then everyone just rushes and attacks you, and you have to defend it. The gameplay is actually really cool. It's 2D, right and left, and you have to switch turrets on the right and left side. You have to like switch them and reload their weapons, and so you gotta like withdraw your towers to let them reload, and you're open for attack, and then you put them out, and you can actually switch people from left to right. If there's more people coming on, if there's a big wave coming on the right hand side, you take all your towers on the left and you push them over there. You only have a certain amount of slots though. It's cool. It's really cool. Again, the graphics aren't all that great. I think it was all like silhouette, like all the characters were like blackened silhouettes. But whatever. It was really fun. I had a lot of fun with it. It was so addictive. So addictive. I started cheating the system too. Like I knew which battles, which areas, and which things gave you the most resources, and I just farmed that out, and it was a little boring, but I did that. My only complaint about this game, and this is what's keeping it from being higher up on the list, is that the end boss is bullshit. The very end of this game is bullshit. I said there were some holdovers from it being a mobile game. This is one of them. You can tell that they made this thing so unnecessarily difficult so they could extract premium currency out of you to upgrade and buy shit. I ended up I looked at many YouTube videos and tried to figure out what to do, and even with all that it took me many tries. I ended up using like some of my super moves. These are moves that you can accumulate. They cost a lot of resources to accumulate, and buying these things with premium currency must cost a fortune, and you have to use them in order to defeat the boss, the final boss. And you could just tell, that they really try to screw the player over with this thing. But there was no option to pay any of that premium stuff on this game, because again, I got the console version. But I feel for the mobile users playing this game. Don't play this fucking shit on mobile. Just pay the $2 and get it on Steam or console or something. But yeah, I had to acknowledge that. Got to acknowledge that. But I didn't get to experience that. I didn't get to experience having to pay out the ass or anything like that. What I got was a really satisfying, fun game. If you like these dumb little games, if you want to putz around for a couple hours, if you like resource management, if you are into tower defense, this thing goes on sale frequently on the consoles. Next time you see Steampunk Tower 2, pay the $2, bro. You won't regret it. Number 23 is Bowser's Fury. It's its own game. It's its own game. It is. Bowser's Fury was never released previously. Bowser's Fury is an expansion on Super Mario 3D World that came out originally on the Nintendo Wii U. I played 3D World. I enjoyed 3D World. And then when they re-released the game again for the Switch, they included a brand new expansion that was never previously released. I am all about that shit. I think it's cool. Sometimes Nintendo, well, let's be honest, most of the time Nintendo fucks up when it comes to their monetization practices. They re-release and resell the same rehash over and over again because people keep buying it. Guilty. Fucking guilty. You know, I own almost my entire Wii U library on the Switch, and I will gladly go back and replay those games because they're just really good games. Very digestible. You could just sit down and just play a Mario game. Even though you've done it 100 times before, you can just play through it. And if they repackage it and resell it, it's always good to have, because you could always just do it on better hardware and stuff. That's another gripe of mine, the better hardware. You know, somehow Mario doesn't run as well on the Switch, on the Nintendo Online, as it did on the Super NES, but I digress. That being said, they fuck up all the time, but sometimes they do really good, and they want to add value to a game that people already played and bought. I mean, they hear the criticisms. I'm sure there is a level of, hey, we could get away with this and do it anyway, but there's also a level of, you know, we can't just sell the same exact thing bare bones. We have to add something to it, add value. And that's what they did here. So there's a lot of turmoil when it comes to this. I'm not trying to give anyone a free pass. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Are they ripping people off re-releasing Super Mario 3D World again? Yeah. Are people going to buy it again like morons? Yeah. Am I one of those morons? Yeah. But at least this time we got a brand new expansion with it that was never released, unlike New Super Mario Bros. For the Wii U and the Luigi expansion included. This was never a thing. They straight up developed and made this thing from the ground up explicitly to put it into this re-release. And I dig that. I'm all about that. Even if the mode was dumb, I still dig it. I still really fucking dig that shit. My wife never played 3D World, and she recently played 3D World for the first time on the Switch, and Bowser's Fury. I think she enjoyed Bowser's Fury more, and I think I do too. Just as a Mario game in general. Bowser's Fury, there's a lot of gripes to be said about it. It had pacing issues. Its novelty wears off just after 1 or 2 hours. It's somewhat of a short game with tons of padding. You basically have seen everything the game has to offer after 1 or 2 hours. But it's insanely fun. It's Mario. It's the 3D Mario engine, but in real 3D. They made a open world 3D Mario game with this one. And I think this is the first of its kind. I mean, one could argue, you know, Mario 64 and Super Mario Galaxy and whatnot, those are open world Mario games, but those are hub world based Mario games. They have big, beautiful open world levels, but the entire world isn't open. It is in Bowser's Fury, and it's just a different feeling. It's an expanded feeling, and I feel like this is an experiment. I feel like they experimented with this true open world Mario thing. I think the next big Mario game we get, the next 3D Mario title we get, isn't going to be hub based. I mean, it might a little bit, but I really do think that the levels are going to be truly open world. That they're going to use a warp system or whatnot, but transitioning between one area of the game and another level, it's going to be in the same open world. I think that. I do. I think this was an experiment, and I don't know how well that experiment worked for Nintendo. I don't know if they saw the numbers and saw the criticism and thought, okay, we're doing this, or for whatever reason, they're going to be like, no, let's just keep doing things the way we've been doing them. But regardless, this was a breath of fresh air, even for Mario, even using the same engine. It was done really cool. It was done really well. And Bowser was a big... Look at him! Look at him! Dude's a fucking... I gotta stop doing that. Okay, I gotta stop making these edited jokes. There's nothing here. There's nothing fucking here. I haven't even edited this shit yet, and I'm acting like I'm looking and talking about something that ain't there like a fucking faggot, some stupid bitch. But he is a beast. I really like this game. I don't want to say too much about it because it'll just spoil everything. It literally is just a 2 to 3 hour fun romp. And if you picked up this game because you never played Mario 3D World, that's cool. Or, you know, you still need to play Bowser's Fury. I don't want to spoil everything, but it is a true open world Mario experience. And I gotta be honest, I enjoyed Bowser's Fury more than the main game. More than Super Mario 3D World. Super Mario 3D World is fun, and it does a lot of cool things. It just, for me, it doesn't hit home the same way as others. I think New Super Mario Bros. Wii U is a better game than 3D World. I think 3D Land for the 3DS is better than 3D World. I think a lot of Mario games just do it better than Super Mario 3D World, and the Bowser's Fury expansion is no exception. It's better than the base game. I absolutely loved it. It was very novel. Even though that novelty wears off after a bit, the game is short enough to go, okay, we're done. That was absolutely amazing. For me personally, I had so much fun with it, I wanted to get every single star in the game. You need about half, I think, to actually beat the game and do the final boss sequence. After that, I went and I got all the rest. I just collected everything. And it was super duper fun to do. I didn't have to do it. And yeah, by the end, I was just going through the motions and there wasn't anything new left, but I had such a fun time with this. I really did. It's such a good feeling going back to an old franchise that you've grown up with, something like Mario or Zelda, and just getting something new out of it, getting a breath of fresh air out of it. I mean, who else does open world 3D platforming still after all these years? I mean, I guess we got Sonic Frontiers, which is reviewing pretty well. I'm actually excited to play that. I got it on my wish list. I ain't buying that shit brand new, you know me, but stingy ass. But we don't get too many of them, and it's a really good feeling getting something new, exciting, and good out of an old ass beloved franchise. It's just a really good feeling. This was I gotta be honest, emotion probably played more in its placement here than anything else. It's just a really good game, and it felt really good to play. It was very novel, even for Mario, and I loved it. I loved it. Out of coffee again. Number 22 is Jurassic World Evolution 2. I'm just gonna hit you with the gripes, get it out of the way. I did not enjoy this one more than I did its predecessor, the first Jurassic World Evolution. I played that one, I think, last year. Maybe the year before. I don't remember. But I ranked it pretty damn high. I think it was in my top 10, if I'm not mistaken. I absolutely loved everything about it, top to bottom. The second one is more or less a cheap reskin. They've done very little to add to the game. And to be honest, they didn't really need to add all this stuff. This could have just been DLC expansions in the original game. They could have just updated. Jurassic World Evolution 2 was needless. They could have just updated the base game. Some of the things they updated were they added flying creatures. They added flying creatures, and they added the ability to capture and tame wild dinosaurs on islands, and bring them back to your sanctuary rather than just like, breeding them and hatching them from scratch. Other than that, there's a couple of things. Like I think they added a couple of like amenities and buildings, but pretty much the same exact game. None of this warranted a new game. So it was a little needless. They could have just pumped this stuff out as DLC, maybe reworked the engine a little bit, and then released like an Ultimate Edition or something like that. I would have played through it again. I don't know, but I really love the original. This one was good too. I did enjoy all of its extra shit. There was challenge modes, pretty much endless content, a lot of good online content, a lot more dinosaurs. Not tons like the original Evolution game had a lot of dinosaurs, but this one they added like 75 new dinosaurs to the existing roster. There's something like around 200 total dinosaurs, fully animated, with their own custom sounds, shit that you've never seen in the movies ever, just totally realized, and that never gets old. I'm almost 40, and dinosaurs still get me. There's nothing like collecting and completing the genome for a dinosaur through archaeology, doing the research, bringing it back home to your base, implementing it into the eggs in your hatchery, and then creating a viable specimen, hatching it and raising it, and then finally releasing it into your sanctuary when those doors go up, and then the new dinosaur steps out, and it does its thing. Sometimes it's like a cute one. It kind of waddles out. Look how cute. And it like, meh. Like, that's so cute. Or sometimes you got the big ones. They just kind of lumber out. Or you get the mean ones. I'm going to fuck some shit up. There's nothing like it. It's so good. And the game really just gives you more of that. It really does. This is a very hard one to talk about, a hard one to place, because, again, the first one was in my top 10 for that year. I think. It might be like number 11 or 12. I don't know. But this one just wasn't as good of an entry as the previous one was. Is this game better? Yes, for a couple of reasons. There's just more stuff and more things that we love about it. There's more options. And let's be honest, it's on better hardware. The original crashed a lot. I think I played the first Jurassic World Evolution on my Xbox One X. It was the X, but it was still an Xbox One, and it chugged. The Xbox One X had trouble. I remember that thing blowing hot air like never before, and it crashed somewhat frequently. This one, it ran a lot smoother on the Series console. I'm sure it plays fantastic on the PS5 as well. It was much better. They fixed up the engine. I had barely any stuttering or any sort of like weird issues with the game. The game didn't run hot, and I think it maybe crashed on me once. So it was a lot more stable. So there's a lot of reasons why this is like the better game, the better version. If you hear my testimony or someone else's and you want to give this thing a romp, don't buy the original, buy this one. There's just more content and more stuff in it. What really holds this game back, though, for me personally, is the absolute, complete, abysmal campaign. The first one had a good story campaign where it was somewhat of a tutorial, and it taught you everything that you needed to know, and it walked you through a story, as much of a story as it could be, and you go through all the different levels in the islands, and you get more unlocks the more stars you earn. I wanted to do every level and get all the maximum stars. The first one was great. The second one had this abysmal 5-level, basically tutorial on how to do a certain thing in the game, we'll say. There's some spoilers with the movies and whatnot. This game basically spoiled the end of the last Jurassic movie for me, which I wasn't that hot on watching anyway, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna say anything about that there. But that's basically what this game did, is just spoiled the ending to the last Jurassic movie. That's all it fucking did. It was 5 short levels that were tutorials on how to deal with shit, and that was it. That was it. Everything else, the most of the game I was playing were in the menus in the challenge modes. Here, play this level and do this. Try to get 3 stars with this. They had the difficulty modifiers, and you get new skin rewards for your genomes, for your animals and stuff. That was fun. I would have played that to the end. I would have got done all the levels, all the challenges, all the stars, if it wasn't for the fact that the game throws some bullshit at you. I had some trouble. I had to like save scum a little bit and restart with the last game when it came to this, getting everything like in the main campaign. But with this game, doing the challenge modes and stuff, I was having fun at first, but it really went out of its way to throw the bullshit at you. The game just pummeled you with negative stats. For instance, there's this one level where storms are more frequent here. Okay, the storms are a pain in the ass because you can't earn any money. People die and you get hit with lawsuits and blah 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 blah. So when a storm happens, you have to hit the emergency button, and everyone runs and they go inside indoors. You don't earn any money. It basically just halts all progress until the storm's over, and it usually lasts for a couple of days. During this time, you don't make any money because no one's going to attractions and no one's spending anything at the fucking fast food joints. And then the storms ruin the fences, and then the animals escape, and then you got to make repairs, which cost any more money. If you're hovering around $10,000 or so, which seems like a lot, but it's not that much. I'm sorry, did I say 10,000? I meant 10 million. If you're hovering around the 10 million mark in the bank, and a big storm hits, that could ruin your run right then and right there. And you're playing some of these challenge levels, and one of the difficulty sliders is, oh, this map has more storms than usual. It's like, okay, I could deal with that. I can't deal with that. I couldn't deal with that. They're hitting me with storm after storm after storm. And it was just basically, here's a $5 million hit. And then here's a $3 million hit. And then here's another $5 million hit. Just at one after the other. They fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And you can't make any money. And I'm sure I'm just whining and I don't get all the nuance that this game has to offer. And there's some way to overcome it. But it was just too much. It was just too fucking much. And then there's another map where disease is really rampant. You're basically doing the same thing, but you're fighting the diseases. And it's just not fun. It's just not fun. It's not fun. And I got tired of that quickly. But only after I put in many dozens of hours in this game, having fun and going off the rails and just doing my own thing. I really wish I could have ranked it higher. I really do. If none of that bullshit was in the game, I would have put in many more hours, and this would have probably ranked in my top 10 again. But try not to trash the game too much. These are very specific gripes I have with it, and I'm sure you won't have the same gripes with me. So go ahead and play this thing. I really loved it. I just wish that... I hate saying this, but I wish it was more accessible. I wish it was more accessible. It hurts so fucking much saying that. I wish it was more accessible. I know you have all noticed that my segments aren't 5 minutes anymore. They're more like 10. It's because I've got a lot more to say about these games. Pretty good games. And it's been fun talking about them. This next one, number 21, is another good one. Well, we'll just dive right into it. Sniper Elite 5, number 21. Just because a game's good doesn't mean it doesn't have loads of disappointment. I'm a big fan of the Sniper Elite games. I did not play the original. I played V2. I heard V2 was not the sequel. It was actually a remake of the first game. So technically I played them all. So I played V2. I really liked V2. 3 was probably my favorite because they fixed all of the gripes I had with V2. 4 was good. I really liked 4. They expanded upon it. They made it a little bit more accessible, a little bit more casual. You don't have to like play that game traditionally anymore. Sniper Elite 5. I was really excited for Sniper Elite 5. It's a great game. It's a fantastic game. It's probably the biggest, best Sniper Elite game. If you've never played a Sniper Elite game before, play 5. I think it's still on Game Pass. I don't remember. I played this thing. Very excited to play it. Like I said, big Sniper Elite fan. If you've never played one of these games before, don't start with V2. Don't listen to the fucking weirdos who are like, oh, this old-ass clunky game is the best one in the series, even though I've only played this one, and I'm blinded by nostalgia. Like, don't fucking listen to that shit. Yeah, it was really awesome and incredibly novel at the time of, but my biggest disappointment with this game is that it's just old and boring now. You know, I've seen all this before. But if you're new, this is the biggest, best version of Sniper Elite. And it will blow your socks off. The kill cams are amazing. They're fucking amazing. Even after many, many hours, I still had all the kill cams on. I never adjusted the settings to make it happen less. There is a setting there. If you get tired of it, you can just like reduce it or even turn it off. But this is, in fact, the biggest, best version of Sniper Elite. But where I'm disappointed, it's more of a personal disappointment. They haven't done a lot to make the game look prettier. It's on the same engine. It's on the same fucking engine as Sniper Elite V2, I think. I'm sure they've updated it and made changes to the engine, but it's the same damn engine. And it looked really great. It looked really jaw-dropping, especially with Sniper Elite 3 back on the Xbox One. Really great shit. But it's the next generation. We're in the Series X and PS5 generation. This game kind of chugs too. The worlds were way too big, way too open. There's a lot there. Just huge, endless worlds. Almost to its detriment. It's been a lot of people's gripe. Just slinking around the level, going a little bit slower, sniping people, sniping the patrols until there's no one left to kill, so you got to get up and move, rinse and repeat. That's all fine and dandy. I don't have a problem with that. This is a very specific game. You're going to love it or you're going to hate it. Just, it's that simple. It's a very specific game. I'm not going to knock its nuance, you know? I love it. I love it. Just, the world opens up and you're in some shitty fucking rocky trail that only the kids of a local village know it's there. You're infiltrating. You step out to a village. It's pretty much clear except for maybe one lingering soldier picking at the rotten fruit or something like that. You come up and fucking shiv him in the fucking back. Scout around. Ah, that looks like a good building to snipe from. You climb up there. You've got the lay of the land out in front of you. You see what the fuck is going on. You see the patrols. You see the Nazi scumbags fucking doing their thing. And you're like, ah, let's get my fucking coffee ready. Let's fucking put on some fucking music. And let's fucking go to town. We gotta fucking time our shots right so we mask our fucking shots. Make sure nobody fucking sees anyone going down to alert the guards. And you can just chill up there for the next half an hour in real time. Just watching and observing, taking your time, picking them off one by one. It's so satisfying. Again, not for everyone. Not for everyone. Now, where longtime fans of the series have their gripes with this game is the worlds are just too big. They're just too big. The opening section, that I just described, where you're capping people 150 yards out. Just this lay of the land, this picture I've painted, was an entire level in previous games. With this game, it's just the front end of the level. After you clear everyone out, after you do your objectives, you still gotta pack it up and you gotta go. There's a lot of wandering around, a lot of areas to go, and you go to the outskirts of the next town over after you cleared everyone out, and you finally make your way over there, and you climb up on the top of a billboard or something to get the lay of the land, and then out on the horizon is a whole other, what could be a whole nother level. And it's all connected in these giant, huge open world levels. They're so fucking big. And a lot of people didn't like that. I liked it, though. I liked it. I love these absolute monster levels. Absolute monsters of levels. That you have multiple opportunities to pick up and make your own sniper's nest and slowly make your way through. These levels take 4 or 5 hours at a time. There's something like 10 levels or something like that. These levels are like, this is another game that respects your time, kinda. What I mean by that is they don't dump a bunch of fucking filler onto you. They actually have multiple big, giant, robust levels. And they're not just big and shallow, they're intricate. They are intricate. There's this one level, there's a giant fucking castle in the center of the level. You can spend the whole level going around the castle, around the perimeter, just clearing everything out and saving the castle for last. And the castle, you could go in the castle. It's a castle. It's not just a castle on the outside with everything boarded up and areas you can't go into. You could go into everything. All 7 fucking floors, every wing, the basement, the catacombs. It is the entire game is very robust and intricate. So level design, top notch. Game design, same as always. Again, if you've never played one of these Sniper Elite games before, start with 5. Yeah, it kind of follows the story of, I forget his name. I forget the main character's name you play as. You play as the same guy, but, I mean, all the games take place in World War II. But they need to change something up. They got to make a more modern setting, or maybe like a Black Ops Vietnam War setting, something like that. You don't have to just be in World War II. But games are great, but just after 5 entries, I'm starting to get a little fatigued about them. I was extremely excited to play this. I was so ready. It's been a couple years since I played a Sniper Elite. I was so fucking ready to play this, and when I did, I had tons of fun at first, and then the fatigue set in a little bit. It's finally time for the developers to have a new engine and to do something new, and I hope to God it doesn't falter and that new thing that they try out works very, very well for them. I hope we don't go in the direction of a service game like that awful fucking Ghost Warrior fucking games went. I played the first one. I thought it was kind of meh. I played the second one. It was trash. I stopped playing the Ghost Warrior games after that. Sniper Ghost Warrior. Sniper Elite's where it's at. Really good games. This is the biggest and best of the series, but it's also very safe, very tried and true, and I'm starting to get a little fatigued of things in general. A lot of people swear up and down on the Dark Souls-like invader mode in there. I didn't even try this thing. That just sounds awful. Me trying to line up my shots and you know, take things out systematically, playing the way I want to in these 5-hour giant fucking levels, and then some player comes in and snipes me. That doesn't sound very fun. I'm the motherfucker, not some other guy. But, yeah, I did enjoy this game, though. As much as I was disappointed and a little fatigued, that's a minor gripe. I had tons of fun with this thing. I ended up going back and getting all the objectives and 3 stars on every level and unlocking all the shit. And I don't do that unless I'm playing a game I'm just having tons of fun with. I went and I did it with Bowser's Fury. I went and I got everything with... Oh, I can't see the list here, but I got it with Bowser's Fury. That's another example that I got everything with. I had all the intentions of doing that with Jurassic World Evolution, too, as well. I just didn't. But Sniper Elite 5, I got all the unlocks. I unlocked all the things. I got all the stars on all the levels. I had absolutely tons of fun. I even did some achievement hunting with this one. I didn't complete the game, but I did have tons of fun with it. Again, never played this shit before? Start with this one. You will not regret it. But also, these games aren't for everyone. These games are not for everyone. It is a very specific type of game with a specific type of feel. If you ain't into it, you ain't into it. But I very much was into it. And that's number 21, Sniper Elite 5. Yeah. Number 20. Psych. Psych. We're getting the weirds out. Oh, shit. It is indeed a new day. I just got up. Oh. Some bitch. Man, sleep's been rough lately. It's been rough lately. I had to make my own goddamn coffee today. Pretty good. How do you like these jump cuts? With days in between. Is it weird? Is it weird for you? It's weird for me. Oh, I gotta get all that shit out of my eyes. I have like a zit or something going on right here. They're bleeding. I do enjoy not having to deal with zits so much. Now that I'm an adult. What, is that a hair in my shit? Oh, what happened? Is it from my mustache? Is it from one of the cats? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna keep this quick. In the comments section, I'm gonna have the timestamp past the weirds here. But I'm gonna keep this in. I'm gonna keep this in. Come on, focus, motherfucker. Focus. God damn. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this in, but I'm gonna have the timestamp pat beyond this point. So, you know, no one's gonna see this, not unless you literally like watch the whole video. So, we're about halfway through, probably a little bit more than halfway through the video now. Just want to take the time again and say thanks very much. Thank you very much for watching my shit. I'm gonna need my break. I'm gonna need my break. It's the 28th. Look at that beautiful Bob Ross. Not supposed to buy this shit anymore. My wife said she was gonna get me some more Bob Ross stuff. She saw some cool Bob Ross stuff she was gonna get me. But I had told her, don't get me any more Bob Ross stuff ever again because of that horrible company taking advantage of that beautiful man. Can't have it. Can't have it. I am totally going to be an activist here. Love that man. Anyway, let's dive the fuck on in. sound all nasally and shit still. Number 20, Shadow of the Colossus 2016, the PS4 remake. They still got it. They still got it. I mean, it's only number 20. Calm the fuck down. But, what an amazing game. What an amazing game. I played through it several times. I think this is one of the titles I've played through the most. Let's go down the list. Gears of War, the original. Chrono Trigger. Trying to think of the Mario game I reached the end the most in. Probably Super Mario World. What else? Couple of other games. Shadow of the Colossus for sure. I went through this thing, maybe this is probably my 5th or 6th full playthrough of Shadow of the Colossus. I went through, I did it in hard mode this time. I did it in hard mode. I had played through this game many times, and I think I played through hard before. Pretty sure I have, but I started this thing up fresh recently, and I was like, I'm doing hard. I'm not gonna fucking tiptoe my... It's been a while since I played it, but I ain't gonna tiptoe my way through this thing. I played this thing, beat it several times, love it. I knew what was in store for me, but I'm just gonna dive right into hard mode. My only gripe with this whole game, the remake, whatever, I'm just going to lay this out here right now, is the rewards do not stack difficulty-wise. There's tons of concept art and really cool art in the game that unlock if you... you have to basically beat the certain colossi under certain conditions. You have to beat it with certain filters on, you have to beat it within a certain amount of time, you have to beat it at least on normal mode, you have to beat it on hard mode. And the colossi that you have to beat in normal mode did not unlock for me, beating them in hard mode. And that pissed me off. It's really my only gripe with this game, the remake. Other than that, the remake was beautiful. It was beautiful. It really does look what I had in my mind's eye. The art direction, the way the game was built, the movements, the camera... It looked gorgeous for its time. One would say almost photorealistic for the time, for the PS2. And I'm seeing it side by side. The PS2 version is obviously, even the up-resed port, which I think Bluepoint did as well, did they not? I don't remember. I could get up and check, but I ain't gonna. In my mind's eye, it looked exactly like this game did. But it doesn't. That's just how we remember things. I love this game from top to bottom. It'll always be one of my favorites of all time. Stacy actually played through and beat it recently. That's actually what spurred me to play this. I convinced her to pop this in as her next game, and she loved it. She said she has never played anything like it before or since. Never in her life has she played anything like Shadow of the Colossus. And there have been games that tried, and they focus way too much on the Colossi and overcoming... There's a lot that goes into Shadow of the Colossus, the game. And it's not about the Colossus and overcoming them and defeating them. Although you got to get that part right. There's a lot more going into it. There's the somber story and the overtones. There's the religious overtones, the mystery of it all, this forbidden land, the emptiness of everything without making it feel like an oversight. The game was just big enough to get lost and explore, but not big enough to make it feel like it's this giant, endless, vast, open world with nothing in it. It was great. I love this game. and I haven't played it in a hot minute. The last time I played through this game was on the port for the PS3 in the Ico collection, Shadow of the Colossus / Ico collection. I got that and I played that again 2 generations ago it is now, during the PS3 era. That just felt like yesterday. I got it towards the end of the PS3 era, either after the PS4 had already come out or right before the PS4 came out. I don't remember, but I got it then, and I was like, I love this game. Fuck, I'll give it another playthrough. And I did. And it seemed like yesterday, but it wasn't. It was straight the fuck up 2 generations of consoles ago. This game is wonderful. I'm not going to talk too much about it and how wonderful it is. I've talked in length about this game many times, but for the list, I'm just going to say that even though I played through and beat it tons of times, it still cracked 20. It cracked my top 20 for experiences of the year because it's that good. Nostalgia flooded through me the whole time playing. I knew what was coming with, well, I'm not going to spoil anything, but I knew the things that were coming. I still felt the feels when they came. There was things I didn't remember. That's been a thing. That's been a thing lately. I went through and I did a playthrough a couple years ago of Chrono Trigger again. I kind of slowed down on that. There's been a lot of games I would play. They were kind of staples in my play styles. I would just play through them again. I'd be like, oh, I'm going to play through this. So here's my yearly Chrono Trigger playthrough. And I did that for about a decade. And then it was every other year. And then I just kind of stopped. And it was a good 4 or 5 years I hadn't played Chrono Trigger at all. And then I think last year I played through it again for the first time in like a half a decade. I was forgetting shit. I knew this game from front and back. I could recite every piece of dialogue in this game. I knew where every hidden chest was. And I completely... I was in a dungeon and I didn't know where to go. I was like, that is weird. So that's starting to happen. Shadow of the Colossus, another game I would say I knew almost front and back. And I was forgetting things. I was forgetting where to go, which Colossi was next. I was like, which one am I going to be fighting now? I had completely forgot about the sand one, the one that the sand snake that you had to fucking run away from, and the horse, and you had to shoot it in its eye as it was following you. I completely forgot that guy existed until I got there. I was like, oh my god. Man, getting old, nostalgia, memories. It's crazy. It's a crazy how that sort of thing plays a big part in our personal gaming. Just a wonderful experience. I love this game. There's fruit in this game. Did they add that to the remake? Or was that always in the game and I had no fucking clue? I have no idea. You tell me. But yeah, Shadow of the Colossus. What a wild ride. It cracked my top 20. That's a good thing. But there were 19 other games that I did enjoy this year. As a game, standing on its own laurels by itself, Shadow of the Colossus is one of the greatest games of all time for me personally. It's definitely in my top 10 of all time. Nothing will change that. But I've played this thing fucking 7-8 times, and this most recent time was pretty nostalgic and very fun. But I'm just into playing more newer things, and this was just a game I played again for the millionth time. So, number 20. Sorry. Alright, they're doing some yard work outside. I was gonna wait a little bit until they were done, but it's been going on for too long. If you hear any weirdness, whatever. We'll just fight through it. Where are we at? 19? Oh yeah, number 19. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. This is not the first Fire Emblem Warriors game. Man, what was going on with that? What was going on with that? This is not the first Fire Emblem Warriors game. This is a Warriors game. If you're not a Nintendo guy or you don't pay attention to Fire Emblem, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, let me just give you the dummy version real quick. There's Fire Emblem games, and then there's the Warriors games, and Warriors spin-off games. They're spin-offs of the Dynasty Warriors franchise made by Omega Force, owned by Koei Temco, or is it Bandai Namco? I think it's Koei Tecmo. Anyway, they do Dynasty Warrior style spin-offs, and they did a Fire Emblem spin-off of the Warriors game called Fire Emblem Warriors. So it's not a traditional Fire Emblem game. It's a Warriors game. This isn't that. This is the second Fire Emblem Warriors game called Three Hopes. This is actually... this had a lot going for it. That dummy description was something else, but this just has a lot going into it. It's a sequel to a spin-off that's a crossover. And not only that, but it's not like a direct sequel to that game. It's a spiritual successor to that. It's actually a sequel to, kind of, to the most recent, soon to not be the most recent, Fire Emblem game. Fire Emblem Three Houses, which I played and liked. Spoiler. This was a good one. It always amazes me. I'm actually playing through Dragon Quest Heroes right now. That's another Warriors spin-off based on an existing franchise. In this case, Dragon Quest. Not going to talk too much about that. I'll talk about that later. But it always amazes me how Omega Force, how closely they work with the original developers and the IP to simulate that IP. This game feels and plays remarkably like a Fire Emblem game. Likewise, Dragon Quest Heroes 2 I'm playing right now plays and feels remarkably like Dragon Quest. And likewise, the Zelda ones, was it this year or last year, I played through Age of Calamity, which is the second Zelda game in the Warriors franchise. That played and felt remarkably like Breath of the Wild. It is amazing what these developers can do. They do such a great job. With all of their IPs and the care they take. And now you wonder, well, why is there so many of them, and why are they all on Nintendo? Well, they're not all on Nintendo. There's the Warriors games. I mean, there's the Fire Emblem spin-offs. There's the Zelda spin-offs. I assume they see some decent amount of sales there. But that's why they keep coming back and making these things. But more than that, Nintendo lets them. Nintendo has been pretty liberal. Well, that's not true. It really started with like the GameCube era. We saw like Bandai Namco do the they were just Namco then. They let them handle the Mario Strikers game. I always felt some of the Mario sports games were a little off, and it's because Nintendo didn't make them. But they've been loaning out their IP for a while now. They've been pretty liberal with that lately, though. They've built up trusted partners, and this is definitely one of them. They do an amazing job handling whatever it is, Zelda, Fire Emblem, or Dragon Quest. I would love if they made more of these. I can't. I'm a huge Dynasty Warriors fan. I play the games. I just bought Samurai War. I haven't played the Samurai Warriors games yet. The newest one is 5. I just bought that one. I'm going to get to that later. I'm excited. I just love these games to death. I can't get enough of them. I can't get enough. And when you infuse it and do crossovers to just add a little extra flair, it's a match made in heaven for me. But a lot of people don't like these games. And While I'd like to go, different tastes, different strokes, different folks, nah, you're crazy. You're crazy. It's good old-fashioned fun. It's fun. The infusion with the different IPs makes it feel, some of them feel more like JRPGs, like action RPGs, and others feel more like strategy games, and it's crazy. And all the characters, it's so fun, and the over-the-top finishing moves, it's just good old fun. How do you not like these games? I understand if they're not your favorite thing in the world. They're not my favorite thing in the world. This comes in at number 19. It's not like this is number 1 on my list, but what a great game. I absolutely adored this thing. Three Hopes. Three Hopes was a little rough for me, though, in particular. This game, this build in particular. I had tons of fun with it. I only did one playthrough. You'll get that reference later. But this game, like I said, it has a lot going for it. There's a lot to talk about. Got to get the abridged version. So there was a game that came out, Fire Emblem, Three Houses. It was for the Nintendo Switch. It's the newest Fire Emblem game. That one is a little different because they just made one version. For a little bit there, they started doing the Pokemon thing with Fire Emblem. They would come out with multiple versions of it, and they'd have different storylines and stuff in each version, which absolutely fucking sucked. I didn't do any of it. I didn't do any of that shit. And then they kind of pulled back from that, and they just made one version with all the storylines in it. Big fan of that. That's part of the reason why I bought that Fire Emblem game. I was starting to distance myself from Fire Emblem. The exact same goddamn thing happened with me in Fire Emblem as it did with Persona. I was a big Persona 2 fan. I was excited for Persona 3. Then they added a whole bunch of like weird dating sim shit in it, and it turned me off, and I didn't like it. And I swore off Persona 4. And I didn't come back to Persona until Persona 5. And they nailed out all the kinks, and that's not how it goes. They fucking ironed out all the fucking flats. All the bumps. They bumped that shit, and I loved it. Same thing with Fire Emblem. The last Fire Emblem game I played was the one on the GameCube, and I thought it was alright. It was a traditional Fire Emblem game, but I wasn't a fan of the dating sim bullshit. That's actually not true. I played, what was it, Fire Emblem Awakening? There's one of them on the 3DS I played for a couple missions, and I hated the weird dating sim shit they were adding in there, and I just said, nope, I'm not doing it. And I didn't buy the next one either, or the next one. And then finally I gave in with this one. I was like, I haven't played a Fire Emblem in a minute. I'm just going to play this. I know it has the dating sim bullshit in it. I'm just going to accept it. And I wanted to support this to, because they didn't split it up into a bunch of different versions and try to capitalize on that shit. So I played that one and I loved it. Played through it through the end. I played it multiple times. Anyway, this game I'm talking about, number 19, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. This is weird. This is, I wouldn't quite call it a sequel, but it is an alternate timeline version of those events with one slight change to the character story. Your main character in the Fire Emblem game meets a trio of characters that are pivotal to the story. In the Three Hopes Warriors game here, you play as a different avatar character, completely different dude, in a different mercenary group, and by happenstance, you just happen across these three pivotal characters instead. That course of action changes everything in the game. Who's friends with who lives, who dies, who the main villain is, the what and the why. Crazy how they did that. And it was done really well. Like, really, it's like some 4D chess mind-bending shit. Especially someone such as myself who is fluent and knows and is very entwined with the original story of the Fire Emblem game. So I played the original Fire Emblem Three Houses earlier on in the year, and I couldn't get enough of it. I love it. I haven't mentioned it yet on my list, so obviously it's higher up. I would say it's pretty high up there. Oh my god, I'm spoiling everything. Shut the fuck up. Nah, you guys don't give a fuck. I played that earlier on in the year, and I played the hell out of it. I played the absolute hell out of it, and by the time I was done with the game, I wrapped that up just before this game came out. So by the time I was done with the game, I was still hungry. I wanted more. I wanted more Fire Emblem, and I didn't want to replay the game again. So this one came out. I bought this day one. I jumped into it day one, and off I went. Gotta be honest though, I was a little fatigued with the whole Fire Emblem thing, specifically this universe, as much as I love it. But by the time I reached the end of my playthrough of Fire Emblem Warriors, I was kind of done. But I had a hell of a time, and the whole thing was fun. Again, I can't stress enough how awesome it is that Omega Force, how they blend in and incorporate elements from the IP that they're doing the crossover with. This game felt like a Fire Emblem game. There's the I'm gonna call it the off season, where you got this XCOM style like battle, and then after the battle you go back to home base. They do that here. It's amazing how they do it. You got, just to compare it to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, the more recent one I played. That one felt a lot like Zelda. You have the actual battles, but then after that you go back to like the world map, and you could select what mission you want to do. There's side quests, side missions, then there's like fun little mini-game stuff you do. You kind of do that there. With this one, you don't like go back to the map. In this one, you go back to your main camp. You got an encampment, and you could get up and you could walk around and you could talk to the different people, develop relationships, give gifts. You could upgrade your different stalls. There's the training course, and there's the blacksmith, and there's the market, and you could collect resources and stuff. You could do that either like by talking to people and getting rewards that way, or you could actually like complete challenges, or you actually find the materials like on the battlefield. There's a bunch of different ways to do it, but there's a distinctive battle mode and the off mode where you go back to camp, and that's very, very, very reminiscent of Fire Emblem. As opposed to the Zelda Warriors game, Age of Calamity, you don't do that. You don't do none of that. And then in Dragon Quest Heroes that I'm currently playing, you don't do that at all. The battle doesn't stop and you go back to... You don't do that at all. That game, they go... Whoa! They go way in depth. The whole fucking game is open world, and you could freely walk around the open world map. It feels like a Dragon Quest action RPG. It's fucking wild. So these guys really know their stuff. It's not just one for one. They're learning as they're going. They're learning how to incorporate these elements into different styles of game and how to make it work. And they do it brilliantly with Three Hopes. And I just had a blast with this. I love just seeing how the events rolled out story-wise. Again, as I was really invested in Fire Emblem Three Houses, seeing how things turned out. It was really different. I didn't give this thing multiple playthroughs. I picked one side. There's three sides. There's three sides you could pick. I picked the Golden Deer with Claude. That was the first playthrough I picked with in my original Fire Emblem playthrough as well. But it's done really well. As a Warriors game, top-notch stuff. They simplified a lot of stuff. They kind of did away with all the weird, crazy button combos. I still remember some of the earlier Dynasty Warriors games. You have to like hold buttons down and charge shit up. And it was like way too reliant on like finding pots and to refill your life and stuff. They kind of have been moving away from that and streamlining things, making the games more fun, letting you jump back into the action, adding enough actual gameplay mechanics for a challenge and to let the character do things. It's not just a simple hack and slash anymore, even though you could just put it on easy mode and just play as a mindless hack and slash. Yes, you can do that, but on easy mode. If you're playing like a normal or on a harder mode, you have to do the combos, you have to pay attention to the weapon wheel and the weapon triangle there, you have to use your moves, you have to use them sparingly, you can't just spam magic and certain attacks because you'll run out of points and stuff. It's an actual good, viable system here that will tickle the fancy of strategy gamers, fighting fans, if you like fighters, all that good shit. Oh shit, they're coming for me. No, it's the, what is that? Is that the fire department? In winter? In Seattle? Raining? Well, it's not a natural fire. Yeah, there's way too much noise going on. I shouldn't have hit play yet. But this game was amazing. This game was great. I thoroughly loved it and enjoyed it. I just kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit because I wish I would have waited. I should have waited at least, 5-6 months. Like right now. Like I'm playing a Fire Emblem, not a Fire, well, no. I'm playing a Warriors game right now. I was like really in the mood for one, and I'm playing one right now with Dragon Quest Heroes. Really having a good time with that, but to be honest, I should have waited and played this game later because I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more. I was just a little burnt out by that time, and so unfortunately it's a little bit further down on the list than maybe it should be, but it is what it is. Number 19, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Number 18, my second favorite number. Pedophile joke. Number 18, Spider-Man. 2016? Took me a while to get to this one, but I finally did. I feel like when one talks about this game, you're one of the very... I only hear two things about this game. The first one is it's the best game in the world, and obviously it's number one on my list. The second thing I hear about this game is from fanboys who trash it and say it's not the greatest because you're a salty-ass X-bot that doesn't have any games. It's number 18. Let's just come to terms with this. It's number 18 on my list. Let that sink in. Let's come to terms with that shit. Let's accept it. It's number 18 on my list. It is not number 1. It's not number 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17th on my list. It is all the way down here at number 18. And I didn't hate the game, for Christ's sake. You just heard me talk about the previous game and how much I loved it. I loved this one too. I did. It wasn't number 1. Now, there's a couple of things going against this. A couple of things. First of all, it's a superhero game. I'm not knocking these games because they're superhero games. If I really had a thing against them, I wouldn't play them. They're enshrined in my identity growing up. But even growing up, I didn't love the comic book games and the movie games and the Star Wars shit. Those were never my favorite. My favorite IPs were never the shit in the comics and in the movies. My favorite IPs have always been video game IPs. My heroes weren't Batman and Spider-Man and Superman. My heroes were Mario, Link, and Samus. So I was always more excited to playing the new game of those new games, not the new Spider-Man game or whatever. Although there were some absolute gems, like Batman for the NES. That was an amazing game, hard as balls. I use some of the Batman music from the NES game in the background music frequently. Oh my god. I could hear that more than you can, but it is really grinding my goddamn gears. I'm about to kill a Mexican if they don't shut the fuck up. Yeah, so just, I'm not a huge comic book guy. I'm not. I do like Spider-Man quite a bit, though, and where were we? Spider-Man? God damn. Yeah, basically, half this segment is just gonna be me explaining why it's not higher up on my list. No, I don't have to explain shit, but I will. But, yeah, I just don't see people who have played this game and are like, yeah, it was number 20 on my list. I just don't see people with that opinion. I am the outlier here, like it or not. I see that. I realize that. So I can only imagine you're sitting there going, number 8? What the fuck, dude? So here it is. I don't love franchise shit. I don't like, I like them. I don't love them. I've lost a lot of love for Disney-owned Marvel and Star Wars as of late. That being said, Sony does own the movie rights to Spider-Man specifically, and they've been doing a great job. I haven't watched like the fuck is his name? He played Nathan Drake in the Uncharted movie. The ugly gimp guy that girls go gaga for. Man, what's his fucking name? Tom Holland. I haven't watched all the Tom Holland Spider-Mans. But I watched that Into the Spider-Verse animated one. That shit was badass. They're coming out with another one. They've been doing pretty good with Spider-Man specifically. But I'm not absolutely in love with comic book and franchise shit. I'm just not. I'm gonna be way more excited for Uncharted than any Spider-Man game. That's just the way it is. I'm just way more excited for that shit. This, though, was good. I do have some critiques, though. I did enjoy it, obviously. It's up here in number 18 on my list. I did enjoy the game. The game also falters a bit when it comes to general open world games and open world design. I am a fan of classic open world sandbox titles, whether we're talking RPGs or we're talking Grand Theft Auto style games, what have you. I'm a fan of these. I've been monitoring them. There was a time I would say they are my favorite type of genre, but they've kind of secured themselves in a niche of subgenre, and they're more of a feature now that pretty much any game could do. So it's kind of weird to say, open world games are your favorite type of genre, but I digress. I've been paying attention and monitoring to just open world games and how they play and how they load in, and as the generation goes on and we reach the new generation, assets and how they're used, and now we're in the era of the SSD. Shit's just fucking different. So this game is a PS4 game on the mechanical hard drive that I played. No, I played it on the PS4. I didn't play it on my PS5. Base PS4 as well. I don't have the Pro. It ran well. It ran good. Just, I noticed some minor pop-in. The mission structure worked as well as one could expect from a Spider-Man game. You're not expected to go everywhere and do everything like Skyrim. you're pretty much limited to Spider-Man stuff. That creates its own challenges with gameplay design. And in the end, I thought it was a pretty good game, pretty good, okay game. I have no hate on this thing. I don't even hate Spider-Man as like a Marvel franchise because Sony holds the rights to that. They have the creative freedom to put out the movies they want and to do what they want with it. That's why Spider-Man shit in Hollywood is so much better than anything fucking in the MCU. It just is. So I don't hate Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man. This game was just kind of okay to me in the grand scheme of things. I played much better open world stuff than this one. I played this shortly after Horizon Zero Dawn. I played Horizon Zero Dawn for the first time just the year before. And I like that loads better than Spider-Man. Loads better. I thought, in terms of the open world and open world design and storytelling and side questing and just shit to do in the game, that was the superior game. Not by a little bit, by a lot. So, just as a point of reference and some comparisons. But for a game so high up on the list, I think it's time we stop talking shit. I just wanted to explain myself there. You could disagree with me, it's fine. Obviously, I'm the outlier here. There's some times where, like, I'm the outlier, I'm like, no. I'm right, you're crazy. Case in point, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. There's a lot of people who don't particularly like the Warriors genre. Y'all are fucking crazy. Although, I think you guys are the outliers here. But I digress. This is not one of those situations where I feel like I'm right. I just feel like it's my taste. There needs to be something that I really absolutely love. And the only thing here that is drawing me to this is Insomniac. I love Insomniac. They do great games. And I probably grew up and am the most intimate with Spider-Man more than any other comic character. But I did like the game. I zipped through it. No pun intended. I did a lot of the side questing. There was a time where I was systematically going through every area and collecting everything, and I was doing that. I got about halfway through the map. I did everything until I just got a little bored of it. The best thing this game has going for it is not the combat, but the traversal. Just going from point A to point B was fantastic. It was done very well. It was very fun. There is no better fit for a Spider-Man game than Insomniac Studios. They hit it out of the park with this game, with the way that they did traversal and everything. So much fun doing the traversal. The side quests left a lot to be desired, though. I said I wouldn't talk any more shit, but there was a lot of things just kind of holding this game back from being great. A lot of things holding it back from being great. It was a good game. It was a really, really good game. But a truly great game? I disagree. I did have a lot of fun with it. Yeah, this is a weird one. I'm just shitting on it and explaining why it wasn't my number one. That's just how I am. That's just how it goes. But yeah, Spider-Man, I disagree. It is not super great. It's just kind of really good. There are other open world games that do it better. There are other franchise games that do it better. There's Batman games that do it better. There are Star Wars games that do it better. That recent Jedi The Fallen Order, I like that more than Spider-Man as well. But I really do love Insomniac, and I think they're doing great things. I just think Spider-Man is just kind of hindered as a character, as a universe. We can't truly get a great Spider-Man game ever because of just the way shit works. I just don't think we'll ever get there. We can never have a Bethesda-style game where you could go anywhere and do anything as Spider-Man because you're limited. Maybe if you change into Peter Parker and he's, I don't know. But I did like the game. The graphics were good. Puddlegate was a hoax. Puddlegate was a hoax. There wasn't a ton of people angry about puddles. That is a complete fabrication. It is a complete lie. I read the original Reddit thread where a guy was detailing shit about everything that was wrong about the comparing everything that was in the original reveal compared to the final look trailer. He was comparing everything, pointing every little thing out, talking about how, yes, the game was indeed downgraded, just factually. And all the fucking fanboy media latched on to the one instance about the puddle and fucking did the thing mainstream media does, where they just lie. And y'all fucking believed it. Y'all fucking believed Puddlegate. Like there was a bunch of angry nerds mad about puddles. Fuck you, you CNN fucking faggots. That is not what fucking happened. Puddlegate never fucking happened. That shit is fake fucking news. The game was downgraded. Looks beautiful. I love Insomniac, but the game was downgraded. Go fuck yourselves. Quit fucking lying. Anyway, that's all I have to say about this shit. Just a bunch of bullshit. You're gonna get one of those every once in a while. Aliens. Number 17 is It Takes Two. You'd never know, but I enjoyed Spider-Man about as well as this game. You'd never know it, but I did. I did, in fact, enjoy Spider-Man almost as much as this game. And I loved this game. I loved Spider-Man 2. So much to say about this game. If you haven't played it yet, it's really something that you gotta play. Even if it's not your favorite game in the world, you just gotta play it. I understand it might be a little hard for some people. I'm blessed to have a gamer wife. I'm blessed to have an Xbox Series X and a Series S, one in each room. So we don't have to buy, well hell, you don't have to buy 2 copies of the game anyway. Through game sharing though, unlike previous titles, I think we played A Way Out, and what was his other one he did? There was another one we did where we got like the friend pass, and she downloaded the friend pass, so technically we only needed to buy 1 copy, but she didn't get any of the achievements, which sucked. That's probably my only gripe with this game, is like the matchmaking and stuff like that. But we didn't do that. We didn't do the friend pass thing with It Takes Two. We used game sharing, and so she got achievements as well. She enjoyed this a lot more as well because of that, because she hates when we play co-op games and she doesn't get the achievement as player 2. That Trine is one of those. The Trine games do that. I don't know if the later ones do that, but part 1 and part 2 both did that, and that's a big no-no. That's a big no-no. That's about enough to make you pull your hair out. This was a good one. This was a really good one. I think I enjoyed A Way Out. Okay, so this is Joseph Ferris's game. He won Game of the Year, and congratulations to him last year. And I didn't get around to playing it till this year, but nonetheless, he does great games. He does these co-op only games. You cannot play it Okay, that's not true. I recently watched a video on YouTube of a guy who played through It Takes Two by himself. He literally just had 2 controllers in each hand, 1 controller in each hand. Sometimes he's playing it with his foot, but he did it. He literally beat the game with just 1. But not everyone's crazy like that. But you will just say it's impossible to play it. In the realm of man, we'll say it's impossible to play this thing single player. So that turns a lot of people off. But I mean, it shouldn't. Just get a friend or a relative, or make your wife play it. Even if they're not the biggest gamers, just tell them like, hey man, this isn't a video game. You know, I'm just asking you to do this as a friend, to do it with me. It'll be fun. If we play a little bit and you fucking hate it, we don't have to finish it, but just try this thing out, because it's really something special. It really is. Both of his games are. A Way Out and It Takes Two. I think I enjoyed A Way Out a little bit more, just because I did, but It Takes Two really is something special. I enjoyed everything about this game. Well, not everything. The achievement shit wasn't fucking fun. Also, the game had some connection issues. Like, it would just, like, disconnect us after a chapter. Fucking whatever. And so we'd have to, like, reload, and I'd have to reinvite. It sucked. But I did. Other than that, I enjoyed everything else about this game. I enjoyed the characters and the actors who played the characters. I enjoyed the story, the humor. Hell, I even enjoyed Dr. Hakim. Man, shout Team Hakim. Team Hakim. Everyone makes fun of Dr. Hakim and says how annoying he is and how much of a shitty guy he is. And he does. He reminds me of myself. He is just a fucking shit starter from the word go. I am Dr. Hakim. But no, Team Hakim, man, I love him. He's such a fucking fuck. I liked him. I liked the two main characters. I played as the guy. Stacy played as the girl. And we loved the story and how it played out. The more serious moments and then the wild, crazy stuff. It was all cool. It was all fun. Then there, like the elephant moment where you had to destroy your kid's favorite toy to make her cry. And when you're doing that in the game, like, of course, he's walking and talking like a giant stuffed animal. Hi, guys, I love you. You're literally, like, dragging it to its death, and its ear gets ripped off. Why are you doing this? I love you guys. Shut the fuck up. You gotta die. It's so fucked up. And then your daughter's crying and they're jumping for joy. Yay! It's like, you guys are bad parents. You guys are you still confused why you're in this situation? Now, you got some truly, like, emotional moments there with the whole family dynamic and the realization of things, and it's not all goofy. It's not all goofy. There's some real touching moments. Especially when the two main characters who've been fighting the whole first half of the fucking game are starting to learn to work together and shit, and they kind of have some real talks. They don't sit down and fucking, like, hash it out for a half an hour, but they'll make a comment, and instead of just replying with a shitty quip, they'll just be like, oh, well, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I mean, it was like, damn, that's kind of cool. Dr. Hakim's doing his job. Anyway, this was a really great game. I love the game. It's not just about story and characters and performance and stuff like that. Visually, this game's a looker, too. This game is a looker. It is very, Nintendo, Yoshi's Woolly World, Sackboy, Little Big Planet, where things are emulated to look real. Everything looks like clay or something like that, or real life things, and it's cool. It's really fucking cool. It's artistically amazing. Story and characters are amazing, and the gameplay is amazing. The music wasn't bad either. I can't really think of a banger in my head right now, so obviously it wasn't that amazing, but I remember it being pretty cool. I remember the soundtrack fitting and just generally being a good soundtrack, which is always important in a game. Gameplay, though, top notch. So much diversity in gameplay. So much diversity in gameplay. What kind of game it is? For the most part, you're going to have it's a platformer for the most part, but it's also a fighting game, like a Street Fighter style fighting game. It's also a third-person shooter. It's a puzzle game. There's some serious platforming there. So much cool fucking shit. There's just so many parts in the game that I could mention. There's this part where the game gives you guys powers, and all of a sudden, it is a dungeon crawler. One person's the mage, one person's the melee character, and it's this top-down game. What? So fun. So many different parts. Even the water parts, as frustrating as it was, even the water levels were good. You could like dolphin dive up, and you could ride things. You're always riding a giant spider or a dolphin or something like that. There's race parts where you're racing. There's little areas where you could be competitive, where the goal is to fucking win over the other person instead of always doing things co-op. This game has so much, and it's not this little 4-hour experience one and done. You are there for the long haul. You're playing this thing for like 10, 15 hours, going through all the levels. And it really is a journey. This game is special. This game really is special. Sometimes a game is more than the sum of its parts. And I could break this game down, and yeah, it doesn't do platforming and stuff as well as, you know, Mario. The story and the characters weren't as deep as you would get out of like an Uncharted game. Graphically, this ain't Crysis. But everything together, you're just constantly blasted with quality. Like you're playing this great platformer and just being blasted with how awesome visuals, with the cool music. The game does not... There's some low parts in the game where it dips, but it always makes up for it with, you know, good storytelling or good graphics or amazing sound design, or some really fun and cool moments. It's always giving you something at all times. It's almost a sensory overload, but in a good way. It Takes Two really is special. You shouldn't skip on this. You really shouldn't. Both me and Stacy really enjoyed it. Usually when we play a co-op game, one of us is enjoying it more than the other, and the other one is slightly bogging the experience down for the other one. But for the most part, we have a good time playing our co-op games and stuff. This is one where we both absolutely adored it. And because of that, we both enjoyed it way more. And it was really an experience. It Takes Two, unfortunately, number 17 on my list. I really do wish. I'm starting to feel guilt now. These games are so fucking good. Shadow of the Colossus, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, Spider-Man even. It Takes Two. These are all really great games, and I really do love them all. I'm starting to feel the guilt sink in for not having them higher up on the list, because talking about It Takes Two, I feel like it should be higher up on this list. Nonetheless, it is not. Number 16 is Infamous Second Son. Really starting to enjoy talking about these games now. Really starting to enjoy. It's not that my heart isn't in it when I'm shit-talking, because it is, but it just feels so much better talking about the games you really love. Infamous Second Son is a great game. My experience, my journey is a little bit unique. So let's just talk a little bit about that journey and what made this game so unique to me. First of all, I haven't really played an Infamous game before. The first time I laid eyes on an Infamous game was at a kiosk at, I think, a Target years ago. It was on one of those PS3 things. I don't think I owned a PS3 yet. Wait, no, that's not true. Okay. I got a PS3. I got a PS3 launch day, actually. The big fat George Foreman grill one. And then I sold it a couple years later for money for an engagement ring that I didn't actually end up marrying the girl until 10 years later. And then a couple years after that, I bought a PS3 again. So it's been some time. Infamous, I haven't played a lot of PlayStation because I sold it. Not because the system was bad or anything like that. It just, life decisions. You gotta prioritize, stuff like that. Dark times. It's never fun when you have to sell a console. But what better way to show your girl that you love her than to sell your favorite thing? It worked though, didn't it? I was out of the game for a little bit when it comes to PlayStation. So I finally got one, I think during Black Friday, picked one up for like $200 or something like that. I sold my original George Foreman grill for like $500 cash. So I made some money there, even accounting for inflation. So I bought one later. I was a little bit out of the game, hadn't played a lot of stuff. Infamous 2 was coming out, and I hadn't played the Infamous games. I didn't know about them, and I saw Infamous 2 at a kiosk, and I putzed around a little bit on it, and I thought it was pretty cool. The graphics amazed me at the time. I remember like thinking, wow, these are some graphics. The particle effects for your electricity, it was jaw-dropping. So I was like, I gotta get in on this. And I don't like just picking up from the second game. I'm not, ooh, I like this one, I'm gonna buy number 4. I'm not that kind of a guy. I'm a little bit more relaxed now, especially if the game isn't that story-driven. I still like to start from the beginning so I could experience the game as the developers learn. Also, there is a real thing where if you play a game and love it and then go back and play the earlier ones, you're gonna have a rough time because the earlier games mechanically just aren't gonna play and look better. That's the whole reason why I'm probably never going to go back and play Morrowind. I'm just not gonna do it. Having played Oblivion and Skyrim and modern Fallout, like, I can't go back to that. Come on. Come on. So that is a very real thing. So I decided I'm gonna pop in the first one, Infamous 1. So I popped it in. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It was so janky. It was so blocky. It was not a looker. It didn't feel good. I just couldn't do it. So that was where I thought Infamous died for me. A little bit later, Infamous Second Son came out on the PS4. I don't think it was a launch title, but it was there towards the beginning. It was a launch window title for the PS4, I believe. Didn't play it. I ended up picking it up a little bit later on sale for maybe $20 or something like that. I don't think I have the actual Platinum Hits version, but maybe I do. Maybe I do. I don't know. I got it for $20 though. I picked it up pretty much just to pick it up. I was always meaning to get to it, but somewhere along the lines, I just kind of remembered my experience with Infamous. This one's probably going to be a little bit newer, a little bit better, but is it going to be good enough? I understood it had a separate character, a reboot of sorts, so I don't have to go back and play the other ones. I don't know. Something about this game just turned me off, and I didn't want to play it. Recently, going through my back catalog, I'm on a mission. I'm going to be completing my catalog of physical games for the PS4 and Xbox One. I'm almost done, but this one was up on the chopping block. I was like, I had to make a management decision here. I was like, I'm just not going to play this one. Didn't want to. Don't know why. That would have been a mistake. I decided to play Killzone Shadowfall. After playing Killzone Shadowfall, I was like, how bad can Infamous be? So I put Infamous back in the rotation. I made another management decision. We're putting you back in the game, son. That was the right move. That was the clutch move of 2022, is when Turbo put Infamous Second Son back in the game. So I fired this thing up, and I immediately fell in love. Immediately. So I got a weird tale of my history with Infamous, and as an extra layer on top of that, I'm a Seattleite. I'm from Seattle. I feel a little bad. I used to make fun of people for liking Spider-Man because it was in New York City. The whole time playing Spider-Man, I was thinking, this is a really nice New York. This is, where's all the fucking bums? Where's all the needles? Where are all the crimes and the riots? This is a really nice New York, and I used to laugh at that. I used to laugh at people, influencers, specifically. There's a guy named Chris Reagan. I watch a podcast he's on, and he's from New York, and he would talk about this game being beloved to him, and how, just the New York vibe really jives with him, and I used to laugh at that and thought it was just a New York fucking SJW. Not anymore. I get it. I haven't played a game in Seattle. I have played a couple of them, but I really haven't played, an open world game in Seattle, where you're running around in Seattle. This was my first. And just like Spider-Man, this was a really beautiful, the best realized version of Seattle that I've ever seen. Better than the original. The original one, there's graffiti and crime, and there's bums, and there's needles, and it sucks. And there's garbage everywhere. It sucks. It does. Seeing my once beautiful city fall into disarray, and playing this game kind of reignited that old love, my old hometown love that I have in me. And I had forgotten it, and this game reminded me of it. Made by Sucker Punch. They're a studio here in Seattle. They get it. They get it. Not only do they get it, but they get the culture too. There's Bigfoot references and coffee references everywhere. There's bearded men and women with pink hair. It's in the fall, but it's not raining. Sometimes it's raining in the game, but they don't go nuts with it. Beautiful colors and fall leaves in the corners of a clean parking lot at the Seattle Science Center. They nailed the tone of the city. They nailed what it means to feel like a Seattleite, and it felt great. It really did. And I get it now. I get it now. When people play some game that takes place in their hometown and they're like, oh, I really like it because of this reason. I get it now. I get it now. So congratulations to Chris Reagan and his New York game. Congratulations to all you people who play these games and you have a game that graces your hometown. It's a good feeling, and I finally got mine, and I get it now. So that's another reason why this game hits home. But it is a video game. So let's just talk about it as a video game. Story, music, sound design, gameplay. It was all great. It was all great. I know some of you are laughing. You like Infamous Second Son more than Spider-Man? Yeah, I did. It was funner. Yeah, traversal was better in Spider-Man, but I had a funner time with Infamous. It was just a better realized world. It had better objectives. Just firing and flying around and just traversing with combat. Just how your powers and moves are both traversal and combat moves at the same time. It just felt better. And I felt like, was it Troy Baker doing the voice of Delson Rowe? He did a really good job. I actually liked the story a lot. You had this complete, free, anti-government, let's hate the white man. He's an American Indian. And it's American Indian, not Native American. Because they're not native to America. They're as Native American as I'm Native American. So let's American Indian. No disrespect, just it is what it is. The main character is basically SJW in training. And then his fucking brother is this complete cuck, Uncle Tom, let's suck the dick of, the authoritarian government because I don't want to lose my position. You know what I mean? So you have these two very different different politically driven characters, and they kind of have to work together. And you kind of thinking the whole time which one is going to betray the other one. Doesn't happen. That's good to know. And I think this game was made before the world kind of just, lost its mind. With the Trump and the 2016 election and the COVID and the lockdowns and all that shit. It was pre that. It was pre SJW, right? So things had a little bit more meaning. When someone would do or say something that's activist driven, it actually had some merit behind it, not just, clout chasing virtue points for the fuck of it. This game just has a different feel, a different tone right there before it all came crashing down. And it does deal with a very authoritarian government taking over the streets and over policing. It felt like a COVID lockdown here in Seattle. So there's a duality there where I played this literally when they were It's real life. They didn't have the tech they do in this game, but the fucking bad guys in Seattle in this game was real life. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy, man. The powers were good. That was a minor spoiler, but I'm playing through the game, having fun. I almost filled out my entire skill tree with points. And I remember thinking, I filled out 3/4 of the map I filled out, and I completed. I'm almost done with my skill tree. I'm thinking I'm about done with the game, right? This was like 5-6 hours. Like, this was kind of a short one. It was fun, but it was kind of a short one. And then the game opened up on the other side of the fucking river. Because I was thinking, why is it just this part of Seattle? Then the game opens up. It's twice as big as it was. And then you're introduced. You have a whole new power tree. A whole new one. With all of its perks and stuff. I was like, wow. Suddenly, you're playing the sequel in the same game. It was cool. Then I started filling that out, and I was hitting everything, collecting everything, getting everything, doing my powers, learning how to do stuff. I unlock a perk in one of my powers, so I'm going back to that power I might not have liked. Now I like it more now. Gameplay was solid. It felt good. It's not the perfect game. But all of its shit that's good outweighs the shit that was bad by a long shot. The music was good, the tone, the feel of everything, the open world. The game as a game, even if you're not a Seattleite like me, just the game as a game, I would say is better than Spider-Man. I know it's sacrilegious to say, but I really do. Graphics-wise, the graphics aren't as good as Spider-Man. Just traversing, web slinging from point A to point B in Spider-Man is better than Infamous Second Son. But other than that, I really liked the story and the characters and everything in Infamous. The story and the writing in Spider-Man as well is better, I will say. But this is top-notch as well. I liked almost everything about this game. I really did like it. I'm not gonna buy and play that, standalone deal. I might. I enjoyed this so much. I might play the Last Light DLC that you play as a specific character in the game. I really enjoyed this. I really did. I wish I would have played it back then. I really wish I would have played it back then. I don't know if I would have enjoyed it as much back then. I wouldn't have been able to appreciate Seattle back then. Because, well, it was still a shithole back then too, but it's just a little different post-lockdown, So I don't think I would have appreciated it as much back then if I would have played this when it came out. And also, I was in a weird space with open world games and everything like that. I was playing a couple of them. A good one that comes to mind is Mafia 3. That's a great game, but the problem with it is it's too much of an old school sandbox game. It doesn't do... It's not... I hate to say this too, but it's not a life simulator like Red Dead Redemption 2 or anything like that. It just felt too old in terms of gameplay and stuff like that. But what I'm realizing is not all open world sandbox games need to be life simulators. Some of them are perfectly fine being an old school, more arcadey game, like Infamous Second Son, you know? So at the time of, I probably would have dinged it. But now, after playing more games like Fallout 4 and Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5 and other of these giant Horizon Zero Dawn, Spider-Man even, playing more of these open world games that just do their own thing and do crazy shit and take their own path. I'm really starting to appreciate the old school arcade style sandbox game, like Infamous Second Son. I don't think I would have appreciated it as much if I would have played this when it first came out. So let this be a lesson. You don't always have to play a game in the zeitgeist. Sometimes waiting a little bit and going back to it after the zeitgeist has passed to play things as a retrospective or reminiscent of how things kind of used to be before they got crazy, that could be a plus. That could be a pro as well. And it was with me here. This game is very special to me, and again, I feel guilty for not having it up higher on the list, but I really did enjoy this one a lot. Number 15 is Far Cry 6. Look how white he is. Where's my little white? Oh, Daddy got the beard in the face. Oh, you love it. Like, give me good. It's the worst when you give your pet a kiss and they were just licking their butt or something like that. It happens. No one likes to admit it. Nah, he is definitely. That would definitely be a cut. I would stop the video, wash my face, brush my teeth, and then return, and then pretended like nothing happened, if that was the case. A little distracted here. What are you doing? Are you getting down? Or are you getting more comfortable? What are you doing? It's just up here. Yeah, Far Cry 6, man. They've been pumping out the Far Cry games. I mean, they've been going at a steady pace. It's not like we get one a year. We have like the off year where they do the spin-offs. We had Far Cry Primal, then we had Far Cry New Dawn. People aren't as hot on those as the main entries. If it's one thing Ubisoft has been doing right with their franchises and annualizing it, spacing it out, if they want to pump another one out for money, just do a spin-off. Don't do the main end. They've been doing a really good job with Far Cry as of late. It's probably the one thing they've been doing a fantastic job with. And yeah, there's some fatigue. We're at I remember we were Far Cry 2 kind of reinvented the franchise. We got what we got with Far Cry 2, right? And I loved that game. That was one of my favorite games of all time. I said back then, too. I was laughed at. If you go on IGN and search conversations around Far Cry 2, going back years, and you find the conversations, you could find me on there, IsTurbo1984. Actually, I think I'm IsTurbo1. I don't remember. It's been so long. I'm not on that shit show anymore. But if you go on the forums there and look at the conversation, you could find me talking about Far Cry 2. Because this was unheard of back then. This was unheard of, having a open world game that was also in first person. Everybody called it a first person shooter. All the shooter bros, all the Halo fans, and all the Call of Duty geeks, all of them were, who played this game didn't like it because it wasn't a traditional FPS. And then you got people like me who love these open world games. I made the argument that this is an open world sandbox game just in the first person. Like literally, that's all you're doing. You're going around and collecting things, and you're approaching situations like you would, in a more sandbox game. This is a sandbox open world game. It's just in the first person. That's it. It's not a first person shooter. It's an open world sandbox game. with shooting elements. I said, what's the difference between this and GTA? GTA is in third person. That's literally it. Everyone made fun of me. Everyone called me stupid. I didn't know what I was talking about. And then here we are, years later, with the newest entry, Far Cry 6. No one looks at this thing and go, oh yeah, that's a FPS game. No. No. People look at these things and they call it exactly what I was calling it. Open world sandbox games. Collectathons. You're doing so much more than... And yeah, they've expanded it, but really with Far Cry 2, they started doing this. And I saw it for what it was, and y'all were too fucking stupid to see past the fucking gun in your hand. Disappointing. Gamers aren't the smartest bunch. I'll defend us, but y'all aren't the smartest bunch, especially when you're going against me. Learn, listen to what I have to say. For once, for Christ's sake. Now, Far Cry has always been great. Far Cry 2, it probably doesn't stand the test of time now. I talked about this with Infamous, and it was Spider-Man. The games just kind of do their own thing. There's different branching paths. Infamous Second Son was definitely an older arcade-style sandbox game. Spider-Man, while a little more new school, it focused more on storytelling and graphics and that movie-style, Sony-style, cinematic thing. Far Cry 6 is the natural evolution of your classic sandbox game. Grand Theft Auto, that sort of thing. It's not, it kind of touches up on, life sim a little bit, but it doesn't go crazy. Like I said, it is the natural evolution of the modern sandbox game. It is a very much an old school, old feeling arcade style sandbox game. But with modern graphics, modern sensibilities, absolutely humongous open world. It is a technical marvel. It is a technical marvel on a great engine. Even though it chugs sometimes and it has some trouble, it is very dense. It is a very traditional, old school arcade sandbox game. It doesn't try to go outside the box and do anything new or crazy. Not like, some of these other games. Not like Horizon Zero Dawn or anything like that. It's not worse or better. It's just old school arcade, open world sandbox in the purest sense. It's just, it pushes everything to up to fucking 11. Everything. Everything about this game is fantastic. The soundtrack, the visuals, the character. Well, maybe not the characters in the story. Let's start with the visuals. It is jaw-dropping. I played this thing on the Series X, and I think there's been a couple of patches since then, since I played it. When I played it, though, it had the Series X patch. I don't know if it launched with that. Anyway, graphics are amazing. The colors, the color gradient, all the greens and the jungles, and the blinding white sandy beaches. I heard from people that are Caribbean, like the language they speak, the Spanish that they speak is uniquely Caribbean in this game. It's not just, Mexican or Brazilian. They don't speak Spanish in Brazil. They speak English and Portuguese, I think. But no, it's not your typical Mexican, South American, Latin country. It's a made-up country, Yara, but it's for sure Caribbean. It's very specific. Everyone uses Caribbean dialects and stuff like that. It is very much a specific flair of Latin culture. And it is very cultural, and I dig it. I really dig it. I know I kind of poke fun at social justice and, laugh at identity politics. But, when it doesn't make itself about identity, it just has that infused in it, you get a really cool flavor of shit every once in a while. And I think they do it a lot here. There's just a really cool Latin flavor here. The food references, the music, and just the overall colors in the game design itself, not just the location. It was all done very well, and I thought it was awesome. Music, there's some original soundtracks in this game for effect, but for the most part, the music was the shit on the radio. I dug it so much. I fucking dug it. Fucking 80s, 90s, and 2000s, like, rap, hip-hop, and pop songs. You got Santana, you got remakes of older songs, everything with Latin flair. It just was so cool. It was so fucking cool. A lot of nostalgia moments. It was really something cool, and it just added to the overall experience of the game. One thing I thought Far Cry 6 did better than Far Cry 5 in particular was like the vehicles. The vehicles just felt good. I think I just used a truck, and if I needed a vehicle, I just called one in. I didn't really care in Far Cry 5. In this one, there's all sorts of crazy cool vehicles, and I took my time to get to know them, and they all handled differently. My favorite vehicle in the game was this land/air vehicle. It's this off-road buggy. It was kind of light. It could roll easy, but it was fast. Very light on the armor. It didn't do well in firefights, but it got you from point A to point B in style, and it was really fun to play. And then you could hit a button, and a glider opens up, and you're flying through the air. And it was so fun to just take off, hop over mountains, and then they're trying to shoot you down. And so you get low to the ground, you punch the button, fucking fold up the wings, and then drop back on the ground again, and you're driving. It was just so fun. Getting the fuck out of Dodge if there's a tank and it's shooting at you. Okay, here we go. Man, it was so fun. The vehicles in this game are really good. The traversal, just driving around, exploring, really good. Very dense map. Yeah, it gets a little collectathon-y, and there's a bunch of map markers everywhere, but it was still fun. Combat was Far Cry combat. It's not as quick and snappy. It didn't feel as good as something like Halo or Call of Duty, but it got the job done, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't like a PS3 Sony shooter. I didn't know what the fuck they were doing. It was actually done really well. They did try to make it kind of a life sim in that way. They weren't so focused on gameplay. They had to balance fun and kinetic and useful gunplay with open world traversal at the same time, and I thought they struck a really good balance. Another thing that they did to strike a good balance was the in-game economy. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about microtransactions or any of that bullshit. Just the in-game economy, leveling up your weapons, discovering and unlocking new weapons. They have the different currencies and resources to trade in and upgrade. It all felt really good. At the very beginning, you kind of didn't know what was going on because they threw a lot at you, and you were getting currencies you didn't know what it was for. Then as the game progressed and you're unlocking shit, and you start to figure out what you wanted, what you liked, what you wanted to upgrade, what you wanted to try, what you needed, it all started filling itself out. It wasn't too terribly hard getting everything. By mid-game, I had an overabundance of the shit I needed. The game was very generous with it, and it just felt good. It felt like the game was allowed you to funnel yourself towards an area in a tree that you wanted. For me, I wanted to unlock certain weapons. I wanted a certain sniper, a certain shotgun, a certain pistol, and after I got those, I wanted to just unlock what I wanted and get what I want out of them. You know, I didn't want to, you know, go crazy with everything. But still, there was enough left over to experiment with. Again, I felt the game did a really, really good job at doing that. There was some weird social, post-COVID lockdown, post-2016 insanity in this game. Specifically, they have a Trump character. And, dude, he's Trump. Like, they literally have Donald Trump in this game. He's actually a pretty funny character, too. But that is just peak dev insanity. Peak dev insanity. Of course, he was the good guy. Yeah, fucking right. Like, these guys made the Trump character the good guy. They made him an over-the-top fool. Just all the... He is literally the cartoon character of Trump that they make him out in the media. And it was ridiculous. It was fucking ridiculous. They made him so Trump-like. He was actually likable. But yeah, they had jokes about Russia in there. They had jokes about the shithole country quote he made. It was just peak fucking TDS. Peak fucking TDS. Then they had some sort of trans rights mission in the game, and just a bunch of weird bullshit. All while at the same time doing a video game about a black dictator ruling and oppressing Latin people through communism. They don't say the word communism fucking once in this game. Just, where are you at? What do you think you're doing? What are you fighting for? Do you even know? They go out of their way to hide certain things. Just the politics in modern games is fucking stupid. It's just fucking stupid. You don't know what they're trying to do. You don't know what they're trying to say. You don't know what message they're getting across. They're all trying to get virtue points. This is the main difference between politics and games when it comes to something like Far Cry 6 in a post-Trump, post-lockdown world where everyone's lost their minds, and something like Infamous Second Son, which is very SJW activist-y for sure, but it's acceptable. It actually makes you feel things, not faux outrage about everything. Big difference between these two games when it comes to political messaging. One of them is okay, and one of them makes sense, and the other one is literally just post-2016 TDS nonsense. I don't respect anything about that. But that said, the game was fun. The music was great, the graphics were amazing. In terms of gameplay, it's Far Cry. What makes me sad is this is probably going to be the last traditional Far Cry game we get. I don't think we're ever going to get straight up a Far Cry 7. And if we do, it's not going to be like this, I do not believe. Ubisoft is going through a lot of changes. They even said that the next Far Cry game will be some sort of like, what metaverse thing. I don't know. I don't fucking know, but for what it's worth, it was a wild ride. And I played both big Ubisoft games this year. I played Far Cry 6 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which both came out, one after the other. I played both of those this year. Both big, giant, open world Ubisoft titles, and they were both fantastic. Probably the best we're going to get. I don't know if, the industry has hit critical mass here or not. Pretty sure it has, but with a studio, let's be honest, they used to be a big publisher, now they're a mid-tier publisher. There's just other giants that are just so much bigger than them. Embracer Group, Tencent. Ubisoft is having its own troubles, specifically with development and stuff. I think they hit critical mass. They got these out the door, but I don't know if they're successful enough for them to call it a success. So I don't think we're going to get another one. So Play this thing before it gets too old. You don't want to pop this thing in, and you don't want to go, oh, remember Far Cry? Oh yeah, those are pretty good games. I never played the new one. And then it's 5 years later, and fucking we have crazy shit like Elder Scrolls 6 and Red Dead Redemption 3 and Grand Theft Auto 6 and Horizons 3. You don't want to play this thing next to those. And Starfield, you don't want to play this game after playing those. Trust me, you don't. You're going to play this and hate it and go, oh my god, look how ugly it is. The open world isn't that big. There's not enough to do. You don't want to go there, bro. You don't want to fucking go there. So, play this thing sooner rather than later. It is the best, most realized version of Far Cry. Yeah, it's a little samey, but it's so good, and I really enjoyed it. And also, the main villain, I forget the actor's name, but he played the main villain in this one. Pretty good performance. Oh my god, he was a jerk. He was a fucking jerk. Anyway, number 15, Far Cry 6. Totally fantastic. I put in like 80 hours or something in this game. Quite a bit of time. Number 14 is Scorn. This was a pretty mixed game. In the end, I came out quite positive about it. I'm gonna need a refill. It's difficult talking about games that you know are mixed because, you know, half the people you're talking to hate the goddamn thing. So I'm going to kind of split this up into two different parts and talk to the people who hate it and kind of explain why I liked it. And then talk to the people who either liked it or haven't played it yet and tell you kind of about that. So to the people who didn't like this game, I left a review. I left an official review. Well, not an official review. I left a review on the official Xbox channel. I think it's one of the top reviews. If you go on Xbox in the Microsoft Store and look at the reviews, I think mine's the top one there, or one of the top ones there, is Turbo 1984. And I said it, I think I said it the most elegantly I can there. Is that, 80% of that achievements are very telling. That 90% of the players, it's more like 80 now, it's probably less, but at the time of it was 90. 90% of the players didn't even beat the first puzzle. There you go. You got people that aren't even playing this game. Turning it on does not constitute as playing this game. Now, if you're one of those people, fine. That's okay. It's within your right to do so. No one's trampling on your rights as a person. However, that doesn't give you the right to act like the moral authority on what's good and what isn't good if you haven't even beaten the first goddamn level. It's pathetic. Yeah, you have your voice, but mine is right. I played and I beat the game. I've went through its entirety. I could tell you way more wrong about the game. I could shit on this game way more than you ever could. Let's be honest. Because I played through the whole damn thing. My fucking mustache is... I got a wild mustache hair tickling my nose. Nah, man. This is bullshit. You can't just play a game, not beat the first puzzle, and then say it's a bad game. That's fucking stupid. The biggest gripe about this game isn't the puzzles at all. The biggest gripe about this game is the combat. Again, something you wouldn't even fucking know. So, that's most of the people who don't like this game. I watched a podcast and 2 people said that they didn't even beat the first puzzle and they didn't like the game. Get good. Get good, you fucking bitch. And I know you don't like to hear that. Oh, the get good bros. I'm not a get good bro. You didn't even beat the first puzzle. What the fuck? Get good bros. Jesus. Now, I saw two fucking people on a prominent podcast I fucking watch regularly shit talk this game because they didn't even beat the first puzzle. Because it's too obscure and hard. I was feeling the same thing, right? I was in the middle of that first puzzle. I was more than an hour in, going, I don't know, man. I don't know about this. I don't know if I could play 6, 7 more hours of this. But I pressed on. It wasn't that big of a deal. I was enjoying the art. I was enjoying the aesthetics. I'm a big Geiger fan. And the developers really did their due diligence here. And I was playing and I beat the puzzle finally. Finally. Took some while. I did have trouble. It was annoying. It was really obscure. And then after I beat it, I learned that was a litmus test. That was literally the hardest and most obscure and the most bullshit the game throws at you. The game kind of throws a steady stream of bullshit and obscure your way. Sometimes the solutions to the puzzles are fairly obvious, and the problem then comes from the game being a little bit boring. Oh, I found this thing I have to insert into this thing later. Woo, obvious. Sometimes the game gets a little difficult with the bullshit, and it throws some bullshit at you. It happens every once in a while. The game isn't constantly beating you over the head with bullshit combat, or obscure puzzles, or endless mazes where you're just lost all times. It's usually one or the other. You're usually feeling some sort of discomfort one way or the other. Sometimes you're just having trouble getting past a gauntlet of baddies. Sometimes you're just lost and you don't know where to go. And sometimes the puzzle solution is a little on the obscure, but for the most part, it doesn't overwhelm you with all of it at once. The game is pretty chill, pretty relaxed, and honestly pretty boring for the most part throughout. But this first this first puzzle is a litmus test. If you could get through this first puzzle, that's literally the worst the game has to throw at you, and the rest is smooth sailing. Literally everyone quit right after the smooth sailing. And don't give me that argument, ooh, well, if it doesn't hook me right at the beginning, then you could fuck off. You know, this isn't a fucking obscure JRPG where you have to play 15 hours before it gets good. It's literally 1 hour, one puzzle. That's all it is. Just do that. That's literally all it is. The game teaches you a lot within those moments. It teaches you how to think outside the box. The game teaches you what kind of obscure shit to look for. Body parts and dismemberment and fucking gross shit. The game teaches you where to go and what to look for, and it teaches you a lot. It is a giant tutorial and you didn't even know. Those are always the best tutorials. The ones that you didn't even know that the game was teaching you. The first hour of this game or so is a giant tutorial, and you learn a lot from it, and the rest of the game was smooth sailing. Like I said, I felt the same thing you did at the beginning. I don't know about this. And then after that was over, the rest of it was smooth. It got easier, it got way more enjoyable, and I was able to just enjoy the rest of the game, mainly the art. It's a short game. I don't know if I would want to play a 12-hour version of this. That's not true. I would play a 12-hour version of this. But it was an enjoyable game at the end. It really was. And you don't have to play 15 hours for it to get enjoyable, just one. It's really not that hard. Y'all missed the mark on this one. Y'all were wrong. Y'all were wrong. You should have just played through the final thing and just got it over with. But you didn't. You quit out like a bitch. And then you complained on the internet. What else to say there? So, for the people on the fence, or haven't played it yet, or maybe even agree with me, don't let this game scare you off. The beginning is obscure and rude, but it's literally a tutorial. It's teaching you what to do and how to think outside the box. After you get done with that first tutorial, hell, even look up the solution online if it's bothering you that much. I know that if it gets to that point, you're like, why even bother? But if it is bothering you that much, just look up the solution, and then there you go. You know, make it easier for yourself if you're gonna quit out. But bro, it's good. The rest of the game was smooth sailing. Like I said, sometimes it throws some bullshit your way. Sometimes you get a little confused and a little lost. Sometimes, you know, you overlook something that was a little bit more on the obscure and it takes a little bit more time. That's fine. I dealt with that easy enough. Probably the three most difficult areas of the game were there's two areas in particular where the combat got a little weird. I did not appreciate that. And there was one time where I just absolutely got lost and I didn't know where to fucking go. And there was one time where the puzzle solution was towards the end a bit more on the obscure side, and I just had to randomly just start guessing what the fuck to do. But all of those instances individually were not all that bad. Thinking about it and thinking back on it all, they were frustrating, but they weren't mind-bending. They didn't break me. They were just a little frustrating. And it was very doable. This whole game was very doable. But part of the discomfort is part of the game. Part of the discomfort and the frustration is part of the game. And for the most part, I would agree that if making the player uncomfortable and frustrated is part of the overall feel in game design, maybe it's not good game design. And I would agree with that for the most part. But this is an outlier. This is one of those times where I do not agree with that statement in this case. Look, you gotta know who Geiger is, right? Famous artist. He was the guy that his works were modeled after when it comes to the Alien films and Prometheus. His actual works, his notebooks, and his actual art is way more gross than Prometheus. What is Prometheus? Like white skeletons? Like, that's not all that bad. It's a little disturbing, but that ain't all that bad. This is everything's dicks and vaginas and boobs. Everything. Everything's being inserted into something or ripped out with its entrails still attached, still alive and functioning. Oh, you could fuck this thing with its skin on. Let's turn it inside out and let's fuck it again. Everything's covered in something. You don't like it. Who cares? Do it anyway. Smell it. Taste it. Now get your shit on it. Now smell it again. Just everything is just fucking gross, man. And it's not just cum. It's blood and guts and brains. And you gotta feel it all. You gotta feel through the pain, through the pleasure, and back into pain again. And if you don't like it, you're gonna like it. You fucking sick. Fuck. That's really what the art says, at least to me. And it's a thing. I've been a fan of his since before this game came out. And I will say this, though. This game, he died in the first year of development of this game. He never really got to see what this game was. And if he did, I think he would have been pleased. I think Geiger would have been pleased. I really do. These devs really, like I said, I talked about this with Shredder's Revenge. Even though Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles really ain't my thing, we need more devs like this that will do their due diligence and pay respects to the source material and do what's right just to deliver a product that's true to itself. Even if some people hate it, well, you ain't fans then. This game ain't for you, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be for you. But real fans of something that really appreciate the end result and not just go along with it The fans that don't just consume endlessly, unquestioning, otherwise they're going to be fucking called not real fans. You see way too much of that shit in Hollywood. But these are the fans. These are the real fans, the people who made this. What's the name of the studio? I forget the name of the studio. I probably should have written that down before I started filming. But what a treat this game was. It's art through and through. Every bit of this game is handcrafted. It didn't need to be just a puzzle game. It didn't need to have combat in it. It didn't have to do any of what it did, but it did, and the game was just better for it. The story, there is no story, but it follows a character who goes through hell. Two characters that go through hell, and it's their journey and how they meet and together, and how it all ends. And it's very sick and sad, and there's not a lot of depth to it. It just is what it is. And this game, I'm so thankful it exists. I've been excited for this game for a long time, following it for years. I thought it would be bigger and better. I gotta be honest, I thought it would be bigger and better. I thought it would be a genuine, like, Metroidvania game with better controls, better combat, more exploration, less puzzle solving, but it is what it is. I'm critiquing the game what it is, not the game that I wanted it to be. If it was the game I wanted it to be, this would have been number 1 or 2 on my list, for sure, but it is what it is. And it's a pretty great game. Not everyone's gonna like it. If you're gonna give this thing a try, beat the first puzzle. And you know what I'm talking about if you do play it. Beat the first puzzle. After that, rest assured, that's the end of the bullshit. You might even find yourself a little bored or a little underwhelmed as the game goes on. But you do have the art, and you do have the fact that it's short. But I don't want this game depriving people from itself. So play through that first puzzle. You might not like it as much as I did, but I really did enjoy it, and it was one of the better experiences I had all year. This is a special game, and I really look forward to their next works, whatever it is. I'm sure it'll be true to Geyer. Ah, fresh cup of coffee. Rogue Legacy 2, number 13. Not only is this a great game, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, I am proud. I am genuinely proud of these developers, and proud that this game exists. This game is pretty special to me. Rogue Legacy, the first one. You know, it's hard to say things like, oh, one of my favorite games of all time, one of the best games I ever played, one of my top... It's hard to say such definitive statements, especially when things age and other things take its place, and gameplay mechanics and your own tastes kind of evolve and change. It's very hard, but the first Rogue Legacy game, while I'm not going to claim it's one of my favorite games of all time, there was definitely a time when I thought it was. And maybe that still rings true, but I'm not going to make that claim. It's not important. The important thing is it was a very beloved game of mine, and I loved it to death. I played a couple of roguelites before that, but this was the one that really grabbed me. Pre-Dead Space, I mean, not Dead Space, but Dead Cells, pre-Dead Cells, pre-Hades, before all these games got like super popular and everyone was playing them. This was the one for me, and I absolutely loved the original Rogue Legacy. It had a problem though, in that its pixelated art style was kind of fugly. I never really enjoyed it all that much, but it gave the game some charm, and the gameplay itself is king. It's always king, especially with this one. I always loved Rogue Legacy. I think that came out in 2011. So that was in the 360 era, PS3 era of games. Definitely one of my favorite games of that generation. It was a pretty amazing game, and I loved it to death. And it ain't the whole point I'm trying to get at. The whole thing I'm trying to say with bringing up the original is there's not a lot of beloved games that get a sequel. Some of them do, and some of those sequels are hit or miss. Some of them are fine. Some of them are fine. It's just more of the same. They don't really try to innovate. Some of them are just bad, and they're just not as good as the originals. That happens too. It is very rarely when a sequel of a beloved game, whether it's beloved, the consensus is that it's beloved, or it's beloved to you personally. Very rarely do we get a sequel that is more than just fine. It is better in every way. Funner and more robust in every way. And that is exactly what we have with Rogue Legacy 2. Rogue Legacy was amazing. I love it. Rogue Legacy 2, better in every way. Oh, what's going on? Are we playing now? Usually they get sleepy after they eat. I just fed them lunch. Usually they're running around and shit, riling themselves up. You know, I've talked about this in length on recent What Have You Been Playing segments, but this was better in every way. The biggest improvement is probably the art style. I was not a fan of the pixel art in the first game. It was kind of fugly. I'm a fan of pixel art too. Just being a pixel art game, look at them. Just being a pixel art game does not automatically mean I like your art style. It wasn't done very well. The original, I don't think, in my opinion. This next one, they went with hand-drawn style instead. Not only is the art style better than the pixel art mess that we got. Are you in the tree? Because I will fucking kill you. Where are you? Tree's shaking and shit. The fucking Christmas tree. I still have the Christmas tree up. I'm gonna have to do something about that in my next segment. Look at him. What are you doing? What are you doing? Getting a little distracted here. I apologize. The art style in the second one was hand-drawn, and it's not just some Newgrounds Flash mess. It is very well done. Very well done. The character designs, it's all true to the original design. You could tell... Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if it's like one guy, but you could tell it's the same style, the same energy that they bring to the table. Like I said, while the art itself was fugly in the first one, the pixel art, it did have a lot of charm. All of that charm translates to this new art style, the new hand-drawn art style with the colors, and it was just amazing. Amazing. It was full of detail. There's a lot of good depth to everything. Everything was hand-drawn. The environments, the characters, the effects, everything looked great. Everything looked amazing. Full of life and character. The art really fixed the only thing that I didn't like about the original in this one. And that's probably the biggest in-your-face thing about it. They kept the difficulty. This game's pretty brutal. It's a traditional roguelite in the most traditional sense. It's just brutally fucking hard. The expansion, the whole, dying mechanic. You don't just die and start at the beginning. You gain some ground and you hold on to that forever. The gold that you get to put it into upgrades. The investments you make. the items you unlock. You always bring something new to the table to give yourself an edge for that next run. And it happens with every playthrough. Very rarely do you have a playthrough where you die and then you gained absolutely nothing. The only rare instances that would happen is if you like died in the first chamber, in the first room, in the first area with literally the weakest bad guys in the game, which it can happen, I guess. And then you get 0 gold. I mean, later in the game, you get you need thousands of gold just to make a simple upgrade. But by that time, you're so good. There's no way that you will lose in the first chamber. You get my point. You're always making ground. You're always breaking new ground and finding new things and upgrading your character in some sort of meaningful way. And this game really does make all of that meaningful, and they do a great job with that. I've played Dead Cells and other games where you'll do a run, get halfway through, maybe die a little early, and then you feel like you've made no ground. Like there's a certain threshold you need to meet. There's a certain level you at least have to get to. There's a certain amount of gold that you need for that upgrade. And if you don't meet this threshold, then your half run was pointless. And it's never a good feeling. Get good, right? This game doesn't do that. Even if you have an abysmal run, you still gain something, and that's very important that I think roguelikes don't focus on. The player needs to know that they've done something, that they didn't just waste the 5, 10, 15 minutes they put in this thing. Even if you're doing poorly. I mean, it happens to all of us. But making each and every single second of this game meaningful is really what sets this game apart from others. And it's so good. It's just, you constantly get a good feeling. Even if you're pounding your head against a wall, doing a boss attempt for the 15th time, and you know you're probably going to lose again, it still feels meaningful. You'll still get something out of it. And it's such a good feeling. Speaking of feeling good, just playing the game feels fantastic. It is a 2D side-scrolling game with heavy emphasis, just as much emphasis on platforming as it is with combat, swinging the sword itself. The two are inexorably intertwined. You can't have one without the other. You can't describe the combat without describing the platforming, or vice versa. Fighting bosses, approaching enemies, or just traversing the layout of the land and the traps, you're always approaching it from a combat perspective. How do I spin kick off of this thing to propel myself up further? How can I counterattack and dodge this fireball while in the air? Like, you can't think about one without the other. And that's such an amazing thing this game does. Ori and the Blind Forest, great game, great 2D side-scroller that has a large emphasis on combat and platforming. The difficulty in that game specifically comes from the platforming, though, not necessarily the combat. But the two are pretty intertwined, but not like this game. The two are intertwined in this game like you wouldn't believe, and the synergies building off of each other. You can't be good at platforming games, but not really good at combat stuff. And, well, I mean, I guess he could. But you can't be good at combat and sucky at platforming. Again, you could, but the synergies that the gameplay offers, it will make you better. It will make you better, and it'll make you think about things that you didn't think about in terms of gameplay. They added a whole big story to here. There was kind of a lore-based story in the last game. Wasn't done very well. But in this one, they just went over the top with it. I gotta be honest. Eventually, I just stopped reading the texts because there's just so much dialogue. And I'm not really playing this game for the dialogue. But at least it's there. At least it is there. I kind of wish they would have went a more direct approach with the story. Laid out some cutscenes and whatnot, but actually thinking about that, maybe it would have subtracted from the overall game. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to recant that statement. As it stands, I probably wouldn't change anything about the game, even the story, which I would say was not delivered very well. But on that note, how can you deliver a riveting cinematic story with a game like this? You really can't. You really can't. And that's fine. That is fine. I did not play this game for the story. I will say, though, just the fact that there is one here is really cool. I'll reference Hades again. Hades tells that story through dialogue. The endless amounts of voice dialogue. It was nice. The dialogue was nice. There's lots of it. And the game reads it out for you. And that's pretty cool. This game does the exact same thing, it's just not voiced. And you literally just have to read it all. It is better when it's voiced. It's just smoother. But you do spend a lot of time just like, okay. Okay, let's listen to what you have to say. Let's hear your jokes. Let's get through this. Alright, now let's get back to the gameplay. With this game, you could just skip it if you want. It's just a text-based story just injected into this game. Take it or leave it. Some people will really dig that shit. I enjoy the fact that it's there. Even though it did nothing for me, I enjoy that it's there. They easily could have just not have done anything at all. Similar to, they could have put in the bare minimum like they did with the first game, and the game still would have been great. But they didn't. They went for the extra effort. They thought it out. They wrote out a thing. They had all the bad guys as characters in the history, and they left notes everywhere, and it was actually kind of cool. I stopped paying attention eventually, but I'm glad that it does exist. This whole game is a case of, I am glad this thing exists. It didn't have to. A sequel to some obscure game that not a lot of people played, that's better in every way. I'm so glad this game exists. The art style, the music is cool. The music is fucking good too. I could still hear it in my head, mostly because I hear it every night because Stacy's playing this game right now. This is one of her favorites as well as mine from last generation, or 2 generations, I don't know. But her and I both played and loved Rogue Legacy. This was her, I think this is her only, no, she played Dead Cells well. She's not a big roguelike fan though. She won't admit that she likes roguelites, even though she's played and beat 2 of them and loved them both to death. She's still apprehensive about playing, Risk of Rain and Hades and other games like that. I don't know, she's weird like that. But she loved the original and she's loving this one. She agrees with me. This is better in every way. And she's kind of taken her time with it. She's taken a long time with that. Usually that means she's not enjoying it, and it's hard for her to sit down and do another session. It's taken her a little long with this one as well, but it's not because she ain't enjoying it. It's specifically because she wants to enjoy her time with it. She doesn't want to pound out an entire night of, runs and beat a boss and then just do the next thing the next couple of days, right? And just blast through this thing in 2 or 3 days. She doesn't want to do that. She wants to take her time with it and enjoy and savor every little bit of it. And I totally understand why. I was kind of doing the same thing. I beat the first Rogue Legacy in like a couple of days, in a few sessions. This one took me a lot longer. And it is a longer game. It's just a longer game with a bigger castle, more areas, more bosses. It's just a bigger, longer game. Like I said, this game is better in every way. Better in every way. It goes on for as long as it needs to. It's robust. There's a lot of places to explore. The classes. There's so many classes and unlocks and weapons and spells and combinations in this game. So many. It's cool. It's really cool. Again, I'll reference Hades because that seems to be the one everyone's playing and everyone will get that reference the most. In Hades, there's like 6 weapons and some sub-weapons. In this game, there are like 15? 15? And that's just main weapons. There's tons of secondary weapons. Okay, there's primary weapons. Spells, you get a spell. And then you get what's called a talent. Some of your talents are glorified secondary weapons, and others are an alternate spell, and then others are literally something weird and different entirely. And you can mix and match all of them. You can mix and match all of them. So many different combinations, so many character types. It's just nuts how much game this game throws at you. You're constantly learning things. The game does a pretty good job of cataloging everything and having a thesaurus there. It slowly introduces upgrades and new things. But there's so much here. It doesn't dump it all at you at once, although it could feel that way. There is so much game to this game. And this is another one I've been waiting a really long time for. Shortly after I beat the first one years ago, I heard they were making a second one. And I waited and waited and waited until it finally shadow dropped on fucking Xbox. It just showed up one day. What the fuck? No announcements, nothing. A fucking tragedy. A fucking tragedy. Xbox, and it's exclusive, at least it was on time of release. It was exclusive to the Xbox console and PC. They really should have shouted this thing from the rooftops. Exclusive! Exclusive! But of course they can't because they're in that legal battle and they don't want to fucking... It's just tough. It's tough, but... fantastic game. Absolutely adorable. I adored this thing. The only thing of note to mention is it has weird SJW stuff in it. Like, really? Everything's trans or gay or something, or black or lesbian. To its defense, though. They were doing it before it was cool. They were doing the shit in the first game in 2011. They were. Back before it was an activist thing. Back before it was cool. So, to its credit, they were doing it before it was cool to do so. So, they get a free pass with that shit. They're just being true to themselves. And that's really the name of the game here. I am so glad a game is true to itself. And that's really all you can be at the end of the day. Do you betray yourself? Do you fill your fucking game up with bullshit and virtue points and accessibility and homogenize it to death for the masses? Or because of backlash or reasons A or B or C? Or do you just stay true to yourself, good or bad? This game stays so true to itself and improves on absolutely fucking everything. We need games like this. I am so thankful this game exists. Even if I hadn't have liked it more than the first one, which if that was the case, it would be because I'm just more nostalgic towards the first one. But that ain't the case here. I absolutely love this one more than the original. And whenever part 3 comes out, I will be here. Number 12 is a weird one. Leaf Blower Revolution. This game that you've never fucking heard about. This is a game I played on Steam, one of the few PC releases that I play that my PC could actually handle. Where to begin? It is an idle game. It is an idle game. I like these games. I don't like all of them. I know that they're bullshit. I know they're really addictive, and that's kind of the gameplay loop it preys on. And that's my, that is my gaming guilty pleasure. That thing that we all do that we don't like to admit. You know, some of us are suckers for microtransactions, even though we know it's the bane of gaming's existence. Some of us like the loot boxes. Some of us have fear of missing out when it comes to, you know, battle passes and stuff like that. Some of us need to pay that $70 for the new game that we're never gonna open. Like, there's a lot of, like, shit we fucking do. Mine is I like idle clickers and idle games. I do. I fucking do. Checking on your progress and seeing how much bullshit you've accumulated over the past half an hour, even though, 1 hour of the game approximates approximately 0.0001% of your complete progress. You need to check in all the constantly tweaking and figuring out, well, if you're gonna start over now or you're gonna wait another hour until you get more. They're so addictive, man. They're so fun. Shout out to my favorite idle game of all time, Cookie Clicker. Cookie Clicker is my favorite one of all time. I started a new run of that last year. Or maybe it was the year before. Somewhat recently. And I went hard. I went harder than I ever have in that version with all the updates and stuff. I had a fun time, man. Anyway, I heard about this game, Leaf Blower Revolution. It's a new idle game, and I think it's free. I think it's free on Steam, so I downloaded it for free, what the fuck, and I got sucked in to that world for the next month or so. It was literally on my desktop, running at all times for a month straight. I played it while I was playing other shit. I checked it every day, every hour, until I said enough is enough. I made an endgame goal, and it's not the endgame at all, but I made a milestone goal, and I said, when I do that, I'm gonna call it good, and I did. That's about all I have to say about this. I'm gonna keep this one short. There's nothing a lot to say about it other than it's another one of those idle games. There's Clicker Heroes, Cookie Clicker. Check Cookie Clicker out if you're ever curious about it, or if you want to check this one out, Leaf Blower Revolution. It's on Steam. It's free, and just dive into it completely blind. Just dive into this bullshit of a game and just see what it's all about, and the bug will catch you or it won't. But I had a really good time with this game. What I liked about it is it wasn't a clicker. It was an idle game that wasn't a clicker. You didn't click on it. There were things to click and collect for sure, but playing the game, you played as a guy with a leaf blower on his back, and you just kind of moved the mouse around and aimed. That's what you did in the game. You didn't actually click, but you just kind of moved things around. That's what you were doing in this idle game. You weren't actually clicking, but that's what was kind of different about this game. It's because I played idle clickers where you're clicking, click, 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 click. This one, you just moved around and blew. That being said, when is the console release? You literally don't have to click or press a button. Give me that fucking console release. I'll fucking free or paid, doesn't matter. This would be an interesting paid one, where all that bullshit, because there is like microtransactions built into it for unlocks and cosmetics and stuff like that. It would be interesting to see if you had to pay for this one and then got some of that shit for free. I'd take another look at this, but the reason why it's so high up on this list at number 12 is because I spent so much time with it and I had just so much fun, even if it was that hit of crack, artificial adrenaline fun that we're embarrassed about. There's no denying how much joy this game gave me. Eventually I kicked the habit. I said enough is enough, but for the time being I had a blast. Leaf Blower Revolution, again, not tons to say about it, a little embarrassed, but hey, it is what it is. Number 12 up on this list. Again, that's Leaf Blower Revolution. Just fucking try it and tell me what you think. My throat's getting a little sore. I've been talking for a while now. I think I filmed... this will be the 10th video. The 10th little segment I filmed. But the segments are getting longer too. I was doing 5-minute segments, then I was doing 10. Now I'm doing like 20-minute segments now. My throat's going, man. Anyway, number 11... here we go. Dragon Quest Heroes 2. I referenced this a few times in this video, but now we're finally got here. Dragon Quest Heroes 2. It's a great game. I really loved it. I'm I I'm a little frazzled right now. I want to talk about the Warriors games and reference Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes again. I'm absolutely amazed with how Omega Force does its cross universe shit with other people. They worked very closely with the Dragon Quest team for this game. It looks amazing. Akira Toriyama did the art for Dragon Quest. That's the Dragon Ball guy, for people who didn't know. And it's just full of charm and full of life. Playing this game, I am reminded why the Dragon Quest franchise is my favorite current IP in video games. It didn't always used to be. And for someone who Dragon Quest is their favorite, I have played a remarkably small amount of the titles. A remarkably small amount. I know it's beloved in mostly Japan. It's starting to make a resurgence here in the US, but Dragon Quest has always played second fiddle to Final Fantasy. I think when I'm done with my Final Fantasy quest, and I'm going through and I did all those games, I'm gonna turn my attention to Dragon Quest. I got to, you know. But I'm amazed how close to the original series this game is. It has all the great music, all the great staples, the jokes, the enemies, the enemy types. It's all done very, very well, and it's really good. I played through the first Dragon Quest Heroes game, and as a Warriors spinoff, it wasn't my favorite. I thought, you know, loving these Warriors games and having Dragon Quest being my favorite IP, it would be a marriage met in heaven, and it would be like I thought Dragon Quest Heroes 1 and 2 would automatically be number 1 on my list. Not the case, not the case. Not the case. Now, I'm not saying they're a bad fit, but they just could have done... I don't know. It feels weird to say, but the fault of the Dragon Quest Heroes games is they're just not warrior games enough. They're just not warrior enough. They're closer to being an actual Dragon Quest game, if that makes sense. Which sounds like it would be a good thing. But I don't know, I'm so confused on this. All I know is I love everything about it. I love the characters, I love the art, I love the music, I love everything Dragon Quest. Playing through Dragon Quest Heroes 1 and 2, I'm just kind of like, just kind of enjoying all of it and letting it wash over me. It's a very nice, warm feeling. In terms of actual gameplay, I don't know, like, I might be talking like it's a con. Might be talking like it's a negative, but it's not. They're not negatives at all. I enjoy it. Just, my brain is going nuts, you know, on my second cup of coffee, and my voice is starting to go. And just, you know, all these comparisons to not only other Dragon Quest games, but other Warriors games, other spin-offs, other Warrior spin-off games in different franchises that I played this year. My mind's all over the place, so, you know, bear with me here. How this game differs from the first one, it's not just Dragon Quest Heroes again. It's different. And the main difference is, in the first game, it is very traditional level-based. In this game, it's open world. It's open world. There's no longer a hub. There's no longer a map, you know, or a base camp where where you return to and you do all your shit there. There is none of that in Dragon Quest Heroes 2. In Dragon Quest Heroes 2, it is a bona fide open world with different areas connecting everywhere. You could literally run or walk from one area through another to another to another in this giant open world which is, I've never seen that in one of these Warriors games before. Except for Dragon Quest IX. Dragon Warriors. Dynasty Warriors 9. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, everyone hated that. Everyone hated that. But they kind of do that here, although it's segmented. There's like distinct loading screens in between the areas. But it's open world. It feels like an action JRPG in the Dragon Quest franchise. Feels like Dragon Quest XI, but action RPG. You know, big, beautiful open worlds and areas and the towns and stuff. It was all done very well. It was all done very well. Alright. I've been beating around the bush a little bit too much. I haven't actually finished this one yet. I'm playing it right now. I've been playing it for about 20 days or so. The year's almost over. I wasn't blasting through this game just to make a deadline, just to put it on this list. I'm not doing that. I've played enough of it where I could give you my pros and my cons, and I pretty much had to guess where this will place. I had to guess. I had to gauge its quality of life improvements. I had to judge it based on a Dragon Quest game. Where exactly does that place? I had to judge it based off of a Warriors spin-off. I had to compare it directly with not only the previous Dragon Quest game, but other Warriors spin-off games that I played this year, like Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. I just had to gauge it and, you know, gauge my own personal feelings towards it in Dragon Quest, the ups and downs, what I liked and didn't like, kind of just gauge around and make my best estimate where it'll place. And I came out, I felt comfortable putting it here at number 11. I knew it would be around number 10 or so. I didn't feel comfortable putting this in my top 10, even though I haven't beaten it yet. But I didn't feel comfortable having it lower in my list either. Lower as in, you know, 12, 13, 14, down more. Because I'm loving everything about it. Now, there might be some surprises mid-late game or something like that, but judging it now, I'm liking it pretty well. I just can't really go super in-depth with everything because I haven't beaten it yet. And that's a rarity here on this channel. Usually I don't really talk about games until I beat it. I'm usually going to beat something anyway, eventually, and I'll talk about it when I do. Just at the end of the year, doing this list, it's just kind of weird how that works, you know? So it's either this is a list of, you know, 52 games, or it's a list of 53. And I didn't want to say, I wanted to mention this. I wanted to mention this here and now in this year, not, you know, 3 months later, you know, bloated what have you been playing episode next year. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to give it its due diligence, but full transparency, I did not beat this game. Not yet. I'm going to. Next time you see my fat fucking face, I'll have this thing beat. So, I'm not really qualified to talk about it, is what I'm saying. And here I am talking about it anyway. So it's a little awkward. I just want to be completely transparent there. But the things I do like about it, I like the art style. This is a, well, I was going to say it's a PS4 exclusive. It's not. They dumbed it down and they put it on a rare Switch cart. There's like a super rare Nintendo Switch cart. It's the 32 megabit one, and it doesn't look as good. I tried to like get it on there, but it's like insanely expensive because it was a limited run game. Literally not a limited run game, but they did a limited run of the physical cartridges. It's like a super rare cart. I said fuck it, I was just gonna get it on the PlayStation anyway. I'm currently playing it on the PlayStation 5 console, so it's running buttery smooth, zero hiccups. It loads fairly quickly. There are some loading screens and stuff, but I could definitely feel the benefits of the PS5 hardware working on this thing. There's 2 fidelity modes. There's graphics mode, and they call it something funky, but there's basically performance mode and graphics mode. I'm playing on the graphics mode because if I didn't, I would just get the lower res textures. And I figured that if I'm playing on the graphics mode, the PS5 will just brute force its way at everything at a stable frame rate anyway, which it is. I have not noticed any sort of stuttering or slowdown whatsoever. It was optimized pretty well, I think, for the PlayStation 4, and playing it on the PS5 hardware is chef's kiss. That's something I also wanted to say. Like, I've noticed a difference on playing Xbox One games on the Series X, but playing PS4 games on the PS5 really smooths things over quite a bit. They really took the PS4 and games and the way hardware works into account very heavily when making the PS5. Even though it's technically not the powerhouse the Xbox Series X is, there's more to console design than meets the eye with these things. I'm really enjoying the PS5 hardware. I haven't actually played a PS5 game on it. I'm just playing PS4 titles on it. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention that I didn't mention with Shadow of the Colossus is this was one of the rare games that the PS5 back compat doesn't work. There's like a list of like 20 games. The games outright don't work, or there's severe problems with the back compat when it comes to playing PS4 games on the PS5. This was on the list, Shadow of the Colossus. I was super bummed. I was wanting to play this thing on the fucking PS5, you know? So I couldn't do that. So I just played it on the PS4 in the bedroom. I had a good time with it. But I really wish I would have played it on the PS5. The problem is that what the game does is there's two textures that the game uses for objects. At a certain distance away, the game uses lower resolution textures for objects, the ground and trees and rocks and shit like that in the distance, because you're not going to be able to see the high-res textures from a distance. So it uses literally low-res textures at the distance. Playing this backwards compat on the PS5, what the game does is it loads in the low-res textures of everything in front. So everything looks like shit. I don't know why it does that. There's obviously not a patch or a fix around that, which there should be one. Top priority, since Sony actually owns Bluepoint now, but whatever. Anyway, I never got to experience this on the PS5. I literally had to boot up the PS4 to do that. I was a little bummed, but that's what I'm doing. I'm wrapping up a few games. I only have 2 games left on the PlayStation 4. I got Dragon Quest Heroes 2, which I'm playing right now, and then I have Gravity Rush 2, which I'm excited to play. After that, it's all PS5 games. I will be completely done with my PlayStation 4 last gen library. Technically, there's The Last of Us Part 2. I'm saving that for last because there's a patch that only works with the PS5, essentially making it a PS5 game. So while not technically a PS5 game, it is a PS5 game in the same sense that, you know, games on the Xbox One got a Series S and X patch. Those are technically Series X games, but so in the same vein, you know, The Last of Us Part 2 is a PlayStation 5 game with a patch. So that's going to technically be my first PS5 game I'm going to play. It'll be the last of my physical PS4 collection, so we'll do that. Just want to take the time and talk a little bit about that, since I didn't actually beat Dragon Quest Heroes 2, but where to put it? Where to put it on this fucking list? I have no fucking idea. When I get done with it, I'll probably place it a little bit higher or a little bit lower on the list. I'm enjoying it the more and more I go through it, so if I had to guess, I'll probably place it a little bit higher. I gotta bump off the next game into down in number 11th place. What is it? Final Fantasy 2? Yeah, sorry, Final Fantasy 2. No, I think I enjoyed Final Fantasy 2 more. Anyway, that's the next game. My throat is spent. Next time you see me, I'll be wearing something different. I'll be getting the weirds out, and I'll be talking about Final Fantasy 2. I was We done broke the chair. We done broke the chair last night. Shit! I said I didn't want to do it on the chair. I said I didn't want to fuck on the chair because I don't want to break it. Now it's broken. God damn it. I was editing some of my past splices that I'm doing here last night. This is going to be the longest video I ever upload. It's going to be you're looking at it right now going, yeah, Turbo, we know. But I'm still in the editing process. I'm not even done filming yet. I'm not even done filming yet. And this shit is climbing up there. I think I have a 4-hour video up there. This one's going to be at least 5. Probably much longer than that. Craziness. Craziness. Anyway, let's jump into it. What are we on? Number 10. Finally. We're finally in our top 10. It's been a while, but we finally got here. And I am pleased to announce the first one in our top 10, at number 10, is Final Fantasy II. I've referenced this one a couple of times in this list, talked about it briefly, but for the most part I held off. This indeed was in my top 10 games that I played and enjoyed this year. Final Fantasy II, an NES game, any fucking S game. It is a remaster. I did play where is it here? I have specifically the PSP box art on there. Unlike Mega Man Zero, I actually played this thing on the PSP hardware. I busted it out. I made sure the battery on my PSP, it's getting old. I had to like charge it after just a couple of hours in between. I was afraid it would fail, but it worked. It worked. There were some mechanical problems, just it being old hardware. Just I think the UMV disc had to load up. It took a long time to load up. And it was noisy, but goddamn, that screen is still beautiful. I don't think it's an OLED screen or anything like that, but it's still flawless. I don't have any broken pixels or anything like that on my PSP. It is still a beautiful, beautiful screen, and it was a beautiful, beautiful remake. All redone, better pixels and stuff. It doesn't look as nice or as snappy as Final Fantasy III did on the Pixel Remaster I played on Steam, but on the hardware, in handheld mode, with this the first wave of remakes of these games on I think Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2. I played Final Fantasy 1 on the PSP in this platform as well. I have both of them, 1 and 2. I ain't busting them out, but the experience was pretty good. I really did enjoy it. I think I'm about done. No, that's not true. I have a couple of games on the PSP I should probably go back and play. I'm just afraid, like, I'll be in the middle of, like, I got a couple of, like, JRPGs and tactical RPGs and stuff on there that never got, like, ports and remakes. Not yet. But I'm afraid I'll be, like, 20 hours into some tactical RPG on my PSP, right? And it's already chugging, it's loading, and, like, it'll crap out on me mid-playthrough. That'll fucking kill me. That was my main concern playing through this. But I got through it good enough. I haven't played tons of Final Fantasy. Well, that's not true. I've played almost all Final Fantasy games. I haven't beaten a lot of them. As you know, going through the entire series chronologically, and I decided to start with 1 because a few years ago that was the first game in the series I played and beat. And so I said, well, now that I finally beat a Final Fantasy game and I could scratch that black mark off my record, might as well go through all of them. And I'll just start on with number 2, since it's the next one. Final Fantasy II is a giant leap from Part 1. The first one was great. The first one was great. It was a nice, solid entry into the franchise. I liked everything about it. The pacing, the music. It was very campy. I knew what it was before I finished it. The story actually gets a lot of credit. The story is really good. The story's so good, they kind of remade the story with that Stranger in Paradise game. And kind of fucked shit up, and I don't know, it's very interesting. I'm not playing Stranger of Paradise. I have not heard very great things about it. But if the gameplay was better, I probably would put it on my my to-do list, but I don't think I will. No, I don't think I will. The first one was great, though, for a first entry. Final Fantasy II blows it out of the water in every way. In every way. Final Fantasy II is the quintessential sequel to your favorite JRPG. It is just so good. They really hit home with a good, deep, for as best as they could for the time of. Right? You're not sitting there reading an epic novel for an hour, getting into all the nuance. You're just reading a couple of screens while some pixels dance. So, you know, take that into consideration. But the story is far above and better than anything I ever knew could exist on the NES at the time. It's got literally like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI level writing in there, which I haven't beaten Final Fantasy VI, obviously. I've said as much, but I have played a lot of it back in my day on the SNES in the form of Final Fantasy III North America. But Final Fantasy II, its writing is great. They have a bunch of key moments and characters and character deaths, and they do a really good job of placing importance on NPCs, and there's good twists. It's very grounded. It is very grounded in the story. It's just an invading empire fucking people's shit up, and there's something more darker and sinister there, almost like a shadow is guiding his hand, and he's committing genocide. And he's enthralling people, and he's splitting up families, and he's murdering rivals. It's some dark shit. It's some dark shit. And then there's a big twist at the end, and you literally go through hell. You go through, it's routed in real world, too. There is an area that you go through, and it's supposed to be the crossways in between heaven and hell. And I looked it up online. It's a real thing. Well, it's real in folklore. There's an actual place in Japanese mythology, Chinese mythology, actually. I hate to mix the two up, but it's one of the two. Anyway, I really dug this story. I dug the location. The world map was good. It's big, and it was big and confusing enough to feel like you're in this epic RPG. It wasn't dumbed down. It was just a good game, man. It was just a fucking good game through and through. It gave me everything that I know of and love about Final Fantasy in this game that I completed to completion. It gave me everything I know about Final Fantasy in this one game and delivered on all fronts. This is currently my favorite Final Fantasy game. I would say Final Fantasy II is currently my favorite Final Fantasy, probably dethroning Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI has always been kind of my de facto favorite, even though I haven't beaten any of them. Just the soundtrack was amazing. I love the characters and everything about it. Final Fantasy II, I think, dethrones it, now that I've actually beaten it. It was just such a good game from beginning to end. The music was pretty good, too. All the music in the Final Fantasy games are pretty good. Where this game really shines, though, is its combat, the combat and the class system. I think with Final Fantasy III, they introduced the job system, which sounds really, really cool on paper. It needs to be expanded, and I know it does later in the series. And I'm excited to play that. Specifically Final Fantasy V. I'm excited to play that one and get into its expanded job classes. I heard that is an addiction and a half. I think that's right up my alley. But this rudimentary version of it in Final Fantasy III wasn't all that impressive. And I enjoyed the class system in Final Fantasy II way more. It's essentially Skyrim or the Elder Scrolls. You basically just pick up a weapon and you get proficient with it. That's literally all you have to do. You can mix and match any combination you want. If you want to be a magic user, you just buy the low level 1 spells, put it on any character you want, and then just go to town. When you level up, when you use your weapons, when you use your items, you will naturally gain proficiency with your spells and with that armor and with those weapons. You could create any type of class you want. I created a couple of hybrids. I had a magic using class that excelled in bow and arrows. So if I needed to tap someone, with physical damage, I could. I had a sword and a shield guy that just had insane amount of defense. I had a dual wielding melee guy who's proficient in axes and hammers. And then I had like 2 classes that were like white mages. I had like two white mage classes, and I had 2 black mage classes. I think my sword and shield guy was my black mage, my other black mage, and then my second black mage was actually my white mage as well. They did both white and black magic. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. You could totally customize your classes the way you want, and it felt so good. It felt so good. There's a little bit of grinding traditionally. That was actually kind of fun because I leveled up my shit. You could abuse the system too and just break the game, and that was really fun as well. Final Fantasy II, I've talked about it enough. I did enjoy this one more than my Final Fantasy III playthrough. My Final Fantasy III critique was more of a review of the Pixel remaster over there on Steam in general. Those were great remasters. They remastered the soundtrack, they remastered the visuals. A still image does not do those games justice. I'm for sure, when I jump into Final Fantasy IV, which is the Super Nintendo game Final Fantasy II, I'm for sure going to play that with the Pixel remaster over there on Steam. But this one, in terms of just the actual game, Final Fantasy II I enjoyed that a fair bit more than Final Fantasy III. And officially my favorite Final Fantasy game that I played and beat. So here in 2023 coming up, I got 2 more. I'm going to be tackling 4 and 5, and so I'm excited for that. Number 10. Oh, I'm sorry, number 9. Shit. Number 9 is Gears Tactics. Gears fucking Tactics. Gears Tactics was great. Gears Tactics was great. It felt like a game made for me. Son of a bitch. I enjoyed Gears Tactics orders of magnitude greater than I did Gears 4 or 5. It was fun coming back to the series again after so long with Gears of War 4. It was a very safe game. Gears of War 5 did some really cool new things with gameplay. I love the whole open world spin that they did on things. I'm really hoping they expand that with Gears of War 6, but I had problems with the story a lot. I had problems with the ending a lot. I also had some mechanical problems with the game crashing and whatnot. It was one of the few games I decided to take the chance and play Gears of War 5 at launch, and I paid for it. Me and Stacy both did, but Gears Tactics, that game I didn't have any problem with. I think maybe it crashed 1 or 2 times, I can't remember, but it wasn't like it was this persistent problem. That game was in the cooker for a while. That game came out, was tried and true, played on PC, and then I think 6 months later, the console port came. I don't know why they just didn't go, yeah, the console port's coming, right at the beginning. Everyone just had to play this game, or they had to guess and assume. All the Xbots were like, oh, it was totally coming, and I'm like, I don't know. Xbox is kind of leaving the console, their console players out in the cold a lot lately. I wouldn't be surprised if this never comes. But it did, and I'm very glad it did. I played this on the Series X, and just an amazing game. It's an XCOM style tactics game, like straight up, and it fits Gears of War so well. So well. We now have a Halo strategy game and a Gears of War tactics game. These games are such good fits with so many series. There's so many series that you could just turn them into one, and how amazing is that? I would absolutely fucking love like an Elder Scrolls or a Fable tactics game. We see a lot of tactics games with like guns and shit. XCOM is kind of a proof of concept there, where like, yeah, the shit can work. It doesn't have to be Final Fantasy Tactics. This shit can work with guns and grenades, and it actually works really well. So we've seen games like XCOM and Gears Tactics and whatnot. There's a couple other ones too that aren't like big names that have done really well. I haven't played them, but it works really well. But I would love to see like a return to form. Like those old school strategy RPGs, something like Gears of Tactics or Ogre Battle or something like that. But with new school properties, something like Fable or Elder Scrolls, something like that, in a new tactics game. Anyway, I'm kind of going off the rails here. But I love these games. I love the old school ones. I love the new school ones. And probably my favorite tactics game of all time is Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Not the original Final Fantasy Tactics, which I have played and I do really love, but my heart is with the Advance version. That is a Final Fantasy game I actually beat. I actually beat that game. So technically I've beaten a Final Fantasy game, but you know, before my journey I haven't beaten a mainstream one. But yeah, I love these tactics games, and Gears Tactics turns the franchise a little bit on its head, and it does it so well. Let me explain. So, Gears Tactics, if you're on the fence about these things and you don't like the slower paced games or the tactics and shit like that, Gears Tactics might be the one for you, because it rewards being aggressive, and it rewards pushing, and it rewards taking chances. It rewards you being methodical and slow and taking up defenses and stuff like that, but it goes out of its way to reward pushing the line and being aggressive and getting up in everyone's faces and doing the chainsaw and stuff like that. So you can play this if you're a little bit more impatient and you need something a little bit faster paced, because it does fit that. It's not an action game with floating numbers, I'm not going to lie to you. It is a slower tactics-based game, but this might bridge the gap for you. It just might. And that's what this game does to kind of flip the genre on its head. It relies on it's a turn-based system, and it relies on an accolade system where it rewards you points for doing certain actions. So your sniper, for instance, you could outfit them with a perk that when you do a headshot or an execution, when you do a headshot assassination, you can you get a go again, and you get some of your blitz characters when you do the fuck are they called? Eliminations. The one where you like get up close and you like fucking assassinate them, you shank them or something like that, or you chainsaw them or whatever. You get to go again. Or if you do a chainsaw kill, you get to go again. And so you could stack turns and just keep going and going and going, and god damn, you could just keep going and going and go. Fucking fly. You could keep going and until you run out of turns. You could like decimate the other person if you do this. They can do that to you as well. And to be honest, while it's a really cool and good system and it feels really good where you're just popping heads, like on my sniper, Headshot, I reload, get a go again. Headshot, reload, get a go again. Headshot, reload, get a go again. You could take out 3 or 4 guys in one turn. And you're really not supposed to do that in these games. You know, your sniper, they kind of hang back. They fucking, they kill a guy. It's basically a free kill. Then your turn's over. But in this one, like, you could just keep going and going. Of course, the problem is if you kill enough people within range, there's not anyone left in range, so you kind of run out of steam that way. But yeah, the systems and the nuances, I'm sure you don't really care. It's a XCOM style tactics game, and it's done really, really well. It's done really, really well. Other than that, the game has bona fide boss battles. They were a little bullet spongy. You know, you gotta crack off a shot and do minimal damage, and then you gotta run and hide from its big area of attack, and that could be a little bit of a pain in the ass. I initially praised the bosses in this game up and down just because it was a breath of fresh air, and it is. I did enjoy them, but after I defeated the boss and moved on, I was very glad to do so. I'm glad bosses are in this game, but they are not the best part of the game. They're not a bad part of the game. They are a breath of fresh air, but it does amount to basically just taking a unoptimized shot at the boss and doing minimal damage because you're not very close to them. You have to keep your distance because they usually have these giant area of effect attacks. And you're constantly moving around and running and hiding. And then on top of that, you get like ads coming to get you, like an emergent soul will open up, and you got to deal with that while you're dealing with the boss, and it's a pain in the ass. It's more of a pain in the ass than anything that just disrupts the flow of the game. And a disruption of the flow can be a good thing or a bad thing, and then in this case it's both. It was a great change of pace from just the monotony, because these games do kind of get monotonous, and you kind of climb up your own ass, you know, with the stats and the this and the that, and you kind of get set in your own ways. And if something new, a new enemy type or a new type of mission or something comes along, it could flip you over on your head and you won't know what to do. So breaking up the monotony is a good thing. But I'm just gonna say the boss battles were not. I like a good boss battle. I love a good boss battle, but this one, it just kind of served to break up the flow of the game a little bit, which was fine. But it is different compared to others. I think there's some sort of like, I think in the XCOM games they have bosses, not very many, but maybe like 1 or 2 endgame bosses, and they suck. They fucking suck. They could one-shot you, and they just take forever to die. These are kind of like that, but they're more themed around it being a big boss. And it was the faster nature of Gears Tactics makes it a little bit more enjoyable. I don't know where to stand on here. I'm glad they're in the game. If I had a choice to just erase the boss fights from Gears Tactics, would I take it? Nah. I think they make the game better. I just don't think we're there yet with the good boss fight in these tactical games. But overall, the game was fantastic. The environments were fantastic. The display was fantastic, letting you know what you can get cover behind, the information on screen. Takes a little bit of thumbing through and everything. But these tactics games, like XCOM and Gears Tactics, they were made for controller. You know, you just switch between members with the bumpers and the triggers, and you could cancel out. The controls were amazing. Amazing. You get a little bit, you gotta get used to them a little bit because it's just different. But it's amazing. I love just controlling the battlefield, hitting a button between, you know, enemies and allies, and then just cycling through the people, looking around in the 3D, seeing what my best shot is. If I go over here, I have a 93 chance to hit them, but that's almost a 10% chance of missing. That'll put my entire team at risk if I fucking do that. So let's go over here instead. I have a 97% chance of hitting them. You know what I mean? Like, I love crunching the numbers, and it feels so good, just that sniper shot. and the sound of the head popping or the shotgun blast. I can't. It's very class based. There's like 6 different classes in this game. There's the heavy gunner, which specializes with the heavy guns, like the Mulcher, I think it is. There's the regular soldier, which you run through with the assault rifle. They're kind of your all-around class. You could blitz people and get up close. You got your sidearm, you got your sniper. There's the shotgunner and grenader. That was probably one of my favorite classes. I didn't like them at first. I was like, well, you put yourself too much at risk being a shotgunner in this game. I love shotguns, but just didn't seem very viable. And then I played a mission where they forced me to play as this character. I was like, oh, great. And then I really got to learn like how to cloak and stealth and how to come up on people and blast them in the face, kill them, and then I instant cloak afterwards, and I'm able to bounce the fuck out of there all in one turn without exposing myself. So good. So fucking good. Yeah, there's only like 6 classes in this game. And each weapon and weapon type is tied to each of these classes. Like I said, Gears of War fits this style very, very well. And while that might not seem like a lot, you get to customize each class very specifically. There's essentially 3 trees and 3 styles of play for each class. And you just go with the one you want. You can make like a little hybrid class, or you could go all in. Like for instance, the shotgunner. You could go all in with the shotguns, or you could go all in with the grenades. You could literally be like a shotgunner, or you could be a grenader. Or the third option is you could go heavy into stealth and kind of do like a blend. It's up to you. The game gives you really good customization options, and the graphics. The graphics in this game were amazing. It really was. You have full-on cutscenes. We're done. We're fucking done with that era of these granulated, pixelated, bulky polygon mess of characters that aren't, textured all the way because the game assumes you're going to be looking at everything from a 30,000 foot lens, bird's eye view. We're done with that. These are fully... I'm sure they had different textures load in when you're playing, the game on the field versus like a cutscene or something like that. But they're all the character models on the battlefield when you're in bird's eye mode. You could get into first person, and it was beautifully textured. Graphics were amazing. The particle effects were great. You could just snap the camera behind someone in third person mode, and you would think it's just a regular Gears of War game, which have never been slouches in the graphics and performance department. Well, visual department. Some of them chug a little bit, but what an amazing game. There's a lot of things about this game that I would love in the mainstream games as well, particularly the armor and the character customization. That was really cool. Taking all the different armors and the stuff, customizing your character and how they looked. I absolutely love this game. I played this thing in a minimal amount of sittings. I sat down and I played 3, 4, sometimes 5 missions at a time. Each mission taking up to like an hour maybe. It's a good long game too. The story, this is a prequel. This was a prequel. This game takes place very early on in the war. Very early on in the war, when the humans on the surface were... It takes place before Emergent Day, I think. Before Emergent Day, when humans were still battling humans. Straight up, when humans were still battling humans. And there were whispers of something else, which turned out to be the grubs, turned out to be the locust. Back before all of that shit, they were doing experiments on this woman who turned out to be, the fuck is her name? Turned out to be, I forget sometimes. Is it the queen locust woman? Or is it her mother? I don't remember. But some dark experiments going on where they're pretending to treat a disease that's rampant in this world, doing experiments on them, basically creating a slave labor class, and then they wanted to make a bioweapon out of them. They basically take people with iron lung, I think it's called, rust lung. It's a disease in the world that people get. They're mining this material that they use, and they round them up into camps. They kill some of them, quarantine them, and they're doing experiments on them. They're going to try to turn them into a bioweapon. Of course, we all know how that plays out, but it's a very cool origin story, and you play as like the grandfather of some of the main characters in the Gears game. I think you play as Kate Diaz's father? Yeah, or grandfather? One of the two. I don't remember, but it all came together well. Great graphics, gameplay was amazing, story was cool. I love this type of shit. Gears of War Tactics, top 10 games I played this year. Fantastic game. I would love to play a Gears Tactics too. Number 8 is Mushroom Wars 2. I absolutely love this game. I absolutely love this game. I never played the original Mushroom Wars. The original Mushroom Wars is a hidden gem on the PlayStation Network. It's often referenced every once in a while as just this quintessential diamond in the rough. Everyone's got to have it. This is basically your this is basically the PlayStation version of Limbo. Like, everyone's got to have it. Just like everyone on the Xbox was downloading and playing Limbo. That was the game that really broke through, you know, the mainstream with your must-haves. This game didn't exactly break through the mainstream or anything, but this is one of the quintessential PlayStation Network games, or so I'm told. I never played it, though. I never played it. I've heard of it, though. This is part 2. This is part 2, and I hear this is bigger and better in every way, so I'm not really going to be doing comparisons between the first and the second one, but I wanted to kind of lay out this IP's legacy, because it does have one. And I jumped into the second one, and I loved it. I didn't really know what to make of it at first. I do have my gripes about it. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but I just adored this game. I adored it. I really did. It was just a very campy, fun, mild-mannered, very accessible, very easy, just very lovable game. It's just fun to play. Just fun to play. It's a, it is a very Twitch-based tactics game. I don't know how else to say it. It's an overhead view. You're sending out your armies to capture points of interest, and that's it. That's literally it. You build your forces up, you get points, and you capture strongholds, and you get stronger, and then you send your armies out tactically, and that's really all there is to it. That's really the beginning and the end. It's very simple, very easy to get, very easy to understand, very hard to master. Very, very hard to master, because there's not a lot there. It's very simple, but mastering it and getting the timing down, it requires very Twitch gameplay, because you make decisions on the split second, and you got to know exactly what to do. If you send out too much, you could leave yourself open. If you send out too little, you're not going to get the job done, and you could fuck everything up, and you just leave yourself open to counterattack. You're constantly attacking and defending and counterattacking. Constantly. Based off of what the other player is doing. You're constantly paying attention to what the other player is doing. So losing some ground is often a blessing in disguise. They send out a massive force to capture one of your biggest strongholds, and sometimes it feels good when they do that because they're going to waste all of their guys doing it. And then when they capture it, you launch a counterattack with a smaller force from nearby, retake the stronghold, and what they essentially did was just waste all of their fucking guys doing that. You lost a lot of your guys as well, but if you have some more stocked up on the sides, what you could do after that is send everyone there, bolster your forces, and then launch a big counterattack for a big push. And that's pretty much the name of the game. You gotta know where to go and stuff. It was really cool. So Mushroom Wars 2, you play as these little tiny sentient mushroom people. I think you're on Earth. At the beginning of the game, there's this cutscene where they're dropping bombs and the Earth is in nuclear warfare, and it turns into this dust bowl. And then it's millions of years later, the Earth turns green again, humanity is wiped out, and sentient mushroom people emerge as the dominant force. And then I guess you're in the Dark Ages or medieval times again, but everyone's like these mushroom people, and they're at war and stuff, and that's basically it. It's this weird nonsensical story that's told completely without dialogue, and it's fun. The artwork in this game is amazing. The cutscenes and the menu screens and just the character art is amazing. On the main menu, you're picking between single player, 2-player, 3-player, or 4-player. And there's a different art that goes along with it, with 1, 2, 3, or 4 different characters. And they pick one of the main characters from each faction in there and stuff. And it's just really fucking cool. Really fucking cool. I put this one down as a win because I went through all of the missions in the story mode and just beat that. It's basically a 3-star game. You get 1, 2, or 3 stars. I played through the whole thing on easy, and I went back to get some more stars and play through it again, but I hit a brick wall. That's where my gripe comes in. But I decided I had most of my fun with the multiplayer. I was going through enjoying the game well enough. I was like, okay, let's bring this one home. Let's beat this. Let's go through the last of the missions and just kind of get that and get this over with. That's kind of the mode I was in. And then after I did that, I was like, well, let me try the online multiplayer. And that's really where the game grabbed me. I didn't think it would. I didn't think this would be the game that I would like the multiplayer more. You know, that doesn't really happen with me. I'm a single player guy. This is definitely one of my single player games. Where are all these bugs coming from? They love me. Do I need to take out the trash? I don't know, man. I got all the windows and doors closed up tight. It's wintertime. It's fucking cold out. So I went through the single player campaign, and then I was over and done with it, tried out the multiplayer, and really took a liking. It's ranked. The whole thing is ranked. Every time you get a win, you get some points. Every time you lose some points. And it starts you off with 0 points at the bottom of the barrel. And then slowly you get some wins, and you climb the ladder, and then finally you're in the top 10 of your tier. You get a little bit more points, you get some more wins, and then they put you in a whole new class. A whole new class with more people. And you just keep doing that. I think I got up to the 3rd class, like the gold class. I was ranked number... I was up there. I was like in the top, like, 250 in the world or something like that in terms of points. When you get up there, you're fighting people who know their stuff. And this is where it comes down to the character you choose. There's different hero class characters that have different powers that you can activate, and that makes or breaks the whole game. I really settled in with this one chick I was playing. Her main move is she can flip. I mean, you all have four powers. You got to build them up. They're tiered. There's like level 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you waste all of your shit if you use the tier 4 one. The one I really like to use was I think it was called Turncoat. You could flip the armies on the battlefield to being your guys. So when they launch a huge attack at you, you could flip them while they're running across the battlefield. And when they get to your base, you'll just bolster your forces because they'll all be your guys. And if they launch a huge force, since it's like an area attack, it covers a specific area. If they launch like 100 guys at you, you could flip all of them. And then you just bolster your forces. They basically just lose a bunch of guys, and then you could counterattack with their own guys and fuck their shit up. I love doing that. They, especially online multiplayer, they think they got the upper hand. You can see them building up their forces, sending out little squads to a single area. It's like, I know what you're doing. You're gearing up, launching for a big ass attack, and then they launch one at you, and then I flip them, and then they're all mine. And then now I launch all them back at you. And I create a big foothold. I love doing that. I love doing that. What else can she do? There's another thing that she could do. She could downgrade. She could downgrade one of your enemy forces bases. You just pick one, just boop, downgrade it. Their defenses and their unit count goes down. You can just pepper them with that shit, piss them off. That's the person I like to use. I got pretty good. But then, like I said, I was playing for a couple of weeks, and then I just hit a brick wall. I'm not too terribly good. I'm a one-trick pony. I do it very well. And this character started to become, I've noticed, playing against other characters. First, no one was playing with this character. I was just whooping ass, whooping ass, whooping ass, whooping ass. And then, more and more people started to use this character. I don't think I set a trend or anything like that. What I mean to say is, as the skill of the players that I encountered increased, as I got better in the ranking, I noticed more and more people were using the character I was. Because it's a good character. And so that kind of became the meta. And so I'm fighting all these people, whooping their ass if they're not using this character, or I was just better than they were. I knew all the tricks they were going to be throwing at me because we were the same character, and I was just better. So I got past that first tier, and I got past the meta, and then I got up to the upper echelons of the PvP multiplayer. The highest ones at this tier have broken and conquered the meta. They know all the tricks I'm going to throw at them, and there's 2 characters that could counter my shit. They're not very good characters. I was whooping their ass, in the lower tiers. But at the upper echelons, they have specific moves that could counter my playstyle, and everyone was using that. Everyone was using these characters that could whoop the meta, whoop me, and I just wasn't good enough to adapt. I wasn't good enough to adapt and do that. And so that's kind of where I hit the brick wall, and I just kind of gave up then. But I had a good run, put many hours in this thing, and I was loving it. I got so good, I memorized all the levels, it was so good. After I hit a brick wall in the multiplayer leaderboards, I went back to the single player. I was like, oh, I'm really good now. I'm going to go back, I'm going to get all the stars and play everything on the highest difficulty. And I started to do that, and very, 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 very quickly I learned that the computer absolutely, unequivocally fucking cheats. It fucking cheats. It was horrible. The computer on the higher difficulties just blasts you. Just booty blasts you. It was horrible. So the way it works is it's a console game on controller. There's 4 face buttons. You could send out, you highlight a base, and then you hold the button and you pick where you want to go, and you could pick one of the 4 face buttons to send out 25%, 50%, 75%, or 100% of your occupied troops to the new area. You could send them out either to bolster existing bases or attack the enemy base. And you could send out half of your troops and keep half back for defense, or if you feel like you're safe enough, send out 75%. It depends on the situation, what you're doing, what you're trying to do, what the stronghold is you're attacking, how much defenses it has, how many troops are stationed there that you gotta kill. It depends, right? So you gotta kind of get good and gauge, on that, 25, 50, 75% thing. You gotta be able to, this is what I mean by the Twitch gameplay. You gotta be snappy. You gotta know on the fly if someone's sending shit out at you and can your troops reach here in time, and how much do you need? 25% is good. You gotta be able to do that shit on the fucking fly. And playing against the computer is pointless. Like, literally, it's cheating. They know exactly what you do. I've seen it. I've tested it every single time I send some troops out. The computer will instantly send out troops to defend it. Instantly, from wherever they are. Instantly. Just human reaction isn't good enough. And they never make mistakes. If I send out 50% of my troops to attack a base, which I know is underguarded, they will instantly send out 25% of their troops from another base that will get there at the exact same time, and because they're the defending base, they will have the upper hand, and they will just barely win that battle out, killing all of my guys while they have 1 or 2 guys left over, and I'm left with defeat. Every single fucking time. Oh, now they have two guys left there, and it's practically undefended. Now it's the time to launch a counterattack. And then I launch 100% of my troops at them again from a different base. They do the same exact thing. They will launch like 25% of their troops from 3 different bases, all getting there at the same time, while at the same time launching a counterattack around to my base. I just sent all of my troops from, they just mathematically fuck you with perfect calculus and perfect timing every time. It is completely unfun, and I don't say this often, but straight the fuck up they cheat on the higher difficulties in the main campaign in this fucking game. That's my big gripe. I played that for a little bit, trying and beat my head against the wall, and I was like, no, fuck this shit, I'm done. That's really my only gripe. I would have loved to have had more fun with this game, and I wanted to play it more, but you gotta fucking patch the higher difficulty on here, man. Bring that shit down, add some fucking algorithm to account for flaws in the higher difficulties. It doesn't have to be exact. It doesn't have to be instantaneous. Like, my God, I'm good, but I ain't that good. Jesus fucking Christ. But nonetheless, I had a fantastic time with Mushroom Wars 2. I did really love it. I loved the single-player campaign. I loved all the missions. I loved the simplistic, easy-to-learn, hard-to-master gameplay. I loved the art. I loved the music, and it was so cute, too. The music and the characters were so cute, and their little yelps and yells when they're attacking and stuff like that. Such a good game. This game came out of fucking nowhere. I got this thing on sale because I thought it looked kind of cool. I saw the cover art. I was like, what is that? That looks kind of cool. And I looked at some of the screenshots. It's like, it's kind of like a little tactics game. I think it was on sale for maybe like $5. I was like, I'm going to buy that. Always do that. Always just browse the cheap games. You never know when you're going to get a gem like Mushroom Wars 2. Number 7 is House Flipper. Yeah, you heard that right. Out of 53 games in my top 10, a weird simulation game, broke my top 10. Man, I love this game. I loved it. It was so good. It was so good. It's another one of those weird simulation games that I dubbed. I played this alongside Power Wash Simulator. Both kind of popped up on Game Pass around the same time. And I thought, oh, this one looks right up my alley. This one looks kind of fun. I could putz around in and fucking kind of weird, cartoony, fake flip a house. I enjoyed this one more than Power Wash Simulator. Quite a bit more, actually. Power Wash Simulator had its flaws. Sometimes you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of these simulation games. Power Wash Simulator isn't a true simulation game. It's an arcade game posing as a simulation game. Very fun. I enjoyed it. House Flipper is more of a simulator. It really lets you get into the nitty-gritty of it all. So you start off so small. You're not actually flipping houses when you start this game off. You do cleanup duties. Some of your first jobs are going in and picking up the trash for the homeowners so that it's more presentable when they go to rent it out. Or you're replacing a radiator or something like that. Or someone had, broken in and stolen some stuff, and you have to kind of you're tasked with refurnishing like the living room or something like that, something along those lines. There are little missions you do. They're glorified tutorials. They teach you how to do a bunch of shit, and there's a lot of stuff you got to do in the game. There's the cleanup process. There's different types of cleanup. The game shows you got to pick up trash and all that sort of thing. Sometimes there's broken glass and roach infestations you gotta clean. Teaches you how to clean the windows, patch up and repaint, and do that sort of thing. So I'm kind of wanting to play. Talking about it, wanting to go back in and kind of do a couple of houses. It was so fun, I'm telling you. So game kind of does tutorials that way. Then it shows you how to like paint, and there's different restoration we'll call professions. You could rank up and level up and put in perk points into each of them. That system isn't that robust, but there's painting, there's repairing, and there's other shit like that. So kind of step one is kind of doing cleanup. You got to throw away all the trash. You got to clean up all the bugs and the broken glass and the hazards. Then you got to wash the walls and clean up anything like that. If you're going to be repainting, like you're just going to repaint an area, you don't really need to wash the walls. You just paint over it. That's kind of the step one, is you go through and do that. Step two is, well, there's a number of ways you could do it. Sometimes you just want to, work with what you got. There's the bathroom and the living room and the bedroom, and you just kind of buy new furniture and kind of outfit it the way you want. And sometimes you want to just go off the rails and do your own thing, and you want to break down walls and build new walls. Make your own rooms that are perfectly tailored to the furniture you want to buy. And it's a long process. If you're doing like one of the larger houses and you're doing a complete top to bottom remake, you're selling absolutely everything in the home, and you're breaking down all the walls, and you're just recreating absolutely everything from scratch, it could take you a really, really long, I'm talking hours. Not an hour or 2 hours, like 4, 5, 6 hours on a single home, if you are inclined to do so. And your object of this is to appeal to certain sellers. This is where the game kind of gets weird and not all that great. Is there's like 8 or 9 different families in the game, and they're not randomly generated. They're very specific families. There's single people, just a single person you're selling to, or there's a small family, or there's like a set of grandparents, or there's a big family, or there's just like a couple with no kids. Like there's just different types of families that you're selling to. But there's like not 15, maybe 7 or 8 different families in this game. And they all have their different tastes. Some people like the color red, so you gotta paint everything red. Some people like, you know, workout equipment and manly stuff. They like things made out of wood. They don't like things made out of metal. Some people are more contemporary and they like things made out of metal and plastic, and they hate things made out of wood. Some people, you know, the more bedrooms you have in the house, the better it is. So you gotta like every nook and cranny in the house, you gotta slam a bed in there and a table so the game thinks it's a bedroom. Like, you gotta do all these weird things to appeal to the certain users. And that's cool. That's fun. But that system is so flawed. You end up like customizing the entire house just for this one guy, right? You buy all the furniture he likes, you have all the rooms that he wants, and then you complete it, and then like some other seller magically wants to buy it for even more money. That doesn't make any sense. It happens so many times where I'm building this house for this young couple who are expecting a kid, so they want at least 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, and they want a sauna. Very specific, and other than that, they give you creative freedom to do with whatever you want. So I'm kind of building out this custom house. I'm very proud of it. And then I pop in the bathtub in the second bathroom, and then bam! The fucking family with all the fucking kids fucking wants to buy the house for even more money. And I mean, that's a good problem to have, but if I custom made this house for someone else. If I would have custom made this house for that family instead, I would have been making more money. I don't know, the game kind of just works against itself. And it's a little janky at times, like you're cleaning up stuff and there's just like a mop floating in front of you in this very Eurojank floaty animation, and then the stain fades away. There's a lot of jank in this game, a lot of just nyah, nyah, nyah. But that aside, I'm not going to pretend like it's charm, because it's not, but it's easily overlooked. When you really get into the nitty-gritty of it, and you're going through the different phases, like it feels so good when you just load up a new house. And it's just a blank canvas, and you're going through and you're cleaning up all the garbage and you're cleaning everything and you're kind of visualizing what you want to do. Oh, this would be a nice living. Oh, if we knock out that wall, you know, in between the hallway and this bedroom, we could make this into a nice den or some shit like that, you know? It's so good. It feels so good. And I'm not really one of these, like, you know, HGTV fucking type of people. I don't really watch that stuff. That's a chick's game, man. Like, a lot of chicks love watching that shit and doing that stuff. So flip this house and shit like that. But this game was so fun, man. It was so fun. So fun. A lot of little gripes with it that didn't break any of the game. A lot of Eurojank I was talking about. The music sucks. It's like the same fucking song all the time. But, you know, that's kind of the gist of the game. This is a, what I call a weird simulator. You know, my #1 favorite is still Lawn Mowing Simulator. I love that game so much. I loved it. It's so weird. It's so random. It's so perfect. I love that game. Played that last year. House Flipper, though, it comes close. It's coming in close. It really is. It was so good to play, so fun, so perfect. I just had so much fun with this game. It's undeniable. It's weird to put in my top 10 list, but undeniable fun. They're making a sequel, and it looks like it's big budget. House Flipper 2. It's supposed to be coming out next year. I saw the PS5 logo and the Xbox Series X logo. It's not just some cheap fucking Steam port. So from what I saw from the gameplay trailer, they fixed a lot of things. It looks like it's actually like a big budget game. So obviously they made their money back. They saw some success with this thing, and I'm happy for them. I'm absolutely gonna play the sequel. And hopefully, no Eurojank. Number 6 is Nobody Saves the World. I would say this is one of the biggest surprises. Well, it is. It's one of the biggest surprises of the year for me, but it is not the biggest surprise. The biggest surprise, the games that really came by and kind of flipped everything up on its... Well, no spoilers, but this is definitely one of the biggest surprises of the year. What I mean by that is the game looked fun. That's the whole reason why I decided to play it in the first place. But I didn't know how fun. I had no idea how fun the game was. This came out this year, and it was completely snubbed at the Game Awards. There was no mention of it whatsoever, and that pisses me off. Because when I played this thing towards the beginning of the year, I thought to myself, this has got to be, you know, my game of the year so far. I think when I played this, I hadn't played any of the other games on the list thus far. But when I had played it, I was like, this is definitely a game of the year contender. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was my game of the year, or, you know, it would be a close call, because I didn't know what else was in store for me for the rest of the year. But I played this one early on, and it was such a surprise. I thought I would enjoy it. I definitely wanted to play it, but man, Nobody Saves the World was insanely fun and addictive from top to bottom. It doesn't rely on any gacha mechanics. It doesn't rely on any loot box. It doesn't rely on any microtransactions or skins or anything of that nature. It is completely 100% single player addictive gameplay. Absolutely amazing. I did not think I would enjoy it this much. I knew I was going to enjoy it, not gonna lie, but to this degree, I had no idea. I sat down and played and beat this thing, I think, in 2 or 3 settings. I sat down and I just played and played and played and played. It is so addictive. So, the art's great. The art is great. It's all hand-drawn. There's a lot of humor in the game. A lot of weird characters, weird jokes. It's just a very campy, bizarre, cartoony game. It doesn't pull any punches. It doesn't try to hide itself. It is a very immature, stupid game with hand-drawn, you know, high school art. It kind of does that. You know, you're filling in the notebook and stuff. You know, the menus and everything are a joke in itself. The way everything works, like the whole game is a joke in a good way. It's very nostalgic. It's very not a breath of fresh air, but a it feels like coming home. It feels like coming home. And I loved everything about it. I loved the aesthetic. I loved the music in the game was pretty cool. I loved the gameplay. Let's talk about the gameplay. So, you start off the game, not gonna go into the story and everything. To be honest, the story is a little inconsequential. It is not the highlight of the game. The gameplay definitely is. So, not gonna go into that and spoil that. But you essentially play as a person, a naked guy. You play as a naked guy, and you have an attack button, and it's slap. That's literally it. You're literally this useless person that can't do anything, and you stumble across a magic wand, and with this magic wand, you gain the ability to morph into other things, and that's the name of the game. You collect spells that transform you into different shit. And you start off with you start off with a mouse. You might think, how is a mouse an upgrade to just being a human? It is, because you're so weak. But no, you start off as this mouse, and you have certain powers. You could go through little holes in the wall, mouse shit that you'd expect. And it's pretty paint by numbers. And then you get more costumes, and then you get more costumes, calling them costumes. You get more costumes and spells, and you turn into different things, and there's a puzzle element there. Each costume can do something, not all of them. Some of them are purely combat based, but most of them have a unique ability that will allow you to traverse the world, overcome an obstacle, or solve a puzzle that you couldn't before. Suddenly this game is like low-key like a puzzle game, right? And then you're progressing and you're leveling your character up and getting more powerful, like an RPG. I don't know what kind of game this is. I don't know what to describe it. It's, I guess I would describe it as an RPG, but it's very, like, action combat based, kind of like a beat 'em up, but not really. I just don't know. I just don't know. I guess it's an RPG. I guess it's an RPG, but it's very... I just don't know, man. I just don't know. It's an action game. It's an action game with heavy RPG elements, great art, and the gameplay loop is... You just don't hear that, though, with RPGs. Whether you're talking Western RPGs or JRPG, you don't hear, oh, this amazing gameplay loop. You don't really associate it with that. That's really the only thing I'm hanging up on, but I guess it's an RPG. In the least, it's an action game with great mechanics, with a great gameplay loop that has RPG mechanics in it. I don't know, but yeah, I played this towards the beginning of the year. I still remember it. Fantastic game. So addictive. Just doing all the challenges and getting, you know, a certain amount of kills so you can unlock the next tier of your character, which then again unlocks the next character, and so fun. So fun. Unbelievably fun. Like I said, this was one of... I don't have tons to say about it, just repeating over and over again like a jackass that it's fun, because it is. I knew I would like it. That's why I picked it up and played it, but didn't think it was going to be this one. This was an early Game of the Year contender for me. I knew it the moment I played it. And if you play this thing too, this you're going to go, okay, this is automatically my Game of the Year contender as well. Obviously, it did not land #1 Game of the Year personally for me, but it's #6, and that's no slouch at all. I love this game. You don't have any excuse not to play it. Play this fucking thing as soon as you can. It will surprise you. #5, Vampire Survivors. I said Nobody Saves the World wasn't the biggest surprise. This one was bigger. This one was a bigger surprise. Everybody was talking about this game. This is another game that got snubbed for the Game of the Year awards, the Game Awards. I don't know what the fuck Jeff is doing over there with all of his fucking Chinese money and his fucking level infinite. The Dorito Pope is doing work, man. The Dorito Pope is doing work with this big AAA fucking lining his pockets with the big corporations. What a fucking piece of shit. I mean, I'll always be thankful for him bringing gaming into stardom, but unless there's heavy SJW concepts in the game, he is not going to take a second look at any indie game. You know, Cult of the Lamb got snubbed. This game, Nobody Saves the World. Holy shit. These are some of the best games I played this year. Not a single fucking mention. Not a single fucking... What are you doing, Keely? Good God. Vampire Survivor. Everyone was talking about this thing. in all the podcasts, people mentioning, oh, yeah, I've been playing it on Steam, it's so addictive. And then I looked into it. I looked at it and I was like, it looks okay, I guess. Sure, it's addictive. I don't know. I don't know if I want to buy it. Then I heard it's coming to Xbox. I was like, oh, that's cool. I ain't gonna play it unless it goes on Game Pass, though. Then it drops on Game Pass. Like, well, shit. I guess I'll fire it up. This game better be good. The biggest defining factor of me firing this thing up, I popped it in on a whim. I was in the middle of the games I were playing, and to be honest, I was kind of bored of the monotony. I was playing several big name games that were taking big time sinks, I'll say. Yeah, several big time sinks, and I just needed to break up the monotony a little bit. And this just shadow dropped on Game Pass. I was like, great, I'll try it. I hope it's good. And I did, and wow. From the get-go, I talked about how fun and addictive Nobody Saves the World is. That don't got nothing on Vampire Survivors. Nothing. People try to make fun of this game and fail miserably. Once you learn it's technically an idle game, it's a twin stick shooter where you use just one stick to control the character, and that's it. You don't even control your fire mode. When people learn of that, people dunk on this game. Or play it yourself and find out for yourself. Because you'll fuck around and find out how goddamn amazing this game is. So addictive, no microtransactions. Words do not describe how fun and amazing and addictive this game is. I've even seen, I don't know why people are attacking this game too. I've even seen articles, I shit you not, I've even seen articles attacking this game for setting a dangerous precedent for online addictive and gambling and this game has no microtransactions. It has none. There's no fake currencies in this game. You could earn everything in game. The game does its job. You want an addictive game to be so fucking fun, you have to play it without all the extra bullshit. You know what I mean? You want a game that does that to you, but without the microtransactions, without the currencies, without all that shit. You don't want that, because then it feels like a hook to get you to buy shit. There's no hook here. There's no extra shit. It's just the game. And what a game it was. So many unlocks. You're constantly unlocking new modes, new characters, new weapons, new upgrades to upgrades, new modes, just new shit all the fucking time. There's a card system introduced like late in the game. What? There's a reroll. Oh my god. So good. So fucking good. So the way it plays is it's a twin stick shooter. Just imagine a twin stick shooter, but they remove one of the sticks to shoot. You just literally walk around. It's an arcade-style pixel art game. The pixel art's great, by the way. Still images don't do this game justice. Just like the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, still images don't do this game justice. You gotta see it in motion. I do want to congratulate and prop up the art style a little bit here. I'm not gonna lie, at first glance, I thought it was a little... not the best pixel art I've ever seen in my life. However, just the sheer amount of different characters in this game is jaw-dropping. They do not reskin characters. You're not gonna see the same skeleton in 4 different colors. They texture and build. If they're gonna have, there's multiple skeletons in this game, but they texturize and build each of them differently. They're not just the same skeleton, different colors. They build them differently with different armor and different everything. There's even different variations of the same exact like character. Like for instance, the bat enemy in the game, which is like literally the level 1 enemy. It's the first enemy in the very first level, and one attack with anything will kill it. In later levels, they introduce them in swarms, but there's like 3 different variations of that bat character. Different sizes and shapes that have the same attack pattern and do the same thing. 3 different variations of it for no reason, just to add some more visual diversity there. This game goes above and beyond not being lazy, above and beyond with all the different variants of even the same characters. There's so many enemies in the game. There's so many different skeletons and ghosts and ghouls and zombies and bats and bugs and so many different ones. So many different ones. And they're all shaped differently and stuff, and they're not reskins of each other. This game goes above and beyond the whole reskin trope, you know? That has never been a big gripe of mine in past games. I don't mind, you know, when you get to the new level, they reintroduce the same pixel art of the same character you fought before, just a different color, and he's got more hit points. That doesn't really bother me that much. Not unless the game really abuses it, but they go above and beyond with this, with all the different art. It's really amazing. So many different power-ups, it's overwhelming. You don't even know all what you're unlocking unless you fucking just do it. I completed this game. This was a game that I loved so much, I played it non-stop until I completed it. I got all the achievement points. There's a lot. I don't know, for some reason, Microsoft let them kind of do what they want with the achievements. There's like 250 achievements in this game, or something crazy like that. And they're all worth like 5 points. So you're literally just, every single time you play the game, you get at least 1 or 2 achievements. And that's what and they're tied to the challenges in the game, and each of the challenges are tied to an unlock. So you play the game, you do something special, you get an achievement pop for it, and that fills out something in the challenge book, and then you earn an in-game reward as well. Like, I'm telling you, man, the game is so rewarding, so satisfying. Gameplay itself, there is a lot of nuance to it. You're not just moving around a stick. The nuances are, there's item drops in the game, and you have to be strategic about it. You have to know when to push and when to pull back. You gotta know when to push and when to pull back. You gotta know what to pick up and what not to pick up. Getting a new weapon doesn't just mean, oh, you have a new weapon in your disposal. It also means it's filling up a slot that you could use later with a different weapon, especially if you're going for a specific build. There's a build I like to do. You get a card. You start off with a card that does extra damage with certain weapons. Classic weapons, whips, knives, chains, and swords. And so, you know, with this card, there's 6 slots. I like to get the whip. There's 2 whips in the game, and then you could combine them later. Oh, that's another thing I didn't talk about. You combine weapons. It's just never ending with shit to do. It's so fun, so addictive. But yeah, it is great. It really is. And to be honest, this game would be higher up on the list. It probably deserves to be higher up on the list. I've talked about this game before, and the big caveat here is, you know, me to you, I will tell you this game is jaw-dropping and amazing. But my outward-facing persona in the community is I'm shitting on this game, and I'll tell you why. Like I said, me to you, honest, brass tacks, I love this game, right? There's nothing I'm hiding there. But my outward-facing persona is shitting on this game because I did encounter a bug. I encountered, for the first couple of days, for the first like week I played this thing, I eventually encountered a progression bug that just killed playing the game for me. It just halted all progress. I couldn't advance anymore, and it absolutely sucked because I wanted nothing to do but to play this game, and I couldn't. And then they patched it, and it got fixed apparently. I say apparently because I had to find this crazy workaround in order to fix the game. So I tried deleting my save file. I tried deleting my cloud save for the game, starting over fresh. It was tied to my account. This progression bug. I don't know what was going on, man. I couldn't get over it. I had to load up and boot up and sync up this game on PC in the Game Pass app on my PC, which doesn't work, by the way. But I synced it up, and that apparently fixed it, so I could go back on console and play. That was such bullshit. I shouldn't have had to have done that, but I fixed it myself by doing this. And it sucked. It really sucked. And I'm not going to go on Xbox and give it a 5-star rating when they chose to literally launch the game early and wait a week before this week 1 patch, this day 1 patch, and then I still had to go out of my way and fix it myself. That's unexcusable. So that's, like, if you read my review on the Xbox console, that's what I say about the game, if you could find it there. But, because I want them to know, I need them to know that's unacceptable. They should have waited a week before launching it, not waited a week before releasing the day 1 patch, because a lot of people were having these problems. And it's not a good feeling having to search on Reddit and shit for a fix and then do this weird workaround. You know what I mean? What if I didn't have a PC? Then I'd be fucked. Anyway, all that bullshit aside, I had an amazing time with this game. The real reason why it's not higher up on the list, because the way I'm talking about it, the way I feel about this game, it's definitely a 1 or a 2er. Definitely a 1 or a 2er. But the reason why it's down at number 5 here is because it was still kind of a flash in the pan. Even though I played this thing for like 2 weeks straight, non-stop. I put in like, I don't know, like 48 hours into the game or something crazy like that. I played this thing non-stop for hours at a time for 2 weeks straight. It was still kind of a flash in the pan. After I beat it and I collected everything and I got, 100%, it was just kind of done. I was just kind of done and I moved on. I played this thing really hot. I burned really hot, and then that was it. So, if they kind of prolonged this thing and made it like a 3-week or a month-long journey, I probably would have had better enjoyment out of it, because I was enjoying this thing all the way to the very end. I still wanted to play some more. They actually released a patch with a couple new achievements in the game, and I went back about a week later and played a match and got them. But like I said, it was a flash in the pan, and it was over almost as soon as I started playing it as well. So, great game, great times, great experience. You gotta play this thing. You won't experience any weird bugs like I did, but man, what a wild ride. One of the biggest surprises in gaming this year for me. Absolutely. Here's a controversial one for you. Number 4, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Yeah, the game everybody said was so boring and monotonous and didn't do enough new and got so repetitive and blah, 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 blah. We just talked about a game. That's repetitive and addictive. Why are big AAA budget games not allowed to do that unless they're pixelated? Why are these addictive gameplay loop of games not allowed to exist unless they're indie titles? Why is that? I don't buy that. I don't get that. I've always been an Assassin's Creed fan, and I've had my own personal ebb and flow with it. I haven't played all of them, but I played these games religiously. Black Flag was probably one of my old school favorites. And then I just kind of got bored of the series until they rebooted it with Assassin's Creed Origins. I enjoyed that game more than I give it credit for. It was such a breath of fresh air, even in the genre of Assassin's Creed. Everyone seemed to love it, but then everyone got tired of that quickly. This, pseudo-Western RPG, which I would consider it, a Western RPG. I would. It's got enough RPG mechanics that it's not an action game anymore with RPG mechanics. I would say it's a RPG, a Western RPG, with stealth mechanics. Whatever you want to call the game. Whatever it is you want to call it. An RPG, a stealth game, an action game, a combat game, a building simulator. It's got it all. It's got it all. And Assassin's Creed Valhalla is the best version of this newer, rebooted Western RPG Assassin's Creed title. It's a little sad because, just like with Far Cry 6, I believe this is going to be the last Assassin's Creed title of this type that we're going to get. They already announced the next one. They already said it's going to be a smaller title. It's going to be a smaller entry in the series. It's probably not going to be priced at full price. They're doing that, and it looks like they're doing some sort of metaverse story thing. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't sound that appealing to me. So this is the last classic, giant, open world, balls to the wall, big budget AAA Assassin's Creed title I think we're going to get before they slam us with the fucking metaverse and the connected storylines and the free-to-play whatever. So that's kind of sad. But dive into this thing. Again, like I said with Assassin's Creed 6, you don't want to play this thing after Skyrim. I mean, not Skyrim, but Elder Scrolls 6. You don't want to play this thing after Elder Scrolls 6, after Starfield, after the New Horizon game, right? You don't want to play this thing with, after Grand Theft Auto 6, right? All these games that come in and will honestly probably do it better. So play this thing as soon as possible, just for the age factor. You don't want to age this thing out. But it really was great. And I seem to be an outlier here. And so with that, I'll probably spend more time defending it than justifying my excuse for liking it and having it so high up on my list than actually talking about everything I loved about it. The voice is starting to go. I'll push through. I only got 3 more to go after this. This is the best realized Assassin's Creed we've gotten. And I know it doesn't really have a lot to do with the Brotherhood of Assassin's Creed. I don't give a shit. I'm fine. I'm fine with this just being its own standalone story. I love the setting. I loved all the Norse mythology. I love kind of what they did with all of that. I love how everything intertwines and connects. I loved everything about this game. It was really fun. The progression was really fun. The biggest gripe I hear is how this game gets really monotonous and how the end game just takes this insane leap. Like the second to the last area you unlock and do is high level, and then it's like level, I don't know, like 50 or some shit like that. And then the final area of the game, the one right after that, is like 250. And that's what I kind of hear as like the biggest gripe, is like this insane leap in difficulty that the game expects you to do, because the game wants you to grind out all of the fucking bullshit in order to experience the ending or something like that. It does seem that way at a glance. It does seem that way at a glance. But as someone who played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, as someone who can tell you and confirm that they do throttle you at least a little bit in that game, especially the end levels, I was, you know, in order to fight Medusa and get level 50 at the end there, it was kind of brutal. It was really fucking brutal because there was nothing to do. I did everything, pretty much. They do throttle you. Yes, they do in that game. They don't do that in this game for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's tons to do in this game. I didn't complete it 100%. I did all the main story missions, and I went out of my way to complete a lot of things that I wanted to do, but I did not collect every weapon. I did not upgrade everything. I did not unlock everything. I really didn't. The game just gives you a metric shit ton of things to do, and they're all fun to do, and just doing them naturally and going out of your way for a couple of things, you will get to the level that you need to get to. No problem. And not only that, you don't need to literally be level 250 in order to tackle the final area of the game. Because the way the difficulty and the resistance sliders work, you just don't need to do that. You could be like level 100 and tackle the area 250. Because at that point of time, you're getting good, you know, the skills and everything you're doing, and there's synergies with your skill points, and you can just fucking carpet bomb fucking anyone in front of you. So I just wanted to get that out of there. All these fucking influencers, people like Shillup, I'm gonna call him out. A lot of people like him, and he's got some good reviews, but he's got some really bad fucking takes too. He is still a corporate early access shill. He got his fucking game early, right? And then he didn't have enough time to completely finish the game before his review, and he was trying to push through it, and he got to that fucking area, and he was rushing through the game, and he's like, level 250, I don't want to play this game. That's what fucking happened with these fucking people. All these fucking people that push out the review when the embargo lifts, they didn't have enough fucking time to play it. It's not their fault. It's the fault of the publisher. But that's where this is coming from. It's coming from access journalism. Don't believe these access journalism types. The Yang Yas, the Skill Ups, these weird fucking safe left-wing fucking dorks who fucking are gonna bend over and take the fucking dick any way they can to get their little code so they could say whatever it is they want. Fuck these people. They're fucking liars. I'll never lie to you. I'll never fucking lie to you. If something's good, I'll tell you it's good. If it's shitty, I'll tell you why it's shitty. If it's popular and I think it's shitty, I'll tell you why I think it's shitty. And you could disagree with me. That is fine. If you think I'm fucking crazy, cool. If you think I'm an idiot, cool. But I ain't gonna fucking lie to you like these fucks will. I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. And when a fucking game that seems like it's universally hated, like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I'm again not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna tell you to take a second look at this thing, and you'll probably enjoy it. Maybe not as much as me, but they don't throttle you like they did with Assassin's Creed Odyssey. They don't. They added tons of things to do in this game, and I have my favorites, but they were all fun to do. The voice acting, and the cinematics, and the world was all top-notch. My biggest complaint in the last game with Odyssey was that it was a huge, gigantic, empty open world. It looked beautiful, but it was so fucking empty. So fucking empty. You could walk 100 miles between a cave and a village, and there's nothing in between there except an empty fucking house with some generic loot in there, like some coins or some shit, and a deer. That's it. Ooh, you might randomly get attacked by a pack of wolves. Like, it was an empty-ass fucking world. This game is far from that. The world building was immaculate. There's always something around every corner. There's always a log with a hidden chest underneath, or a skeleton with its hand coming out of the mud with a note that you could read, or an abandoned house with a little puzzle in it with a lore story there. This is very, very Skyrim. Very lore-based, self-aware world building. It's beautiful. This game does not... Nobody talks about that. Why isn't anyone talking about that? That was the biggest complaint in the last game. This open, empty fucking world. And now that we have this one, and people are just saying the same shit about it because they didn't fucking play it, or they didn't notice it, or they just rushed through it. Like, skill up. Fucking Access journalists. This game was amazing, okay? I loved it. I fucking loved it. And the graphics. Wow! I took so many screenshots. I called Stacy in from the other room tons of times. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I kept telling her over and over. She's a new Assassin's Creed fan. The first one she played was Odyssey. She had a lot of fun with it. She's gonna absolutely fucking love this game. And the whole Norse mythology thing was right the fuck up my ass. I couldn't fucking sit on that fucking dick hard enough, man. I love that shit. I mean, Odin, Thor. I was loving that shit, man. I love this game. I fucking love it. And the voice actor that plays the male, the fuck is his name? I forget his fucking name, but the male voice actor that plays the male main character, fantastic. He's such a weird voice. It's high-pitched and deep at the same time. He's got a weird tenor to this deep voice, and it's nasally, and it kind of grinds against you, but there's this low hum in it. So good. So fucking good. The characters and the story building are really cool. They do like this love arc in the game that I really liked. There's this big dynamic between you and your best friend. Some shit goes down. He gets kidnapped and you don't really know where it goes. Like all sorts of things were going through my head. It's like the game foreshadows that you're gonna betray your friend, and the whole time you're like, no, I ain't. No, I fucking ain't. He's my brother. I love him. I'm not gonna betray him. And they flaunt his fucking girl in front of you, and you're like, nope. Nope. I ain't taking it. She's a fucking hoe, but nope. You know, then he starts acting like a shit, and you're like, bro. You know? It was good. It was done really well. They got like a... I got my gripes with the game as well. I got my gripes. They didn't do a lot back in the homeland. Back in Norway or Finland or wherever the fuck. They don't... When the game first opens up and you're in there, and you got the big-ass open world, and you're riding around on your longboat, right? And you're thinking to yourself, wow, this game is big. Look how big this game is. I heard it's not as big as Odyssey, but it's still pretty big. And it felt a little sparse, though. It felt a little sparse. Then you start climbing the mountains and shit, and you realize that as big as the world is, from end to end on the map, that's as tall as the world is and shit. Oh my god. And you're going around doing that, you're starting to fill in the map out, and you're like, man, maybe this game ain't that big. And then, boom. And then you go to England, and it's like half the actual continent of Great Britain. Oh my god. So big. And the coolest thing about it, again, is how dense it was. There's shit, even if it's not directly related to a quest, or an achievement, or an unlock, there is lore and shit hidden in this world everywhere. Everywhere. Even if it's just like a skeleton somewhere, or a boneyard next to a cave where a bear is. Like, there's lore and environmental storytelling absolutely fucking everywhere in this game. I follow a guy who loves that type of shit, and he's the biggest Elder Scrolls and Fallout fan I've seen next to me. He really loves these games, as do I, and that's the reason why I follow him. And I watch his content, and he does a really good job, and he loves lore-based storytelling and environmental storytelling. He loves, you know, finding a broken dagger on the ground, and then walking a couple other paces and seeing a dead body with it snapped off into him, and going, oh, well, that's what happened, right? Following a blood trail, reading a codec. He loves that type of shit, and so do I. That's the reason why I love like Fallout and Elder Scrolls so much. This is the game. This is that game, man. He should play it. I don't think he has, but he should play it. I played it and I love this game. Characters are great. The combat is done better than ever. I love the endless skill tree where you could... There's so many different weapons and weapon variants and skills. When you start stacking all your synergies up and stuff like that, the game seems so great. It really is. This is the best Assassin's Creed game. Old Assassin's Creed or new school Assassin's Creed. Doesn't matter. This is the best Assassin's Creed game and my favorite Assassin's Creed game. But you can't blaze through it though. Take your time with it. Learn everything. Do the side quests. Do things at your own pace. Oh, damn. And then there's the longboat raids. They have it in the main game, and then there's another one you do that's like separate. That's like extra for extra rewards. You like go. I'm telling you, this is a game of a game. There's so much content here, and I'm not even talking about DLC. There's like tons of like DLC packs, like the Druids and this and Odin that and Ragnarok this. There's tons of like story-related DLC going on in this game. I didn't even touch that. I didn't. I really didn't. I'm just talking about the main base game, which ends on this insane cliff note. This insane cliff note that bridges ancient characters from past games into that weird current, which they're still doing, that weird current timeline they got going on. I don't know. I don't want to spoil nothing, but fuck. That was actually kind of cool. I absolutely love this game. I put in over 100 hours into this thing, and I don't regret any of my time with it. This is my favorite open world game that I played this year, and it hit every mark for me. It satisfied me as someone who is itching for a new Fallout and a new Elder Scrolls. It was so damn good. It was so damn good. And I think the players like this game. Although there's not a lot of them that sunk in as much time as I did. If you're looking for a game, something like Cyberpunk, or maybe you haven't played, Fallout 4 yet, or, whatever, and you're looking for a nice 100 plus hour thing to really sink your teeth into and go all out. Something that tells good story, that has good graphics, something that's not going to bore you, something that has decent combat, something that'll let you go off the beaten path if you want to, something that you could really just sink your teeth into. This is the fucking game. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Tell me you put in 100 hours in this fucking game and you still thought it was boring. Tell me that shit. You won't, you can't. Because everybody either noped out early because it's not for them, understandable. But take a chance with this thing. It was fucking amazing. And this is probably going to be the last and the biggest and best Assassin's Creed experience we're ever going to get. So, don't fucking miss out on this one. Final thoughts, my only gripe is that when they were making the game, Okay, so the word on the street is they were making this game where the main character was supposed to be a female. I'm fine with that. But then later, they decided to add a male option in. And so they wrote in a male character, a male variant of the main character, and they quickly just voiced his lines over with a male voice actor, which was lazy. And you almost didn't notice. And I really loved the performance of the male character. However, a lot of the interactions and the dialogue, there's a lot of lazy leftovers that didn't account for a male character. For instance, the game seemed like everyone was gay, because all of the male NPCs flirted with you as if you were a female. And the way you respond to situations is weird. And I'm not just talking about romantic stuff. There's outright times where characters refer to you as she because they were too lazy to voice over, accounting for that. And it's just a little lazy. That was really my only gripe in this game, is that lazy design choice and how there were some oversights there. But that aside, I have almost no complaints. Almost none. Fantastic fucking game. My only regret is that it's not ranked higher on the list, but you know how it goes. The only reason why it ain't is because there were other games on this list that I just fucking loved more. And let's talk about the next one. We're down to the top 3 personal games of the year for me. These were my top 3. I didn't enjoy any of the 50 other games I played and beat this year more than these 3. So I just wanted to take a small amount of time right now and recognize these top 3 games. I really gushed over Assassin's Creed. I really tried to sell it hard because I thought it was an amazing game and the best game in the series. But even that wasn't as good as Hard Space Shipbreaker. Good lord. I knew I would like this game. I saw the trailer and I knew what it was. It was another weird simulation game. And you know me and my weird simulation games. I love them. I fucking love them. Quick shout out to an honorable mention, and that is SnowRunner. SnowRunner is another one of these weird, like Eurojank simulator games. I saw this thing and I tried it and I really liked it. I really did. I put in maybe 24 hours of time into this thing. It was a difficult place. I really could have sunk my teeth into this thing. I did. But at the end, I didn't, I put in a few hours into this thing, played it for maybe a half a week, and then I decided to call it at quits for that game. But it just wasn't in the cards. I got bored or something, and I moved on. But I really wish I would have stuck with it. Unfortunately, I didn't, and I never beat it, so it does not appear on this list. But I did play it, and I wanted to give an honorable mention to SnowRunner, which is the sequel to MudRunner. The physics were great, there's some Eurojank in there, and I really enjoyed it. It was really good, but like I said, it's just not in the cards. Honorable mention to SnowRunner, another one of those weird simulation games, and I really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, it's not on this list. But Shipbreaker is. Shipbreaker is another one of these weird games I knew I was going to like the moment I saw it. This is one of the rare cases where I pegged it exactly for what it was. It was a weird simulation game, and it blended AAA with this traditional indie-style Eurojank low-budget game. It blended AAA quality with the weird simulator. And they delivered to you an actual storyline with an actual campaign. In all these other games, there's no campaign. Sometimes they have fake campaigns, like with a Power Wash simulator. You just go through levels and it kind of tells some strange story in the background. Or maybe you unlock the final level of House Flipper and the credits roll. Sure, but this game had an actual story in it, and it actually had characters, and it was actually good. Even though it was mostly just, text-based, it was voiced. It was voiced too. I'm gonna go through that real quick. So, in this game, you play as a dude. You play as a dude from Earth. It takes place in the future. So the backdrop of the game is you are breaking ships. Not seaworthy ships, space ships. Yes, this is a sci-fi fantasy game mixed with the weird simulator on a AAA level. I was hoping that's what this was when I saw some previews of this. Thought it was right up my alley, and this is one of the rare cases where I was not wrong or disappointed. This was exactly what I thought it was, and it hit all of those marks. So, the backdrop is you're breaking ships. You take these huge spaceships, these space-worthy crafts, right? Industrial ships. Some of them are truly huge. And you're literally a guy floating around in a shipyard with a special set of tools and lasers and cutters, and you're dismantling the ships for a profit, and you're recycling the whatchamacallit, the parts. And that's pretty much it. And they make a simulation game out of that, where you're literally in a junkyard dismantling and recycling parts of a ship. There's another game, I've seen footage of it. There's another game like this on Earth, and you're literally doing the same thing with ships, with boats. You're going on there and you're breaking things down and you're recycling things. I haven't played that one yet. I'll play that for sure in a heartbeat if it ever comes to a console, but it's on PC. I don't know what the name of it is, but this game is pretty much that, but it's in outer space with spaceships. I just think that concept is so fucking cool. So that's the setting and the backdrop of this game. Story is you work for literally the evilest corporation, I was going to say on the planet, in the universe. It's literally Amazon if it keeps growing. Like if Amazon and Microsoft merge together with BlackRock and they create this super awful corporation that transcends governments. That's what you get. The worst fucking company. They absolutely abuse their workers, pay them dog shit, and just literally break their bodies with almost no compensation. So it's a big story element in the game, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but one of the big factors of the story and the way the game works is it is a very dangerous job. You're in very dangerous situations. And you might be thinking, what's so dangerous about it? Well, let me tell you. You're doing your thing. You're outside in the vacuum of space, right? You check your suit. You got your oxygen tank. All your levels are fine. Everything's fine. You know, you're going to cut into this thing, right? And you're going to fucking take off the fucking shield plating to recycle it. And what can go wrong? You check your corners. Everything's fine. You cut into this thing. Oops. There's a fuel tank right behind the wall here that you cut into, and it exploded in your fucking face, and you die. Shit like that happens all the time. But you don't go into it blind. You got like a scanner. You could check behind walls, and there's different filters that you could check to see where the hazards are, and, you know, what things are made out of and shit like that. You just really got to take a methodical approach to this and check everything to make sure there's no surprises hidden. And even then, especially like in the later levels with the later ships, they hide like fuel tanks and canisters and shit like right next to reactors and things like that. You can't make a single mistake or the whole fucking ship blows up and you destroy the ship. So yeah, it is dangerous. Story-wise, you work for a company that puts you in this danger all the time, and they tax you every time you fail. So the way it works is you have to sign a bunch of waivers and shit too. And at first you think it's no big deal. You sign this shit to allow them to duplicate your DNA in case there's an accident. Then they literally kill you, and then they recreate your body and memories and whatnot. Okay, so I do not have a single piercing or tattoo on my entire body. All of my fat and wrinkles and funk and stank and hairs are my own. I'm never gonna get the chip. I'm never gonna get a tat. I'm going to die, and I'm going to be all dust and bones. Eventually. I played that game, Soma, which I thought was riveting, really fun, really cool. They really play around with the concept of whether or not you're still human, whether or not you still have a soul, whether or not you're still alive, even though you're walking around as a robot. This game kind of does that too. Like, I mean, I'm sure the thing that's cloned and walking around thinks it's you, and it feels like it's you, but you're fucking dead. I'm just not down with that mentality. That rubbed me the wrong way. But that's like politics and religion and all that shit, right? I think it added to the game. It made me think, where otherwise I wouldn't care. But so that's what they do. And then every time you fail and die in the game, they just recreate another body of you. That's kind of how they get around story-wise with death in the game. It's still a video game. It's still dangerous. You're still going to try and fail. You're still going to die. So how do they get around that? Well, they made this system up that explains that if you die, you're still here, because it's a video game. Video game logic, of course. But they take that and add it into the story, because midway through the story, they hit you with a cold hard fact that you do not own your body anymore. That's literally property of the company. They literally used their own materials and their own assets to recreate you. That means that if you don't do what they say, you might just not come back. Or if you're problematic and you go down on the job, well, it's a problem that solves itself now, doesn't it? They technically do not have to pay you anything. So fucking awful. Then the game gets really, like, left-wing with the whole talk of unions and stuff like that, which, whatever. This game was made by a bunch of pink hairs. I'm not the biggest fan of unions, but that's just me personally. All that said, I really did enjoy the characters of this game. Everyone was a person of color or gay. Of course they were. But unlike other games, I'll keep bringing this up forever. Days Gone. I love that game, but they have the worst fucking characters in that game. Every female, every gay person in that game was just an awful human being, and it did nothing to make me like these people more. This game had cool fucking people. Even the fucking old bitch who had a fucking chip on her shoulder and told everyone to shut the fuck up. She was really likable. The fucking old guy, the old dumb white guy who, they really did do the tropes, but they were cool. I really liked them. The only flaw I could see with the characters is they went out of their way to make the male characters kind of shitty. There's 3 male characters in the game. There was an absolute spineless wimp, and then there was another spineless wimp, and then there was an evil corporate overlord type. So everyone was either a cuck or a Nazi. And I know what they were doing. I know what they were fucking doing. Like, even the fucking rough bitch with the chip on her shoulder, even she was likable. But still, you know what I mean? That's my only gripe with the game, is, it's very obvious agenda. That being said, I really did like the story, though. I did like the characters. I did like what they were doing. I liked the dialogue. I liked what was going on. Especially when you get that final act and it flips everything upside down. And they're like, do the complete opposite that we've been training you to do for literally hours. It felt wrong. It felt weird. It was kind of cool. just seeing the dialogue there and watching people freak out, you really feel like you're doing the fucking now. Oh, my asshole is this fucking big, okay, but now yours is too. It felt good. It was cool. It was cool. But enough about the characters and the backdrop and the story. I just wanted to kind of shine a light on that because you don't see that in these weird simulation games ever. And this was a blend of, you know, an actual story with one of these simulation games. That was really cool. And again, I've talked about this, but it was also a blend introducing AAA. This game is AAA. And what I mean by that is it had good graphics. It had a good physics engine. It had good performance. It felt like what a AAA game should be. Of course, that phrase has been tainted. You and I both know that just because a game's AAA doesn't mean it performs well. Just look at the launch of Cyberpunk, for Christ's sake. This game was flawless. Let me think. Did it crash on me? I think it crashed. I played a lot of hours. I put maybe 48 hours into this game. I'd have to check, but I put over 24 hours of actual game time into this game. I put in a lot of hours into this thing. And the whole time it maybe crashed on me like 2 or 3 times. That sounds like a lot, but it's really not. It's really not. The game did save my progress. I'm not really sure how. I know how. It's because of the cloud save. But I'll be in the middle of a game and the game will just shit on me. It didn't make me start all the way over. Thank Christ. Graphics were amazing. It's very realistic. It wasn't cartoony. They didn't go for a stylized art design. They went for a realistic design. Realistic metals, realistic effects, realistic furnace looking things, realistic space suits, realistic physics. Everything looked amazing. Everything looked amazing. And it felt good too. It felt really good. I couldn't put my finger on it. Why it felt so good. I'll tell you why. It's because it was 120 frames per second on the Series X. Not 60, 120. A smooth 120 frames per second. You could feel the difference. You could feel subtly floating through space, aligning the perfect shot until you tap your thrusters and stop. It felt so good. Pinpoint accurate. Couldn't put my finger on it for the longest time. And then I learned this thing was 120. I was like, that's what it is. It really does make the difference. It really does. The game would have been fine at 60. It would have been fine at 60. But just 120 was the icing on the cake. I'm a believer now. I used to think 60 is fine, and it is. But I'd love it if more games were 120, especially on console. Because it really does make the difference when it comes to movement and the flow and the feel of the game. And when you're in the zone and everything's moving like water. And you're fucking Bruce Lee, it feels so good. Feels so good. In terms of actual gameplay, so you're just chopping up ships. And there's a lot of creative freedom here. Since spaceships aren't real, outside of NASA and SpaceX, you get these little rudimentary things that run on fossil fuels still. Going to the moon and back. We're making strides with SpaceX. Elon Musk is doing good work there. I think in the next 20 or 30 years, before he dies at least, I think he wants to see mankind on Mars. And I think he's really pushing to do that. He's getting old. He's in his 50s now. I'm sure all the money in the world could buy him better health, but he ain't going to live beyond 100. Not unless he's lucky. I think personally that's a goal for him, and he wants to see that done. So he's selfishly motivated for that. Sorry. My point is we've only come so far in the real world. This is a fantasy game where humankind has colonized planets and spaceflight is a normal thing. And they really let their creative juices flow with all the technologies and stuff like that. They're able to infuse real world engineering and architectural philosophies into this fantasy world of technology and space flight, and it comes together in a really cool and believable way. And I thought that was really cool how they did that. You never knew what weird tricks they were going to throw at you. So the way it works is each type of ship, each class is classified level 1 through 9. And levels 1 through 9 represent its hazard difficulty, how dangerous the ship is. And at level 9, they throw everything at you. And like I said, believe me, there are hazards. One of the biggest hazards in the game is a Class 2 reactor. Some of these ships, they didn't do damn nothing to disable the electrical or dismantle their reactors or anything like that. The Class 2 reactors are a beast. I'm going to walk you through what you got to do in this game. The first time you do it, well, the first time I did it was unsuccessful. The whole goddamn ship blew up if you do it wrong. You really got to learn how to do it. But the first time I did it, it was such a heart-pounding situation. So a Class 2 reactor is the biggest hazard in the game. It's basically a giant reactor. It's a battery that basically powers the ship. The ship has its own unique power source, and you need something. It's basically a nuclear reactor. It's not technically a nuclear explosion, but it might as well be. So you have to disconnect this thing and deposit it in the barge. And you can't just pull it out and do that. You have to shut its system down one by one. The first thing you have to do is you got to you got to disconnect the cooling unit from it, and then you got to remove it from its housing, and then you got to deposit it. That's what you got to do. But it's not that simple. Before you disconnect it from its cooling, you got to shut the cooling down, and it's connected to the thrusters in the back. So you got to deal with that. So first and foremost is you got to disconnect the thrusters from the reactor and the cooling unit. So you got to find your way into the back of the ship, which is a puzzle in itself, because you can't just cut into this thing. You have no idea where fuel tanks or pipes. If you cut into a coolant pipe, this thing will melt down and the whole thing goes. It's a minefield of hazards. Usually what you got to do is you got to find a transport pod that's on the back still or on the side connected to the main ship, and you got to either cut through the windshield, destroy the windshield, get through that way, or if you're lucky you could find a service hatch that is unlocked. You could just go through there and then just kind of snake your way through the ship. After you do that, you gotta shut down the coolant pipes that are connected manually. You gotta do that are connected to the thrusters. After you do that, you could safely remove the thrusters, which is basically the rockets that fire the fucking propellant that propel the ship. You got to remove those from the very, very back of the ship. You just kind of cut through. You got to make sure you don't miss. There's certain materials that diffract light in your laser cutter that if you hit it, it'll ricochet and bounce around, and you can hit and blow something up you don't need to. So you got to be pinpoint accurate. Again, an absolute minefield of hazards. So you got to carefully cut away the corners and then remove the fucking thrusters from the back. If you try to remove them without cutting off the coolant, it'll cause an explosion, which will cause a chain reaction, which will cause the reactor to explode. So you got to do that first. After you do all of that, and you shut down the coolant that's connecting the thruster and the reactor, then you can actually remove the coolant. Um, but before you do that, you have to remove the housing and eventually the reactor itself from the core. And in order to do that, you usually have to dismantle the back of the ship. So before you get into doing all that, after you remove the thrusters, you then have to work around and dismantle the ship itself around the reactor. So when it's time to remove the reactor, you can actually remove it and take it out of the ship and place it in the barge. Because if you don't do that, because the reactor's huge, it's too big to squeeze through any hole. You literally have to remove part of the ship in order to do that. And these are huge armor platings. You have to use laser tethers to pull them into the recyclers and shit like that. It's a huge chore. But after you, that's usually the next step. After you do that, then you got to remove. I mean, yeah, this is what you do next. Then you got to remove the armor housing, that the shielding that houses the reactor itself. And you got to be careful not to bump or tap the fucking reactor, because anything will set this off. If you jostle it in its fucking housing, it'll start to melt down. You gotta systematically remove all the armor plating, exposing this thing. You can't get too close because there's radiation. Usually there's a radiation filter, which is another hazard in the game. There's a radiation filter that absorbs and sucks up all the radiation from this thing. And if you destroy it, it'll create its own explosion and lingering radiation. It sucks. So you usually have to remove that thing as well. You gotta find that. After you remove the shielding and the thing's exposed, you got to make sure you don't jostle it. You got to make sure that the back end of the ship is opened up, so when it's time to remove the thing, you could do it cleanly. And now you got to remove the coolant. You can't just pull this thing out because it'll explode. There's class 1 reactors, which will start to melt down if you just rip them out of their housing, which is fine. But if you place them in the barge, because there's a stabilizer field there, if you place them in the barge before they explode, you'll be fine. But with this one, it'll explode the moment you rip it out of there. So what you got to do is, after you disconnect the coolant rods, you got to remove the actual coolant from the control unit that's connected separately, usually on another side of the ship. And the moment you do that, the thing will start to melt down. That's why you got to do all this bullshit first, because it'll fuck your day up. So after you do all of this bullshit I explained, then it's fucking go time. When you're ready, you remove the coolant from the control unit, and then it'll start to melt down. Then you're on the clock. You got maybe 30 seconds before it literally goes nuclear and your whole ship explodes. You gotta navigate your way back through the ship on the fucking clock as it's melting down, finding your way back here, and then you can remove it from the unit. Plunk! You got like this gravity gun, right? You could like aim at shit and pull things out. Plunk! You finally move this fucking hot piece of shit, right? And it's melting down. At this point, you maybe got 20 seconds to place this thing in the barge. Careful not to fucking bump it on shit, because it'll explode then if it takes too much damage. And you gotta back out, and you gotta back it through the back of the ship, through the little hole you did, and you shoot it down to the barge. And then it's done. Crisis averted. That is, folks, the biggest hazard in the game on a rank 9 hazard level ship. It is an ordeal. And you're gonna fail a couple of times. I've failed a few times, and it's not a good feeling. But once you do it, it's so good. When that thing starts to melt down and the music changes, it gets your heart pumping. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. The game also throws other shit at you. It's fun. The whole game from top to bottom is fun. I gotta be honest, I don't think that you're going to like this game as much as I did. This game seems like it was custom tailored for me. Just perfect for me. It being a weird simulation game with the story elements and the performance and just it being sci-fi. It all together. It came together beautifully. It really did. I want this to be number 1 on my list. I really do. I love the game so much, and I would definitely play a second one. Unfortunately for Hard Space Shipbreaker, it's not number 1. There's 2 other games that I enjoyed just a little bit more. And we're going to talk about those right after I take a small break. Having some wine and hot chocolate. I had a little bit earlier. Didn't finish it. It's that Snoop Dogg one. The 19 Crimes. You can laugh all you want, but that shit is bomb. It is good. I'm a little sad. I'm a little sad. I'm a little sad. I've been here for hours. I just, I'm not even done editing all my shit, but I spliced together 5-hour-long videos already. We're up to 5 hours and 14 minutes long with this shit. Oh shit, spoilers! Spoilers! Well, you already know what my personal game of the year is if you watch the channel. It has been a wild ride. Not supposed to have hot chocolate, but I can't have a 3rd cup of coffee this late at night. It has been a wild ride. It really has. It's been so fun sitting here talking to you, for everyone who's been listening this far and has made it this far in my literal longest video I've ever done on my channel. Thank you all for taking this journey with me. Anyway, you guys ready for some heartbreak? Number 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, 2022. Come on. Throw your stones. Take your jabs. Did you play and beat 53 games this year? What was that? What? No? You didn't? Then shut the fuck up. Nah, I get it. I do. I really do. There's a lot wrong with the Call of Duty franchise. And I'm not talking about Activision and Blizzard and Bobby Kotick, and I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about just the series as a series. There's a lot wrong with it. I just wish there wasn't as many problems. I'm playing this shit right now. I'm playing this shit right now. About a week ago, I checked my game time to see how long, how many hours I put into it so far. I'm up to 8 days and some odd hours. So 8 24-hour periods. That's how much time I put in this build of the game thus far. So take that as you may. That's why it's number 2. That is why it's number 2. Because I'm just enjoying my goddamn time with it. I really, really am. I really am. I've spent a lot of time with this game. The single player, the co-op, all the extra modes, the multiplayer. Black Ops was my jam. I've always liked Call of Duty. I was a Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4 kid. I was there for the original Modern Warfare 2. It was a thing, right? But my jam was Black Ops. I'm not going to give you the Call of Duty history lesson again, I promise. But I just wanted to reiterate that Black Ops was my jam. That's probably still... Yeah, that will always be my favorite. That will always be my personal favorite. Wow, just what an amazing multiplayer build. I loved all the weird Cold War gadgets during that time. I loved them to death. Oh, fucking Call of Duty was pretty traditional at that point. You know, we had the World War II games, and then we had the Modern Warfare, and then we had this weird one with like poisons and crossbows and bombs with RC cars and fucking dogs. What? Just the weirdest fucking shit. And it was so good. You had a fucking hunting shotgun, the Olympia. That shotgun guy was born in Black Ops, right? And the single player campaign, amazing. I'm telling you, top tier storytelling in video. What was with that? I bit my tongue a little bit there. Storytelling. Top tier storytelling. Black Ops is my jam. Top tier storytelling. Storytelling. I got 2 videos left. I'm gonna take my time. Savor it. I just got done playing this game. Literally, me and Stacy were supposed to go to the store. Our car is currently stolen. We're still carless, so we rely on friends and family to take us. And they ditched us! Yeah, fucking lowlife. Yeah, and so we're just sitting here spinning our wheels for a little bit. We're supposed to go. No one's called us back. Anyway, she made herself some dinner. I had a little bite. And I sat down and I was just playing some Modern Warfare 2, grinding out the camos. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but yeah, Black Ops was so amazing, and it's taken a really, really long time, a really long fucking time, before I got to play a Call of Duty game that I enjoyed about as much. It's been a really long time. I think Modern Warfare 3 came out after that, I believe. And too many to count. You know what games came out. But it wasn't until Modern Warfare 2019 that I saw a return to form, something that drew me in. Everyone's going to have their favorite Call of Duty game. Everyone's going to have their favorite multiplayer build. And Black Ops was my favorite. 2019 came close. I've talked about that at length as well. But I had tons of fun with that one. And then fast forward to 2022. Here in the late fall, early winter, and pretty much just been playing this game for the past 3 months. I did pretty good. I beat 53 games this year. Asterisk. 52.5. I did pretty good, considering that I basically took 3 months off of gaming. The past 3 months I've beaten Gorogoa. And that's about it. Yeah. So you know where I've and Vampire Survivors. I needed a break from it all, and I just threw that thing in as a fucking impulse. And I had a hot week and a half with that thing, man. Just a really good time. But other than that, it's pretty much just been Modern Warfare 2 for the past 3 months straight. That and Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic Season... that's an older game. I beat that years ago. But it's still a game that me and Stacy return to all the time. We really love it. Season 3 of that thing started the same day. I think Season 1 started with... Modern Warfare 2. So I was playing both of them for a second there. I couldn't do that. I eventually dropped Deep Rock Galactic, so I'm just playing Modern Warfare 2. I just wanted to start and preface and say that after putting in literally a week of over a week of playtime in this game, and I played through the campaign front and back. I dabbled in all the other modes. I can say this is one of the best Call of Duty games, period. Just one of the best ones. Objectively, regardless of personal opinion, Black Ops will always be my favorite, but this game is better than Modern Warfare 2019. This game is better than probably all of them. It is, and I'll explain why. There's so much support. And like I said at the beginning, there's a lot it does wrong and things I wish that they could have done better. For instance, does there always have to be something broken? Does there always have to be a challenge that isn't tracking? Or one of my dailies that just gets stuck? Or does it have to boot me out of the fucking game? Do I need to be online to play the single-player campaign? You have to lock some of the operators behind the Vault Edition, which I bought, by the way. There's a lot wrong with the game, but it is being supported, and there is a lot of care being placed onto the game. And I appreciate that, and I like that, and I feel that. I really feel it this time. We're still in Season 1, and there's always content. Even if it's not a seasonal update, there's still big patches that add levels to the game, add bug fixes, add weapons. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. So, very little of my time spent with the game was in the campaign. I pre-ordered the regular edition, the cross-gen bundle, alright, $70. And I don't go out of my way to pay $70, let alone $60, right? I don't go out of my way to play that shit. I ain't doing it. I would do it for Starfield. That's the only one I could think of that's coming up. I would do it for Starfield day one. If it wasn't for the fact that I already know it's coming to Game Pass, so I'm not gonna do that, but I would. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably gonna buy day one the next Fire Emblem game as well, because I have a newly lit fire under my ass for Fire Emblem. Other than that, I don't think... And also, I trust Nintendo a little bit more when it comes to day one purchases. I know that it's not going to be completely broken like most games these days. But other than that, I ain't paying, full price for a game. I just ain't. But I knew I was going to with this one. I knew I was going to spend a lot of time with this one. I mean, it's always a crapshoot. It's always a chance that, you're not going to enjoy the next build of Call of Duty. Like I said, people have their favorites, and I highly doubted Lightning was going to strike twice with this one. I really doubted, as much as I enjoyed Modern Warfare 2019, I was going to enjoy Modern Warfare 2. Just as much, if not more. Spoiler alert, I am. More so. I really am. I really am. One of the things I'm doing that I enjoy Modern Warfare 2 over the original, the way it's got its hooks in me, is I'm doing the camo mastery. I'm going through all of the weapons and I'm getting everything. I'll explain a little bit more about that a little bit later. But I didn't do that with Modern Warfare 2019. As shotgun guy, I only cared to play the shotguns. I only played those. And I got the obsidian camos for all of those. Yes, I did. But that was about it. This game, I'm doing it all. And my hand was forced a little bit. I got late into the game. I started late while everyone else was working on their camo grind for literally 2 months. I I got in late, but I'm doing it now. I'm almost done. I think I'll get it all done. I think I'll have my Orion camo by the end of the week. Fingers crossed, but we'll see. Modern Warfare 2. So I don't know what kind of gamer you are when it comes to Call of Duty. I don't know if you're one of those guys who just hate Call of Duty, or if you never play it and you just pretend it's the same game every year even though you've never played it. It sounds a little ridiculous, but like, I don't really play the sports games. I mean, I'll play them, but you know, the Maddens and the NBA 2Ks, like in general, sports games, I like sports. I just don't, the games aren't my favorite. I mean, I'll play NBA Jam all day, sucker. You know, I love me, you know, some good racing game or a boxing game. Like, I like certain games, but I'm not a sports guy. So, that being said, I never play the Madden games. Never play them. You've never seen a Madden game in my What Have You Been Playing? I'm just not into them. I don't have any interest in playing that. And I know that it's the same fucking rehash. Oh, that was such a cold move. I don't remember what outlet it is, but whoever the fuck this guy was, I think it was this recent Madden game. He was like, it's the same fucking game every year, so this year I'm gonna give you the same review, other than what I'm talking about right now. Enjoy. And then literally his official review for that year's Madden was his last year's review. Everything, the same score and everything. Wow, that was brutal. So, like, I get it, I really do, but if you don't play Call of Duty, let me just tell you that it is not the same as Madden. It's just not. It's not the same thing. It's not a reskin. You're not paying $70 for just a uniform switch. They don't have the same cutscenes. It's not. It's just not. That being said, I'm on the outside looking in, talking shit about Madden. So I'm sure there's some nuance there that I'm missing out on. But bro, you literally have the people writing the same reviews as a joke, but at the same time serious as a heart attack for Madden. You don't get that shit with Call of Duty. They are different. I know people like to say that it's the same thing, and to their credit, they've mixed it up so much. You can't say Modern Warfare is the same thing as the space one, where you literally have a robot friend. You can't say that's the same. You're fighting on Mars, bro. You can't say Black Ops in the Vietnam War era, where you're fucking poisoning people and shooting crossbows, is the same as the World War II games. Like, you can't say Kevin Spacey's ass with the fucking mechs that you're fucking walking around. That's the same as the post-apocalyptic one with the dog. They go above and beyond with making the games different. I don't care if you like them or not, or if they're your thing, or if you've never played them and you're talking shit. Whatever. Just don't say they're the same. Because not only are they not the same, they go out of their way to differentiate themselves. Out of their way. That's like saying, oh, Mario Kart's the same as Mario Kart because you're driving a cart. Duh, you fucking idiot. You goddamn trog. Fucking mongoloid. Of course it's the fucking same fundamentally there. Jesus Christ. But Call of Duty isn't even a FPS at times. There's segments in the games where you're like flying ships, and now they have a third person mode. They have Ground War, which is they just ate Battlefield's lunch. If you're a Battlefield guy, they got that shit in Call of Duty. They got a Battle Royale mode. Like, oh my god. So this current iteration of Call of Duty They go all out. All out. Multiple modes of everything. I'm not just talking about different game modes, right? Call of Duty has always been awesome when it comes to that. They always give you like 10, 12, 15 different game modes. Domination, headquarters, free-for-all, capture the flag, cyber attack, gun game, and they're different. There's different games, different editions. Some they take away some in the previous games and add a couple new ones. It's always different. It's always different, but there's a absolute metric shit ton of fucking modes in these games. If you're not a free-for-all guy, then maybe you're a capture the flag guy. Don't give a fuck about that. Maybe you'll like to play some search. It's got so much shit in here that it's got something for everyone. I've even branched out a little bit, and I'm playing a little bit more than just free-for-all this time around. The map variety needs some work. They're working on it. They're adding stuff. But at the end of the life cycle of Modern Warfare 2019, they had so many goddamn maps. So many. I have a feeling that they got a lot good to go, but they're trickling them out with the seasons and stuff for content like that. But I'm satisfied with the amount of maps. I don't really care. It's nice to play like some cool remastered version of your favorite maps from the previous games, but I really don't care. I really don't care. But they got enough of variety there. So other than just the different modes, they got Ground War. Ground War is Ground War is the Battlefield knockoff, right? It's Battlefield, huge open world maps with two warring factions, with vehicles and airplanes. It's fucking Battlefield, but in the Call of Duty engine. Right? They got that. I dabbled a little bit in that. It's not really my favorite thing. It was kind of cool, you know, in Modern Warfare 2019, but it's not really my thing. But they got that if you're into that. Then they have Invasion, which is a new spin on that. It's a completely new, huge team battles of like 24 versus 24, but with NPCs. I played a little bit of that today. Our team won with a score of 1,500. That's the limit cap. Whoever kills 1,500 people first. Shit is nuts. Then they have the Battle Royale mode, which I don't like. And it's not because I don't like Battle Royale or whatever. It's because they changed it. The time to kill has increased. And they have the fucking like the armor shit that they do. I'm not a fan of that. I think it's weird. I think they should have just kept it Call of Duty, not changed it up. But nonetheless, they do have the Battle Royale mode. Now they have the new mode DMZ, which is the Battle Royale engine, but it's co-op, and there's NPCs in there, and you gotta like, people are calling it like an Escape from Tarkov like, and it kinda is. Kinda. And then you got to extract with your weapons. They got like special builds there and stuff. And then they just added the raids. They're actual long like MMO style like dungeon raids with a team of 3 or more. I think it's 3. You can't play it by yourself. You literally have to have a group of 3 friends and you go through and play that. I haven't even done that yet. That's there. Just so many modes that transcend the traditional 6v6 Call of Duty formula. We're past that now. There's something there for everything. And then you got the new maps, and you have all the new guns. There's so much content here, so much attention to detail. And even though the game crashes more than I would like, at least it works. At least it works. When the servers opened up for pre-orders that very first day, I was waiting in a queue to play the game. And then... No, I'm sorry, the multiplayer. When the multiplayer opened up to the public, I was waiting in queue that very first day for like 2 minutes. And then it let me through. And that was it. I've never had trouble linking up to the server. Uh, someone tried to do a DDoS attack. I mean, how would they not? That shit happens all the fucking time. We had the, I don't know if there's a Christmas DDoS attack, but I tried playing a little bit on Christmas, and the Xbox servers were down for a little bit, so I think there was some shenanigans there. But no, everything was working smoothly for this game. Again, some crashes here and there, more than I would like, but the game works for the most part. There's no crazy glitches and bugs. They've been cracking down on the cheaters quite a bit. It's being supported. It's good, man. It really is. It's really good. The main campaign was good. I enjoyed the campaign more than I did Modern Warfare 2019's. It's really dark and gritty, just like the previous one. And remember that one level in Modern Warfare 2019 where you're like slowly creeping through the house with a team of people, checking your corners, shooting the terrorists, hiding and shit? They made like 3 levels like that in this one, and they were all really good. This one's a lot slower paced, way more attention to detail and story and characters. They just slowed this one down a lot, and I enjoyed it. They actually did some new things too. They had like a survival mode in the game where, you were stranded and an enemy team was hunting you and you didn't have weapons, so you had to like sneak and stalk through the back alleyways and in through the storefronts, and you had to like find like pieces of metal and shit and make little shivs, and that was kind of cool. Overall, the story was not the strongest Modern Warfare story, but it took you places, it went places, and it was really cool. There was a lot of cool set pieces, a lot of crazy modes. All of a sudden you're jumping from car to car, hijacking vehicles, pretty high octane explosions and set pieces. They recreated the Gillies in the Mist. They recreated the Gillies in the Mist mission. They recreated the prison mission from Modern Warfare 2. A lot of recreations. Honestly, a little too much fan service. But appreciated nonetheless. They had a lot of it in there, and I had a lot of fun. I went through and I beat the game, went back and got a couple of the achievements, but other than that, I've been on multiplayer. I didn't think there would ever be a time where I would say that, where I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a multiplayer guy. I play Call of Duties. If you go back to my previous videos, like the earlier videos from like years ago, I'd be like, yeah, I buy Call of Duty every year for the campaign. I don't really care about the multiplayer. And that still holds true. I really do enjoy the multiplayer campaigns. I don't know if they're worth $70 now, but I did appreciate this one quite a bit. And the graphics, oh my god. Oh my god. It's a complete package. An invested multiplayer that you could put in literally days, weeks, months of your time in. An awesome single player campaign, endless modes, and it's supported and updated all the fucking time. It is a complete package. And while there is a lot wrong with it, the game does a lot right too. It does a lot right. And the amount of attention to detail and the support and the care that they're putting into this build, because it's going to be supported for 2 years. There's not going to be a Call of Duty in 2023, so this one's getting the 2-year support, so everyone's all in. Credit where credit is due. It doesn't make me feel good. I don't really feel like gloating because this is my number 2 game of the year, all the way up here on this list, but again, credit where credit is due. Oh, I said more on the camo grind later. Yeah, so I've decided that I want to grind out all the camos, the polyatomic, the Orion camo. There's 4 steps. Basically, step 1 is you got to get every weapon to max level. Step 2 is after you've done that and unlock the final challenge, you have to unlock all 4 base camo challenges for every weapon. After you've done that, you unlock the gold challenge for that specific weapon, where you have to get 3 kills without dying, and you got to do that 10 times. After you complete the gold camo challenge, you unlock the gold camo. and you have to complete the gold challenge for all the guns in a specific group. So either all the assault rifles, all the pistols, and then you unlock the platinum camo challenge, which you need 25 long shots with said weapon in order to unlock the platinum camo for said weapon. After you've complete the platinum challenge for every single weapon in the game, then it unlocks the polyatomic camo for your weapons. After you unlock the polyatomic camo and the polyatomic challenge, then you have to complete the polyatomic challenge again with every single weapon, and then you complete the Orion camo challenge. Right now I am almost done with all of my golds, and I already completed half of my platinum, so I'm on my way to polyatomic. And then after that, I just have to grind out the final polyatomic challenge, which is you got to get 25 headshots with each weapon. That should be easy going, that should be a breeze, and then I'll unlock Orion. So I decided to do that, and I have been doing that for about the past month or so. It's been long, it's been really grindy, but I'll get it done. I'll get it done. I'm having enough enjoyment with this game, and if I really like a game, I'll go out of my way and get all the achievements, and I'll do all the challenges, and I'll really put in my time. And the truth is, I'm having a lot of fun doing this. And there seems to be a lot of people in the zeitgeist doing the same thing I am. This really seems to be a strong entry in the franchise. There's this one YouTuber who shits on it all the time. Every time he does a video, he talks about how the numbers aren't as good or something. Bless me. Gesundheit. Like I said, there's this YouTuber who just shits on the game and makes fun of it, like dropping off the numbers or something like that. That happens with every new game. After a month or two, the numbers go down. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But it really does seem like there's just more people here, more people showing up to play, more people in the zeitgeist, more people going after the polyatomic challenge. I remember in Modern Warfare 2019, just talking to folks and playing, almost nobody had the obsidian camos. Nobody had them. Nobody was going after those challenges. A couple of people had them on a couple of weapons. Like, I had them on my shotguns, but other than that, nobody had them. Nobody was actively going after these camo challenges. Seems like everyone's going after polyatomic or Orion for their weapons. Everyone's doing long shots. Everyone's camping in corners trying to get their long shots. Everyone's playing free-for-all. Everyone's playing the tier 1 mode. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's fucking doing it. So that's good to know. That just means with a bigger and better community, we're going to see this game. There's going to be more incentive for them to support this game even more. Because if it wasn't doing very good, they would just kind of throw it to the wayside, kind of like they did Call of Duty Vanguard. No one wanted to play that shit. But that is it. Number 2 on my personal game of the year out of 53 games is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. My voice is done. Here we are. Here we are. It's been a wild ride. Again, thank you for everyone. Thank you to everyone for going on this journey with me. It has been a wild ride for sure. Well, let's get to it. You already know what it is. If you don't, you're not a fan of the channel, and you should feel bad. Number 1, and my personal game of the year that I played out of 53 games played and beat is Fire Emblem 3 Houses. This is not Fire Emblem Warriors. It is a mainline Fire Emblem game, the newest one. And I think I got to this one a year later. But I finally got around to it, and boy. I put in, I think, around think my numbers were about like 320 hours into this game across 4 playthroughs. Talked about this game to death. But we could go one final romp talking about it. I got out of Fire Emblem for a really long time. I talked a little bit about this, talking about the Three Hopes Warriors game. Talked a little bit about my Fire Emblem history, how I got out of it for the longest time. And then finally, when I was starting to come back a little bit, I wanted to play a traditional Fire Emblem game like I did back on the Game Boy. They introduced like the dating simulation shit to it, which I didn't like at all, and I noped out. But with this one, Fire Emblem Three Houses, Nintendo was doing some new things, some things I liked. Mainly, they weren't splitting the game up into different versions, kind of like what they do with Pokemon. Wasn't a fan of that. They did that for a hot second. They were just making one version with everything and all the storylines in it, and I dug that. So I was like, I'll give this one a look. And I knew there was like the dating sim stuff in it, as I had to come to terms with that. It's either I play it for what it is, you know. I had my little hissy fit, didn't like it, noped out. But with this one, I was just gonna accept it for what it is and just play it, right? So I start the game up. I pick the faction I wanted to play as. It's one of 3 different factions. And I absolutely fell in love with the game and the characters. Both the characters and the story and the gameplay. It is top tier Fire Emblem. Top tier. It keeps its identity on the battlefield, gameplay-wise, with a bunch of nuance and new things to do. The older games are very rudimentary. There's not a lot you could do. You can get a boost in attack power when you're adjacent to an enemy. When you perform an action nearby an ally, you can get a boost in reputation with that ally. So you could get a bonus. The people on horseback could pick people up and carry them. And the thieves could like unlock doors and shit like that. Other than that, it's a pretty standard unit-based system. Pretty standard. Pretty rudimentary. But the simplicity was good. This one, it turns everything on its head. It's still simplistic in nature, and it's very reminiscent of the old games, but there's so much more nuance to it now. There's battalions. The weapon triangle is overhauled. There's so much to go into. And I kind of rediscovered Fire Emblem with this game. On top of that, the story and the characters, top tier stuff. With just... Without spoiling anything, the game turns itself inside out halfway through. You'll play the game as a teacher, as an academy instructor to a prestigious academy that basically trains the country's heirs, the lineage to their respected houses in the art of war and diplomacy and whatnot. And you kind of send them all out on missions to deal with bandits and whatnot. It's very academic based. It feels like Harry Potter, to be honest. It feels like Harry Potter if Hogwarts was constantly at war, right? These are supposed to be the times of peace, though, but shit starts going on. That's when the story starts kicking up. You play as a mercenary, more specifically the offspring of a famous mercenary, and you learn that your father used to actually be an academic here at Garrick Mach, the monastery where they train everyone. So a fateful encounter happens, and you all get intertwined again, and you re-meet up with people. You find out what your dad was up to, and you find out a little bit about his time here, and they ask you to be an instructor here. So you say okay, and then here you are, a mercenary, an ex-mercenary. All of a sudden you're an instructor, and it kind of feels cheap. It kind of feels like they just threw the job title at you, and obviously it's because of who your father is. You kind of learn he's big shit, so there's a whole mystery and stuff going on there. And that's where the game kind of just stays for a while. There's some mysteries and some shenanigans going on, but you spend the time getting to know your students, getting to know their play styles, customizing them, getting more intimate with them. And I don't mean like relationship wise, but you do get to know them more friendly and stuff like that. Then there's the rival houses, which you have a friendly competition with them. They're all friends. All the head of the houses are your friends. You like them, but there is a rivalry there. So things go on like this for a couple of years, I think. I think it's 2 years. And then shit hits the fan. Basically, the land is in turmoil again. Another war ignites. And the 3 heirs to each of the houses are political enemies now. Oh, I mean, not political, but they are enemies. They are each part of their own countries that are at war with one another. Friends are turning on friends. And it is not pretty. And I know this is a Nintendo game, but this isn't, oh, why do we have to fight? No, you straight up murder your friends. You murder them. You kill them. They die. People that you like. And if you do another playthrough and you choose a different house to play through it with them, you have to kill everyone in your other house. It's really fucked up. But I won't get into the specifics, but it is dark shit. It is really dark shit, and it's good too. There's a lot of loose ends. I went and I played through the game 4 times, once with each of the houses to experience the story, and there's some nuance there. I would say the game does its due diligence and tells actually a different story that's satisfying for the most part, but there was a lot of loose ends with this game. A lot of loose ends that I wasn't too pleased with. Like those who slither in the dark, they are called. What the fuck happened to them? You see more of them in the spin-off, 3 Hopes, the Warriors spin-off, but that was a little disappointing. I thought maybe they would shine a light, you know, if you go through and you play and beat the thing. 3 times. I did enjoy this game quite a bit. I don't know, it's been a while since I played it. I played the shit out of it too. And to be quite frank, there's way too much to talk about. And I don't want to just sit here and give you a history lesson on everything. But I did love this game. I didn't think I would. I talk about the biggest surprises of the year. This one was the biggest surprise for me. Those are always the best. When it's like, surprise, you love something. That's, oh, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. I threw this game on a whim. I was looking to play a Switch game because I was tired of playing, you know, Xbox. I went through and I played a couple PS games, PlayStation games. I was like, I haven't given my Switch some love, and I've been building up a little exclusive library there. I was looking over there, and Fire Emblem just kind of stood out. I wanted something kind of RPG-ish, something Japanese, something that I could sink my teeth into, maybe. I was just kind of in the mood for that. I bought it. This wasn't a game I like really wanted to play. I bought it on sale, right? Nintendo games never go on sale. They never go on sale. They're evergreen. So this one kind of went on sale. It was like, I got it for like 40 bucks. I think I got it for Black Friday the previous year. And just to have, just in case. I know I really shouldn't do that, but I did. So fucking sue me. And it's just been sitting there. I didn't have any huge desire to play it until one day I just did. I was like, I'm going to try this one. I fully expected to sink maybe 10 hours into it and then say, okay, I tried. And now I won't have that in the back of my mind gnawing at me forever. Will I like this game? Should I ever go back to it? I'm really trying to plow through my my backlog here in case you haven't noticed. But What I didn't expect is I would love this game and I would play through it to the end and then want to do it with every character. I beat the game. I was debating on whether or not I would dive right into it again, but I decided I didn't want to. And I waited a couple of days, and I've been thinking about it, and I really missed playing it. And to be honest, I just wasn't done with this goddamn game yet. Wasn't fucking done yet. So I was like, fuck it. I'll play it again. And so I started up a new playthrough, and I played through with the other faction. And I got to know intimately all the other characters from that house too. And I did the same thing a third time. And then I did it again a fourth time. My fourth and final playthrough was my fun playthrough. I had already gone through and experienced the story and done everything I wanted to and could in the game. I just wanted one final playthrough creating my ultimate team, and I went nuts. So I bought the season pass and I got the standalone story, which was decent. I have my gripes with it, but it was decent. And I unlocked some extra class options, and so for my fourth playthrough I got to use some of those class options, and I made I think it was just 8 players that six players I had on the battlefield, and I went through with like a pen and paper and I outlined exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to have one specialty for each class, and I created a bunch of hybrid classes. And I even recruited characters outside of my house that were the best in their class. So half of my team were recruitments from the other 2 houses. And I literally made this crack team of specialists. And every mission, I just used the same people over and over again. And I got so good. I was decimating. I was playing on hard mode too, which I beat the game twice, so might as well. I just played the absolute fucking shit out of this game, and when I got done with the playthrough, I still wasn't done with the game. I just needed more. It was so addicting. I love these strategy games, and I gotta be honest, I love the dating sim aspect of it. You don't literally date anyone. The game just gets a little weird waifu-y with stuff. You know, everyone's always cute. You know, we have to build a relationship with them and do nice things. It's weird, but it was nice. It was nice learning more about people, and then you unlock your, the potential of the characters when they're on the battlefield, and then there's a little cutscene and some dialogue where they're talking, and you learn more about them. It's like, oh, that's why you're such an insufferable dick. You were touched by your daddy. But really, the stories and the personal characters were great with this one. I remember my first playthrough, there was a character in my house, the Golden Deer, I really hated. His name was Lorenz. I really didn't like Lorenz. He was just a pompous butthole for no reason. He thought he was just better than everyone else. Hated him so much. Then there was the time skip, and you encounter him a little bit later, and he's grown up, he's an adult, his hair's a little bit different, and everyone has this kind of a different air about them now that they're older. Some of them are more mature, some of them get more set in their ways, some of them overcome their shortcomings, and they're cool characters. Lorenz is one of the characters who overcame the pompous aspect of his character, but he's a knight from a house of one of the lords, and he thinks him and his family are better than everyone. And when he's younger, he comes off really pompous and really shitty, and you just fucking hate him. Right? Like borderline racist, except he's racist against absolutely everyone that doesn't share his bloodline. As he's a little bit older and a little bit more mature about it, he still has the same views, but they do make sense. He doesn't think he's better than everyone else. He just thinks that he has more responsibility And nobility means something. It doesn't mean you're more privileged and you get to enjoy life and its splendors more than the common folk. Although he does believe that he should enjoy the fruits of life more than the common folk. He feels like he has earned it, that he deserves it, but he earns that, though. He really loves the common folk. He really thinks it is his duty to protect, and he will die for any random person in his kingdom. He will throw himself down at the feet of the common folk. Not because he thinks he's better than them, or because he thinks you are better than him, but because it is his duty, and he believes in that. He will die for it, and it is very heartwarming. And you get to know this fucking pompous bitch, and you get to realize, you know, I ain't bowing for no lord or master, but I would bow in his honor. It was unexpected. And they do not every character transformation after the skip is that night and day, but there are some. Dimitri is one of them. Woo! Dimitri, man, the pretty boy, do-good, turns into a fucking, to quote Christopher Jugs, a motherfucking beast. Man, the writing is top-notch in this game. I loved everyone. All my students. You get to pick whether or not you're a male or a female. I feel like your Blythe character that you play as, the avatar character, female Blythe. Which one is the quintessential character? I've played as both. I do feel like female Blythe fits the role of instructor better during phase 1. But male Blythe is the battlefield demon. Fits that one a little bit better. So I guess my answer there is, which is the quintessential character, male or female? Both. I feel like the female is the better instructor and the male is the better battlefield. There you have it. That game, Fire Emblem, I make no apologies. I absolutely earned this one. I put in my time. I beat the game 4 times, each with each of the houses. I bought the season pass, and I played the side story. I put in over 320 hours with this game. I absolutely enjoyed the hell out of it. I returned to the franchise that I had thought was gone forever, and it actually surprised me. I didn't think I would enjoy this game all that much when I played it, and it surprised me. This game absolutely earns its place as number 1 for personal game of the year that I enjoyed playing this year. Thank you all for this journey, for this hours-long journey. I'm gonna rest my vocal cords, and I'm going to take a much-needed break from YouTube. From the bottom of my heart, thanks for listening to me, bitch. Keep on gaming, everyone. Have a great 2023. I hope everyone had a great Christmas, and Happy New Year. Keep on gaming, and don't ever fucking stop. Already, huh? Oh, right, you're starting in, huh? Whew. Very nervous. Alright. You've already seen me do this. Oh. Gotta get the weirds out before I actually start. Gotta get them out beforehand. Trying to keep this professional. Gotta get it all out. Gotta get it all out. So this is actually the day after. So that video, I chopped up that video, I recorded it, and I spliced it all together in one day. It didn't take me as long as I thought it would. I'm very pleased with my little 2-minute like preview short thing. I'm gonna be using it in the intro to this video, so you already saw it. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I should not be farting after I poop. I should not be doing that. Something got caught. Something got caught. I feel okay though. Oh. I had something for breakfast. I had some eggs for breakfast. There's no way it went past through me that quick. I'm still on my coffee. God damn. A lot of fiber, a lot of protein, cutting out all the carbs. That diabetes farts, man. Well, here we are. Here we are. I'm about to jump in. Just got to get the weirds out first and make sure everything's in order. I'm probably stressing out a little bit too much over this thing. I have no idea when I'm going to... how long this thing is going to be. I'm going to splice it into sections and then just kind of see what we got. I'm planning on, my rough plan is to cut like an hour-long video in the editor, hour-long video segments, and then splice all of those together in one single video at the end. So I'm going to be, any footage you see like this one, I'm going to be putting through the editor at least twice. Once in that single hour splice, and then a second time in the final video. In the case of my my intro, that'll be put through there 3 times. No, that'll still be twice. Anyway, my camera quality and frames are so low you won't even see the drop in quality, but it is what it is. What up? Scratching. You better get that cage ready, ma'am. Hey, come here. I'm still doing getting the weirds out. Here, grab the cage if you need it. Well, I might need you to need it. You know, an hour or 2 from now. Goddamn bitch. Bitch. Thank you. Then I got all that shit to deal with. Cats climbing the walls and stuff. That fart's just about gone. Just about. So I spliced together that intro video yesterday. This is actually the day later. I know I'm wearing the same fucking thing because it's fucking freezing outside and I ain't going nowhere. I don't want to take a shower or a bath because then I'll freeze my ass off afterwards and we're too goddamn poor to fucking turn the heat on. That's not true. We just turned the heat on last night. The fucking bitch upstairs went flipping. She spilled down the stairs. I was here by myself. Stacy was at work. And I thought someone dropped something. I was peeking out the window and shit. What the fuck is going on out there? And I saw some laundry detergent on the other side of the parking lot. I'm like, oh, someone dropped their stuff. And it skidded all the way over there. And then I thought, well, it's pretty icy out. I don't think anyone dropped. Someone probably fell. And then I heard, oh, oh, oh. And so being the Captain Save-A-Ho that I am, I had to go out and help. Because that's the good thing to do. You help. You know, I put on a pretty big game here on YouTube and talk shit and joke around, but You go out and help people who fall, for Christ's sake. I went out there to help her. 2022, can't just go hands-on, right? If it was an old person, I would have, but... So, like a fucking asshole, I just stood there and I asked, hey, are you okay? Do you need any help? And, yeah, I'm fine. No, I don't need any help. I mean, I lingered for a while. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I said, hey, is your husband home? I could go and grab him for you. No, no. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you, though. I don't know. Did I handle it wrong? Should I have just fucking dove in and helped her? I mean, I tried. I really did, but she's like pushing me away. No, and she ain't my fucking wife. If my wife fell, I'd be down there helping her. I wouldn't take no for an answer. But goddamn, whatever. So I said, sorry. If you need anything, just knock. And it is what it is. No sex jokes today on that one. No sex jokes on that one. She legit fell. I mean, it's funny at first, but at the time of, I was like, oh fuck, I better help. She might have like broke something. I don't know. Anyway, this is gonna be a long fucking time, so I better hurry the fuck on up. I had my sips. Got my affairs in order. Think it's actually time to do this. I'll roll a quick intro. What am I going to say? Like and subscribe and all that shit. I'm going to lay out the rules. What are the rules? These are all games I played and beat. I'm going to let you know there's one game on here I didn't. I'm going to talk about full transparency. Full fucking transparency. Every single game on here I beat. Except for one. There's one game I didn't beat. And that is Dragon Quest Heroes 2. I'm playing it right now. Because of time constraints, I'm probably going to be playing this into the next year. If not, I don't think there's going to be enough time for me to finish it and then cut this whole video together. I'm not waiting until I finish this game in order to cut this video. So, I'm still playing this one. I have not beaten it yet. So, I kind of had to guess its placement based off of the first game and just, my experience with it thus far. I'll talk about it when I talk about it in its placement in the video, but I'm just full transparency. I did not actually beat that game when recording this and talking about, how much I liked it. For that purpose, it's not placed terribly high up on my list. I think it's around 10 or 15 or so. I could look right now. I got it up here at number... The fuck is it? Number 11. Yeah, that's about right. Because I don't know if I'm going to end up liking this thing more and want to bump it up more. But at the same time, I'm looking at its placement surrounding other games around here, like Leaf Blower Revolution. And why does it have a 2 on it? Uh-oh. What did I do? Jurassic World Evolution. Whoops. I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to end up liking this thing even more, so it feels like it's placed a little low. But at the same time, I might just not like it as much as I currently am right now, and it might be placed a little too high, so I kind of didn't know where to put it, so round about 10 or so on the list. I put it on there. I guarantee that's not going to be its final spot, so it'll rank in reality a little bit higher or a little bit lower than that. But full transparency, that's the only one on this list I didn't beat as of right now. I'm going to beat it. I'm not just throwing it on there to throw it on there. I'm going to beat it. I'm playing it right now. when I'm not trying to fucking platinum my fucking weapons in Call of Duty. But yeah, full transparency. You got it on tape. There you go. But yeah, I got it included in the list. So other than that, played and beat all the games. Yeah, that's about it. Give my nose a quick blow. And I don't mean get some blow, although that sounds very nice. That sounds very nice. It's cold out, we got all sorts of shit going on. People's house, family friend we're going over for Christmas, they're trying to cancel on us because they're afraid of, what is it, MERS or something? The MERV virus, the thing babies get. It's like more deadly than the coronavirus. It kills the elderly and babies. What is he talking about? What are you talking about, Turbo? I don't fucking know. Alright, let's get this fucking show on the road. Hope everyone had a Merry Christmas. This is at the end of the video, post-credit scene, I guess, so. Final thoughts from me to you, before I dive the fuck on in, is, I'll see you guys when I see ya. I'll see you guys when I see ya. This isn't goodbye. Just, you know, burn myself out a little bit. It's time to take a break. Can't be at all places at once. I got drinks to drink, bitches to fuck, all that good stuff, games to play, and I need to let go of something for now. So I'm gonna do that. But it's been a wild ride. I love and appreciate y'all, especially some of the people that, you know, drop a like and a comment from time to time. A couple of people sent me friend requests over on Xbox, over on the PlayStation. Scott C, Defiant Fungus, King, fucking love King, Troy, love you Troy, love your mom, Chief, fucking Chief, man. Yeah, you guys have been here for a while, and I appreciate you, and without you guys I wouldn't be doing this. Well, literally without like the 4 or 5 of you, I wouldn't be doing this, because to be honest, I don't get that many views, and I don't get that many likes and watches, so a lot of times I'm like, well, why am I doing this? Why am I fucking doing it? Just to hear myself talk? I guess I do it to kind of document my journey, you know, have something for someone to see later in the generation, maybe reminisce myself. I don't know, maybe my wife is watching this right now after I fucking die years from now. I don't know, but yeah, you guys get me through some of this stuff, some of this bullshit, when I'm sitting there wondering why am I doing this for my 20 views per video, and my 4 likes if I'm lucky. Sometimes I go in there, if it's really bad, I'll go in there and I'll fucking like my own video just to bolster it a little bit every once in a while. But yeah, thank you guys very much. Thank you. I hope you all had a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah. Is there any other holiday religion? The real holidays. None of that Festivus bullshit. These fake-ass holidays that are trying to fill a gap. None of that fake-ass bullshit. The real holidays. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Those are real fucking religions. Real fucking holidays. So, God bless you guys. I don't say that very often. I'm not a huge Jesus freak, but really, God bless you guys. It's been fun, and this break is going to be much needed. Just to let you know, I appreciate you guys very much so. Anyway, I got one final fart. Not too hard now, buddy. I'm going to be smelling that during my intro. I'm going to do this randomly, and you'll know what it is, because I'll be smelling it. Alright, let's fucking do this. 3, 2, 1, let's fucking go. Hey, what's going on, you degenerates of the lesser internet? Welcome. welcome back.